this is the place for you. No need to complicate it, it's best to keep it basic. Open the book, the word itself approved. He's Alpha and Omega, the answer since the early ages. What you should do is learn about the greatest. Just so you know, our door is always open. Let's study together instead of debating. Share our differences, let love heal all that's broken. If you need truth, this is the place for you. No need to complicate it, it's best to keep it basic. Open the book, the word itself approved. He's Alpha and Omega, the answer since the early ages. What you should do is learn about the greatest. Just so you know, our door is always open. Let's study together instead of debating. Share our differences, let love heal all that's broken.
And Shabbat Shalom to everyone. This is the day Yahweh our Elohim has made. I will to rejoice, and literally, I am glad in this day. Hallelujah. This is the day. This is the day that Yahweh has made. That Yahweh has made. I will rejoice. I will rejoice and be glad in it, and be glad in it. Because this is that day that Yahweh has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, this is that day. Yes, it is. This is that day that Yahweh has made. We bless him for who he is today. I bless Yahweh for your lives and pray that you all are enjoying what is the day of Shabbat. Hey, question before we get started, moderators, I'm sure you're bringing up everybody with microphones right now. How many of you have taken the opportunity to do what you know to do, and that is to, in fact, have taken your rest in these last several days? Anybody taking their rest in these days as you've been ascribed to do? Anybody been taking the 21-day rest challenge of Elohim, bringing your mind, body, and soul into that place of concentration with him? This is what we do. This is why we do it. This is just one of the great days that Yahweh has made, proving he meant this from the beginning of time. We are there. Y'all go. I love those hearts up there. That's awesome. Yes, I am loving this time of rest. Matter of fact, I rested so well today, I almost forgot about y'all. Well, it's not my job to be worried about y'all on this day, but I love to open up my studies, and I rested so well that we're now up, ready to go and share and love. And having been on with pastors in China, leaders in China last night, as well as we got a new group that we're so glad to be bringing on board, and you'll be introduced to them shortly, not long from now, as well as those who are with us on the stateside. So I'm glad that this day was made for me. Let me tell you what I mean by that. In the Bible, in the book of Genesis, chapter number 2, verses number 1 through 3. I'm going to put it on the board. For those of you on Facebook, please, Facebook, hit the heart sign, like sign. YouTube, hit the heart sign, like sign. Please, we need you to do that. Thank you very much. But Genesis chapter 2, I'm going to put it on the screen for you guys. For those of you who are on Clubhouse and can't see the Bible, if you don't have your Bible, everyone should. I'm going to be reading out of the King James Version. And it's going to be verses 1 through 3. Just look at what it says. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on day 7, Elohim ended his work which he had made. And then he rested on the 7th day from all of his work which he had made. Verse 3, watch this. And Elohim baruched the Shabbat, the 7th day. He sanctified this day, because that in this day he rested from all of his work which Elohim created and Elohim made. So I want to really emphasize this point before we go into prayer here, is that Elohim rested on the 7th day from everything he created and made, which means that the seventh day was made for man. He made man in day 6. He ended creating everything and anything else on day 7, and day 7 was made for the man he made in day 6. That's why the Bible declares, more importantly, that's why Yeshua declares, the seventh day was not made for any other reason. Man was not made for day 7. Day 7 was made for man. Just for me, just for me. Yahweh came and did it just for me. Isn't that a wonderful thought that he, before you were even born, made a day for you and him to meet so you would never have problems in your lifetime that he could not solve? I don't know if anybody else finds that exciting. And now you know the reason why I'm glad, because the song hits different now. You know, this is the day that Yahweh has made. I will be joyous. I will be re-strengthened, and I'll be glad in it. Because whenever I'm re-strengthened, after I've been worked down and beat down by my personal trainer, or worked down and beat down by my sparring partner, or worked down and beat down by my basketball friends who wear me out and exhaust my muscles, when I get in that sauna, when I get in that dry sauna, when I get in that shower and I get that protein, I get those BCE acids in my supplements in my body, I'm restored. I'm glad. My muscles are exhausted, but I'm glad because I know in the recovery of my muscles, say the Sabbath day, I now will be stronger than I was when I came in. This is why I'm glad. See, every time I come into Sabbath, I'm stronger the next day. I don't know if y'all get that. Each day I come into Sabbath, the muscles and the strengths that I utilize and came out and exhausted in days 1 through 6, when I get to day 7, the next days 1 through 6, I'm stronger in this next 6 than I was in the last 6. So the day was made not, watch this, man wasn't made for the day, but the day was made for man. This is what we call, in real terms, so everyone who preaches this and every theologian that we know and every pastor and leader who's come through the reigns and the realms and the areas and the hallways of Christendom, this is what it really means, watch this, to go from glory to glory. You know how we say every round goes higher and higher? Well, guess what? You have 7 days. That's a whole round, a complete round. And when you get to the next 7th day, guess where you're supposed to be? Higher in him. Isn't that awesome? So when you come out of this day today, if you are in your Shabbat and you're giving him and delighting in him, I want y'all to really understand this, that Yahweh is letting you know real quick, he's going to not only restore you, but he's re-strengthening you. And you are going to be stronger today than you were yesterday. Somebody say, Yahweh, thank you. So, no. Everybody, I want y'all, you're going to learn a new name today. Some of y'all know it, but some of y'all don't know it. This is a name that I love to call upon in my Shabbat, and that is Yahweh Uzai. U-Z-Z-I. U-Z-Z-I. Yahweh Uzai. The Lord God, our strength. And every time you come and delight in the Shabbat, Yahweh Uzai, the strength of Yahweh, becomes yours. That's why we say, watch this, the joy of the Lord. Let me say it the way it's done in the Hebrew. The joy of Yahweh is our strength, meaning in essence, it's an indictment that he is Yahweh Uzai, as well as Yahweh Shalom, because inside of the Yahweh Shalom is the attribute of strength, is the attribute of peace that passes all understanding. So on the count of 3, if you guys are enjoying your Shabbat, if you are glad about knowing that this day was made for you, can y'all help me just acknowledge Elohim by stating Yahweh Uzai on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. Yahweh Uzai. Hallelujah. It is a wonder and a joy to be in and through and with him, teaching us, sharing with us, holding us, keeping us, empowering us. And you know what I love about this, y'all? We don't have to do anything but show up.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Ain't that deep?
Thank you. Yes.
I don't have to clean off the pulpit. I don't have to go into the bathroom at church and clean the toilets to make sure that the guests are going to have a good time. I don't have to sweep the floors. I don't have to get the vacuum out, and it don't work half the time. And it's got all kind of wrappings, and people from the praise dancing team, all their material is now caught in my vacuum cleaner. I don't have to go vacuum the floor. Y'all just talked about some of y'all mad as all get out. I don't have to vacuum the floor and the carpet and the pulpit anymore. And I come into Sabbath and I'm strengthened because I just show up. Watch this. Let me show this to you. Listen to what he said. He says, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Wait a minute. Don't quote it because you know it. I want you to dig into this now. I want you to unlayer this. There's layers to this. Listen to what he says. And so at the end of the day, I need you to get this. I need you to get this. I want to show you this. When Yahweh says, "Come unto me, all ye that are labored and heavy laden," you did the work that made you heavy laden, that made you tired. You did the work. Here's the catch. You worked the 6 days. All he says is, whether you drag yourself in or Uber in or Lyft in or get airdropped in or get drug in, however you come unto him, all he needs you to do is come unto him, and he does everything else. You don't have to fight to get your strength back. Just plug in. So in essence, if you look at this in terms that we know in our society, all you have to do with your cell phone, your laptop, your iPad or your tablets, is get it to a charging port. And what do you do once you put it on the charging port? Well, what you're supposed to do once you put it on a charging port, not the one in your car, not that little cheap one, the one that gives you a little cheap charge. I'm talking about when you go home to an actual DC outlet, the one that is not an alternative current, but a dedicated current. When you get to a DC outlet, you plug that thing in and you leave it set down. Best to plug it in while it's off. Woo, we're going to get started early. It's best to plug that item in while it's off, so that when you get energy and it's recharging itself while you have it off, the automatic downloads, the automatic updates start to happen while the screen is off and in cool mode and in the best possible mode to give you the best modem apparatus you can have. See, when you charge it while it's on and start using it while it's on, you actually damage the battery. You damage its life. But when you charge the battery while the phone is off, while the tablet is off, while the computer is off, you maximize the downloads, you maximize the battery re-strengthen, you maximize everything. See, everything, what's done in the natural is first true in the spiritual. So to Yahweh, you and I are like iPhones. Some of y'all got Samsungs. I'm not giving y'all any credit because God made Apple. All right. So anyway, but when you take that iPhone or that iPad or that MacBook Pro or that laptop and you plug it in, cut it off because you've used it up. Woo! Because you've used it up. Yes, you got apps running in the backfield. You've used that battery all up. Leave it alone. Let it sit. Be like Tamala Man. You know what I mean? Take me to the King. Leave me there alone. You know what I'm talking about? That's what Shabbat is about. That's what he says. If you come unto me, all ye that are used up, all ye that are labored and heavy laden, got new tasks. You got new jobs put on your shoulders. All because you said you're willing to work. And now people are trusting you to get it done. You got all this new burden on you. Yahweh says, bring all that to me and just sit here and unplug from the world so I can restore you spiritually so you can go out and conquer the world. Now I'm going to put my super, because you shut down and got plugged up, on your natural responsibilities. And there is the definition of supernatural. Can we talk? Can we talk for a minute? Yeah, I want to know your name. Yahweh Uzai, you are the Lord God, my strength. Yahweh Shalom, you are the Lord God of all that I need, my comfort, my strength, my peace, my hope, my joy. Listen, my wealth, my health, my prosperity. Listen, my soundness of mind. Listen, my security, my tranquility, my harmony with the world. If I don't take Shabbat, I am leaving myself into a reckless, chaotic effort. It is not organized chaos. It is chaos. But when I come into Shabbat, I come in heavy laden. I come in burden. He says, just get here. I don't care how you get here. Just get here if you can. That's why the Bible says in Hebrews, labor to enter in. Is this all right? Y'all mind me having this mini concert in my soul that's just oozing out of me?
This is good. Oh, yes.
Are you learning? Are you grasping any of this? So when you come in unto him, you don't have to do anything. Somebody say, just show up.
Just show up.
And see, we get so caught in our minds trying to figure out what need to be done. The seventh day, you don't figure out anything. Days 1 through 6, you do. Oh, you don't get a pass on day 1 through 6. You better figure out what the heck you're doing. Write down your plan. A man can't build a house except he first count up the cost. So yes, you need management meetings. You need steering meeting, committee meetings. You need to make sure you got your budget together. You need to be thinking what you're going to do in these days 1 through 6. But day 7, you just come in and you don't think. Yahweh does it all for you. And it's going to take the data you started messing around with in your head, you started utilizing in your laboratory, and then what Yahweh is going to do is let you shut down because you're used up, you're tired, you're spent, you're expired, and he's going to say, shut down, hit the off button, turn off. Watch this, and let me turn you on internally first. So when you turn back on for the external, your internal is solid, your core is strong. Does this make sense? Too many analogies?
You better teach. Yes, sir. Come on. Yeah.
Are y'all understanding this?
Yeah.
And this is what Shabbat is about. It was never about you going to church. See, because the reason you go to church is that birds of a feather flock together. So people who are strong like you will gather together to talk about and give testimony to how they got their strength. My help comes from Yahweh. My help comes from the Lord. It comes from above. Lift up your head, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? He is Yahweh, the Lord, mighty in battle, strong to keep you and cover you. That's who he is.
Yes, sir.
So when you come in, he don't want you doing nothing. Sit down, shut your mouth, and read my word. Don't speak your own words. Don't talk your own stuff. Just come in, sit down. Yes, the world is going to keep moving around. The world will not stop running. Time does not wait for any man. But what I want you to do is wait for me. That's what Yahweh is saying about Sabbath. Time is not going to stop. But I have the ability, watch this, to stop the world. And when you come in the Sabbath and just sit with me, come unto me, all you that are labored and heavy laden, I will give you rest. Watch this, for your soul. He don't mean rest for your muscles and your tendons and your ligaments. He means when I cause your soul to rest, listen, a man prospers first when his soul prospers.
Amen.
I'm going to say it again. A man, humanity, I say man by mankind. Humanity prospers only when his soul prospers. If his or her soul is not prospering, that person is in a rat race. They are like a little gopher, a little, hamster on a wheel, just treading, going nowhere, gets hops off, sucks some water out of the pond there and eats a little bit of kernels of corn, and then jumps back on that treadmill and going nowhere fast. And Yahweh is like, when you come in and sit down with me, watch this, watch this, watch this. Isaiah 58:14 says, I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth. You won't be marking time. You won't be running in place. You will be running in his place. Does that make sense to anybody but me today? I'm just so loving.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What his covenant is for them that honor him. Why don't we take opportunity to pray? I'm so glad to have you all with us. Listen, if you're here with us today, let's take opportunity to shut down our brain from thinking and worrying about what our babies are doing out in the street. Let me help y'all. Oh, can I set some people free? I feel a spirit of deliverance today. Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. I've already been in prayer. I'm only going to do prayer for y'all, but I'm just sitting here gleaming and glow. Can you see? Like I look like I got the glow on my face. I just feel his presence on my life right now, and he's allowed me to come on and share with you guys. But can I help deliver some people today? Seriously.
Yes. Please. Amen. Hallelujah.
When you have as much responsibility on your back as I do on mine, both spiritually and naturally, all right, in the secular world and in the kingdom world, when you have the type of responsibilities that I have, and then family, okay, and I'm the oldest of two families, and the oldest, I mean, literally like the oldest son of two families, the oldest grandson of two families, the oldest uncle, cousin. I'm like the oldest, and I don't brag about that. It's a responsibility. I oversee businesses. I oversee churches. I have a proclivity to overthink. When I learned about Shabbat and not church, I had learned church because I oversaw so many, I started so many, I built with my hands so many. But when I understand Shabbat, I understood a sermon that I had been preaching forever. Does anybody know what that sermon is? No, I'll tell you. You'll know the verse though. Except Yahweh build the house, they that labor, labor in vain. And I'm doing work. I'm thinking I'm working for the Lord, building the house of God, putting roofs on, putting in pews, ripping out side, sheetrock, and putting in, extending offices and moving the annex building and putting in plumbing and putting in electricity, pulling wire, all of this stuff I was doing for the Lord. And he was like, well, except I'm building it, you're laboring in vain. Did I tell you to build it? So let's get past that. So for a person like me with a lot of responsibilities and counseling, marriages, people, children, my own, others, down at the DOJ, Department of Justice, and the Department of Children and Families, all these different areas that I'm plugged into and aid as mentor and counsel. You can come into Shabbat with all of that on your head. I want to deliver a whole bunch of people because I have this deliverance in my life. And it always knocks at the door, but you still have to practice it. Here is what deliverance is. When you come into Sabbath, are y'all paying attention? I can't tell if y'all paying attention. If y'all paying attention, say something or put a heart up or something. Let me know y'all paying attention.
We're paying attention.
This is true deliverance, and you ain't got to go hikamashundai. But here you go. Watch this. When you come into Sabbath, care about nobody but you and Yahweh.
Thank you.
Y'all didn't hear me. Okay, let me say it again. I think we got a little static. Can't hear you, Apostle. Got interference on the line. Okay. Yahweh, I'm going to pray you now. Let this be delivered properly. When you come into Shabbat, Do not carry in your struggles and your issues. Yahweh already knows what you were carrying before you came to the door. Matter of fact, he's asked me to drop it at the door, come in, sit down with me, shut down, and let me and plug in and let me do everything while you're asleep. You don't care. Listen to me. You don't listen. I need y'all to come off mic and say, listen.
Listen. Listen.
You don't care about, listen to me. I mean it. Y'all know, I know what I'm saying. Every human on this planet has to choose this day who they are going to serve. You can't help anybody if you are not solid inside yourself. Your passion, your trained compassion for other humans to do and to be there, and they need help no matter what. You can't help anybody when you're not strengthened yourself. Listen. So when you come into Shabbat, you are shutting the world off to sit with the Father who made the world, so he can give you an inside view of what you will contend with in the world. So if your family members who say they love you and they do love you, they really do love you, and you really do love them, you can't love them in a weakened state. You can't love them broke down. You can't love them trying to help them when they got themselves into whatever they got themselves in, and then help and hope you can get them out, and you yourself have to go get your charge. So what I'm telling you is what I've learned, which gives me such deliverance. It will deliver you. You will not think so at first. Matter of fact, you might think I'm being a mean man right now. But you shut them all off.
Amen.
I'm going to say it again. Your grown child that keep going to jail, shut his butt off. Your grown daughter keep getting that domestic relationship with these jokers that just keep punching her in her forehead, and you keep telling her a million times in days 1 through 6, shut her off. That's your choice. You live there. I'm not talking about death at the door, but I'm talking about foolishness that you have given them advice for, and they keep choosing to go in. Shut them off. Your grandbabies, who are your grandbabies, but mind you, they're your grandbabies. They got parents. Shut them off. That's not Christ. That's not Christian. It sure ain't.
It's wisdom.
It is wisdom for the kingdom. Listen, Messiah told this one guy, he says, I'm going to come follow you. Let me go bury my dad. He looked at him like, bruh, let the dead bury the dead. Now, if one of y'all came to your pastor and said, Pastor, I like how you preach. I like what you're teaching. Look, I'm going to go bury my dad, and I'll be at your church service. When the service starts, it's about to start now. Let me go bury my dad first. And the pastor said, well, let the dead bury the dead. We starting service now. Y'all would put that man on social media, put that woman on social media. Each other and crucify her.
That's a hard thing.
Ain't it a hard thing?
Yes, it is.
When you come into Sabbath, shut them off. Because those are things you delight in. Those are things you want to do. And you should, rightfully so. Any good humanitarian, any good real person of family, any good real person of relationship, having children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, cousins, sisters, brothers, mom, dad. Ooh, watch this one. A spouse. If they not rocking with you in Sabbath, let them kick that rock up the road.
Thank you.
If they not where you at in Shabbat, let them kick that rock up the road. And you don't kick it in here. Listen, look, I'm shut down from sundown Friday to sundown Saturday, and I'm in his word. Oh, it don't take all that. It don't take you going to church tomorrow neither, but you do it. Yeah, I'm in rare form today.
That part.
Kingdom.
Versus the two are different. And so though they both have these relative elements, shut them off. And it's hard to shut them off, especially when I'm talking like I'm talking now, because, you know, I got a lot of people that I care for and I will literally give my life for. But I got to first have a life to give it. See, there's two ways I give my life. In days 1 through 6, I give my life to all that I serve. In day 7, I give my life to he who I serve.
That's a meme.
Amen.
Can you repeat that again, Apostle?
That was good. That was good.
I give my life, literally. I give my life to all I love and serve in days 1 through 6. But day 7, I give my life to he who I serve.
Come on, Apostle.
That's a quote.
Do y'all understand that? Or did it just tickle your fancy because it came out really harmonic? The point is, you have to give Yahweh you. He wants you. He don't want your children. They got to have a relationship with him themselves. No man can get into heaven on your coattails. No woman can get into heaven on your coattails. No cousin, no brother, no sister, no mama, no grandma, no auntie, none of your drug addicted people, none of your relationship addicted people, none of your narcissistic family members who need help and don't know they need help. Nobody can get into heaven on your coattails. They have to have their own relationship with the Father. And you know the biggest evangelism tool you can have to get people to know the Father is how they watch you be consistent about how you serve the Father. And the moment you deviate from serving what you said, I'm not coming to the wedding because I'm on Sabbath, and then you go to the funeral next week, you lied.
Fact. So
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You're right.
The moment you compromise, they got you. It's to the point now people know I don't do funerals and I don't do weddings anytime on Shabbat. If I do a funeral, it has to be a major, major issue and one who did not know. If I do. But if I have control of that, I'm going to admonish the family. If they really want me to do it because this is a dignitary, a bishop, an apostle, or what have you, they already know coming to me, it's going to be on a Sunday or it's going to be on a Friday afternoon. Or if he like to hang out at night, it can be on Saturday night. We can do that too. I've done that actually. But it won't be on the day that I'm supposed to give my life to the Father. See, when I give my life to the Father, he gives me life. I'm going to say that again. Everybody need to get that. That's another quote. Y'all got some quotes coming today. Y'all better get these gems. Y'all better get these gems. Y'all better get these nuggets. Listen, when I give my life to the Father the way he asks me to, and he only wants me to do that one day, he gives me life to make it through the next 6 days. So when I give my life to the Father, he gives me life.
Amen.
So while we're here, this is why I'm glad about Shabbat. And it can be sometimes very complicated to what we've learned from Christendom. And you got to remember, I was a pretty influential teacher of Christendom for a long time. And even when I was coming into this knowledge, conflicted, teaching one thing, knowing that the Bible supports a different thing, but having to teach to this people because that's the only way they're going to get it. And then I got to find a way to shuffle what this truth is into what they're used to. It's like trying to get a baby to take medicine. What do? You grind the baby's medicine up into a colander or into a crucible, and then you powder it along as a seasoning inside of the little the peas or the sweet potatoes or whatever it is, and then you feed it to them in their meal. This is what I've had to do all my life, and now I'm at a point where, look, y'all, it's eat the vegetables, but eat this too. Does that make sense, Zion?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So that having been said, and all the things that we talk about and all the things that we do, I hope we haven't offended anyone or any persons about what it is that the word of Elohim has granted us to know and understand. But I really, really, really want us to remember that without faith, it is impossible for us to please Elohim. I am not telling you don't go to church. I am telling you that when you come into Shabbat, you cut off and you focus on him. If there is a matter of urgency, you will know it. The word of Elohim will give you discernment, and you know that you had an ox or you had an animal or whatever fall into a hole, and you might need help to get it out. But when you come in with the intention of being focused on the Father and his word. And moments of these types of testimonials around his word, but directly connected to his word, peeling back the layers and opening up the caveats of his word. You don't concern yourself with what the politics are today, unless there's a bomb that just dropped two doors over. You know, you'll know when there's something urgent to go with it. Even, and let me say this for a disclaimer to many who might not understand this, that even in the days of Israel as a united kingdom under Yahweh our Elohim and the Torah, they did have wars that would be weeks and months long. And yes, there were many times where they were warring on Shabbat. But you're fighting. You're literally fighting for the keeping of your kingdom that Elohim has given you. So all of this is necessary to know. Your children get themselves in their own situations, and you give them as much advice as you can give them in days 1 through 6. But when it comes day 1 through 7, you become the child of Yahweh.
Nice. Amen.
They chose to be where they are. But that's my baby. No, that's a human that you birthed. I am a parent. I want you to know that. I am a darn good parent. But your choices are no longer going to put me in a condition where I'm leaving the Father and disobeying him. Not going to happen. I've taught you right. I've taught you to choose rightly. It's a hard pill to swallow, ain't it?
Yes, sir, but it's real.
And the funny part is, if you let Yahweh work on you in the day he wants to work on you, and though they got themselves in trouble, I bet you by the time you come out of Sabbath, Yahweh will already have sent angels to work on your behalf in the spirit realm to help that which you are in love with and hope can get out of the situation they're in. So by the time you do show up and say, hey, what's the status? They'll be like, I don't know, but God, it ain't as bad as I thought it was. Oh, great to hear. And that's because you stayed with Yahweh and you got your hands out of the way so Yah could put his in the way to do the thing that you had mattering to you most. I learned that the very, very hard way. Because if you wasn't alive, who would they turn to?
That's right. You turn to somebody else.
If you wasn't alive, who would they turn to? Would they still be in that situation? Who would they? Y'all gonna talk to me? Oh, I lost my theologians today. All right, that's all good.
We here.
Yes, there's more. There was more y'all than that when we started. Anywho,
We still with you.
We still with you.
Yeah. I hear y'all, but I know what I'm talking about. All right, so at the end of the day, we need to really understand we can't fix problems. Yahweh does, and He can only use us as instruments to fix them. But guess what? If the instrument is in the shop, how can the instrument be used to help? Let me ask y'all the question.
Facts.
A, if your car is in the shop, how can your car get you to work?
Can't.
So this is why Sabbath is for you and I to be put in the shop, so we can be an effective tool of efficacy. We can be a tool of efficacy in Him. This is what we need to do. We need to be able to let Yahweh do what He do, and stop thinking that my daughter, my son, I know you raised them. But the point was to raise them into adults. Let them now practice, if you taught them rightly, what you taught them, and they got to learn this. What if you wasn't here? What would they do? See, and some of us overparenting are causing our children to be spoiled and dependent on us, and full, able, and capable of getting what they need if they didn't have the outlet of us bailing them out all the time. It ain't that you're not going to beat it for them, but everything you get yourself into is not my job to get you out of. Mr. I'm 21, Mr. I'm 25, Mrs. I'm 24, Mrs. I'm grown. I can't wait to get out your house. I'm talking Torah. I know. I'm talking Torah. Even Joshua tells us, Yoshua, not just Yahshua, even Yoshua says, you got to choose this day who you're going to serve. Now, you can choose to be with the demigods that we came out of, or you can choose to be with the Father who's taking us to the promised land. You choose this day who you're going to serve. And when you make your choice, let that God deliver you. So when Yahweh hears you say, I delight in Sabbath, I delight in this day, when Yahweh hears you make mention of that, when Yahweh hears you bring that to forefront and to fruition, He now says, you're delighting in me. I see you delighting in me. I'm in your home. You've let me in your house. You let me in your mind. You let me in your kitchen, in your bedroom, in your garage. I am resting in your place. You are resting with me next to you. I will. Angels, go set up the high place. Angels, go get the chariot. Angels, go get the food. Angels, go set up next. You know what? You know what, angels? I see day 4. There's an entrapment there. Go break that up and shine some light on that, so when they come through, they'll see it clearly.
That's good.
When you and I give Him Shabbat and we come into Him in Shabbat, He shuts us down, and then He starts looking over the landscape of the destiny He's given unto us, the things we need to be doing about Him, and helps us stay on track. But He needs us to shut down. And if we don't shut down because we jumping around to everybody's need, everybody's phone call, everybody's TikTok, everybody's Twitter feed, everybody's Facebook feed, everybody's reel, everybody's meme, everybody's news, everybody's gossip, everybody's world star, everybody's church call, everybody's pastor, I need prayer call. If we doing all of this stuff right here, Yahweh can't give us what we need because we're not in place. He's pouring out from heaven, but you're not there.
Come on. Right.
Stop letting people pull you from the port you're recharging in.
Wow.
And until you understand it that way, you will allow people to let you operate in the preconceived ideal of Christianity. Be there for your neighbor, be there for your brother, be there for your people. Well, how about be there for Elohim first?
Amen.
I'm gonna say it again. I don't think it went across well. I gotta be there. If I'm a Christian, I'm supposed to be there. I'm supposed to be there. You supposed to, well, first off, you're supposed to be here. Did y'all know that was a commandment? Be ye Kodesh, for I am Kodesh.
Amen.
We let that version of be ye holy, for I am holy go misunderstood. We thought it meant be ye holy because I'm holy. We thought it meant be ye dressed up in, a skirt down to your ankles and a pair of pants that's baggy and a choir robe and walk around town in it and be sanctimonious. That's what we thought it was meaning. No, when he said be ye Kodesh, for I am Kodesh, what he said was be where I'm at. I'm going to be in a place that I've deemed Kodesh. Look at Genesis chapter 2. Watch. Y'all never saw it, but you're going to learn today. I need y'all to say that. Genesis chapter 2. I'm going to put it on the screen so y'all can see it. Those of you that are in the visual land. Genesis chapter 2. Watch this. Verse number 3. Look. Watch. Pay attention. Verse 3 says, Elohim Baruch the seventh day, and he sanctified it. That word sanctified in the Greek is the word for holy. It is the word Kodesh. It means to make and to pronounce or observe as clean, both ceremonially and morally, as appointed, as something that's bid, as something that is consecrated, as something that is dedicated. Watch this. Here's the word. As something that is hallowed, meaning to be kept holy, to be a holy place. So when he says be ye Kodesh, when he said be ye holy, he said be in Sabbath because I'll be in Sabbath. I want to scream. I can't do it. I got to be dignified.
Yahweh be praised.
And let me add to that what the word says about that. Now watch this. I'm going to go to Isaiah 58. Y'all know it familiar. I keep trying to keep it in your head because I want y'all to learn the layers of it. And each day we do, you get that chance. Isaiah 58, when you get there, verse 14, I want y'all to say, be ye Kodesh, be ye holy. When you get there, say that. Come on.
Be ye Kodesh, be ye holy. Kodesh. Be ye Kodesh.
All right, I got enough of y'all.
Be ye Kodesh.
Isaiah 58, verse 13. Listen, he says, be ye Kodesh because I am Kodesh. Be in the Shabbat because I'm going to be in the Shabbat. Watch this. Be in the day that I help you understand holiness, because there's a process to understand how to be holy. You being holy don't mean you shaking your head, Jesus, holy God. That ain't being holy. This is what holiness is about. Watch. If you turn away your foot, verse 13, putting on the screen for you in visual world. Verse 13 says, if you turn away your foot from the Shabbat, from doing your pleasure on my holy day. Well, didn't Genesis chapter 2 just tell you that the Sabbath is a day that Yahweh made? He blessed that day for humanity. He deems that day Kodesh. He sanctified that day. He made it holy. He made it consecrated. He made it to be kept holy. He says, if you turn your foot away from the day I made holy and keep yourself from doing your pleasure on my, here it is, holy day. That holy day is the same word, Kodesh. It's a sacred place. It is a consecrated place. It is a hallowed place. It is a day that is kept most holy. So if you turn your pleasure from doing your pleasure on my Kodesh day, and if you will call the Sabbath a delight and call it Kodesh of Yahweh, if you will call it honorable and will honor him by not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own drama, your own issues, your own struggles, your own woe is me's, your own I need this, I need that, your own I'm gonna punch them in their face, your own they did me dirty, they did me wrong, your own this person did that, your own the politics ain't right, your own the house ain't gonna be kept up, your own I'm ready to get divorced, your own I don't really like that person, your own I'm leaving my church, your own this, that, or the other, whatever is your words, you have to leave them go. And then Yahweh says, I will see you as delighting in Yahweh, and then I will cause you to ride on the high places of the earth, and I will feed you with the heritage of Jacob that I gave and put on Abraham. He passed it down to Isaac. It now rested on Jacob, who is Israel. Everybody on three say, I am Israel by faith. 1, 2, 3. And if you will, in fact, watch this, he will feed you with the heritage of Jacob, your father, for the mouth of Yahweh Sabaoth hath spoken it. So when we were saying all this time, be ye holy, because I am holy, we were thinking it was be ye dressed up in a choir robe and a preacher's robe, have a rope wrapped around your neck with a cross on the end of it, talking about carrying your Bible, putting your Bible on top of your dashboard of your car. That is not being holy. It was not about that jumping and shouting, screaming and moving. It's all wonderful after effects of his presence, if it's even really his presence. But to be ye Kodesh, for I am Kodesh, means to meet me in Sabbath, because I'll be there. Where will you be?
You walk that one. Hallelujah. Come on. Yahweh, we praise.
I'll be there, you be in Sabbath, and I'll be in Sabbath. And why is it important to be in Sabbath? Again, look at what he says in Isaiah. He says, don't come in speaking your own words, which means the Sabbath is the day you only speak and read his word. Well, what is his word? He is all my righteousness. I stand complete in him to worship him. His word is your righteousness. You don't know what holiness is unless you read the word, which is holy, and you read it without interruption. He then takes that word and helps you understand it. And David tried to tell you, thy word I hid in my heart that I might not sin against you. That is learning the righteous path. Watch what David says also. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet. It is a light unto my pathway. That means your word guides me down the path of righteousness. David also told you again in Psalms 23, Yahweh is my shepherd. He leads me beside still waters. His rod, his staff, that's his word. They comfort me. His words comfort me. His word, watch this. He feeds me in the presence. You prepare a table for me in the presence of my enemies.
Hallelujah.
Listen. So that should tell you and me that your enemy can be after you every day of the week. When you come into Yahweh on the seventh day in your mind and in your soul to comply with him, he will feed you a coursed meal in front of your enemy who thought he had you, she had you beat down, and let you know that I got you. Go back out there and fight. Here's what you need to win this battle. And they got to watch you get that instruction. They got to watch you be re-strengthened. They got to watch you be rehydrated. They got to watch you be regarded. They got to watch you have new direction. They got to watch you get new weaponized. They got to watch you get the weapons of our warfare, which are not carnal, but mighty through Elohim to the pulling down of their strongholds. They got to watch this happen to you. And when you are in and out of Sabbath, they are watching you lose. When you are in Sabbath, they see you win. Somebody shout, all I do is win.
Hallelujah. All I do is win. Hallelujah.
So when he says he prepares you a table before me in the presence of my enemies, Wouldn't that be something correlating with what he said in Isaiah chapter 58, verse 14? Meaning, then will Yahweh see you delighting in him. Let me help you again. Verse 13 says, if you turn away your foot from Sabbath, from doing your pleasure on my holy day, but come sit down with me like I asked you, come be about me like I asked you, come check on me like I asked you, forget them other grown folk I had birth through your loins and birth through your womb. They doing their own thing. Let them do what they think they're grown enough to do. You come sit with me. Honor me in that day by not doing your own ways. Don't find your own pleasures. You ain't got no business down at the church on this day. I know you want to sing that song for the devotions. Let the church know you can sing a little bit and got a little registry. But come sit with me first. Sing it to me first. Go sing it to them on Sunday.
Okay.
I know you've been practicing all week. I know you did the karaoke with and everything, but no, you do that on that other day. Today, I need you come see me. Come sit with me. Come shut down. And then he says, don't find your own pleasures and don't speak your own words. Then will you be found delighting in Yahweh. Verse 14. And Yahweh says, I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth. Did you do it? No, you're not causing yourself to ride upon the high places of the earth. He is. Then he says, and I will feed you with the heritage of Jacob, your father. He just said, I'll feed you. David says, thou prepares a table for me in the presence of my enemies. If you know anything about warfare, if you know anything about war strategy, the best time to kill your enemy is when he's eating.
Wow.
That's how many diplomats have been assassinated, because they got their belly as their God. And Yahweh is like, look, but what'll happen is when you're in your war and you honor me, I'm going to feed you in front of them. I insulate around you that they can't get you, and they don't know why they can't get at you, but they're watching you, having chased you, know you're panting. That's where the song came from. Like the deer panteth after the water brook, so panteth my heart after thee. See, because the actual hunter, the lion, the bear, they use smell to track down their prey. And the more you sweat, the more you smell. And that smell becomes stronger. And I can follow your track no matter where you go. And I just wait for you to get tired because I know where you are.
Wow.
But when you get to water, if you're smart and you wash that sweat off of you, they lose their scent on you.
Come on now.
And Sabbath is a place that the enemy loses its scent on you. Do y'all understand this?
You better try to keep quiet.
This is where you lose the scent of the enemy. And then they don't even know they're next to you. And then they got to watch you eat. And when they do realize it's you, they're like, shoot, I had them running where they couldn't even stop to get a Tic Tac or a Snickers bar or a Kit Kat bar. And now they're over there eating a full course meal, got protein, got high carbohydrates and hydration. Shoot. Now I'm tired. We got to retreat. He done made it to home base. Shoot. Watch this. The name of Yahweh is your strong tower. When you are living righteous, you run into that tower and you are safe.
Woo! Hallelujah.
That's what Sabbath represents. That's what this day is all about. And the Moedim, oh, that's at a whole different level. Next Thursday, I hope y'all ready. At sundown, we are entering into Shabbat.
I proclaim Shavuot.
I proclaim Shabbat.
I proclaim Shavuot.
I proclaim Shabbat.
I proclaim Shavuot.
And when the righteous can say, the name of Yahweh is my strong tower, those of us who are living right in him, we run into him and we are safe. Now you have a whole different understanding of what salvation is. These are the things that we must understand. I proclaim Shavuot, however you want to pronounce it, whatever dialect you want to use. Shabbat, Shavuot, it is what it is. It is the day when Yahweh gave us the word. That word made us safe. Can I give y'all a quick hint that y'all might not have paid attention to previously? I need permission though.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Go ahead,
sir.
Do y'all remember in Acts chapter 2 of the New Testament of the Brit Hadassah, when it stated that when the day of Pentecost, y'all know I don't like that word Pentecost, when the day of Shavuot was fully come, remember that they were Jerusalem's, they were on Jerusalem's most wanted list. Everybody who hung out with Yeshua, Peter, James, John, Thomas, for that matter, Thomas's twin brother, Mary Magdalene, Miriam, his mother, James, his brother, all of them, they were all on the Jerusalem most wanted list. Y'all ready for a mind blow? Watch. All of them were wanted on the Jerusalem most wanted list. They wanted everyone who was a Talmudim of Yeshua HaMashiach. That means a disciple of Jesus. They wanted them, and they wanted to crucify them like they crucified their martyred savior, king, their hero. All of them in that upper room were on the most wanted list. That's why they were hiding. They were hiding from two factions of police. They were hiding from the high priest's security guard called the Levites. Y'all didn't know that. And they were hiding from Roman, who the Levites said, help us find these people. Watch. But Messiah came down, spent 40 days with them while they're on the 100 of the most wanted list, and then says, I know you're scared, but I need you to stay and wait for the promise of the Father. Don't leave Jerusalem. Attend the feast that will expose you in broad daylight. They are on the Jerusalem's most wanted list. And you want me to go to the center of Jerusalem at the highest feast of Jerusalem at this season and be on the upper room, not the lower room, but the upper room, and watch the mind blow. Because they took the word of Elohim and they listened to him for 40 days, all things pertinent to the kingdom, when they did finally go to Jerusalem, they did finally go up in the upper room. I think they were there maybe 2, maybe 3 days. And then the time of Shavuot took place. And the word gave them salvation. The high priest was there. The Pharisees were there. The Levites looking for them were there. The Romans were in the same region. But none of them got arrested. Y'all don't pay attention in that miracle.
Wow.
Whoa.
Because they ran into the name of Yahweh. He became their strong tower. Watch this. And he prepared a table for them in the presence of, he prepared a table not only in the presence of his enemy. Watch this, 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 watch this. He didn't just prepare a table for them in the presence of his enemy, like his enemy happened to stumble up on him eating. He prepared a table for them in the presence of their enemy. He did it on their enemy's own table.
Oh, my God.
They were in the temple.
You can't make that up.
You understand that? They were in the temple.
That's too good.
This is why it's important to know the essence of Torah. So when he says, be ye Kodesh, for I am Kodesh, he says, meet me where we supposed to meet. This also adds another aspect to the phraseology in Jeremiah chapter 29 that everybody loves to quote, but very few really understand. When he says, Yahweh, I know my plans concerning you. My plans are of good for you. My plans are not and do not incorporate evil toward you. My plans are to bring you and give you an expected end. In other words, a rendezvous point for you to load up on supplies while you operate in this world and occupy in this world until I come. So we then took it and made it a Christian fantasy that he knows his plans to me and his plans. His plan is for you to show up at the Shabbats and show up at his Moedim, where he reveal his plans to you. It doesn't come as we think through our efforts separately of fasting and praying because we need something. Now, I said this the other day, and a lot of people got upset with me in my emails. I got so many people that won't ever come on platform but troll me anyway and email me to death. Listen, fasting our way is not Yah's fasting. So one great theologian who loves to blast me in his denomination goes on to indicate, well, you're telling the people a lie when you say that, you can't fast. I said, I never said you can't fast, sir. But Jehoshaphat fasted. I said, yes, he did. So there you have it. So you have to turn that back around. I said, no, sir. Read the whole story. Jehoshaphat didn't fast. Israel fasted. What you mean? I said, well, Jehoshaphat was instructed to have all of his kingdom fast and consecrate their energies to reading the word for a period of time. The whole nation. So all of Israel was unified and turned toward the Father. What we do today in church is we think that our church is the whole nation. And if our churches are divided and our one church decides to fast, Yahweh is not hearing that. Until we all come together in the unity of the faith, now Yahweh hears Israel and Israel by faith, because we are all unified for the same purpose. But if the Baptist church is fasting for this, and the Methodist church is fasting for that, and the Lutheran church is fasting for the other, and Church of God in Christ is fasting for this, and Jesus only is fasting for that, and Assemblies of God is fasting for this, and Foursquares is fasting for this, and Second Baptist is fasting for this, and the Episcopalians and the evangelicals are fasting for this, that, and other. It's division, Yahweh. So fasting rightly done, that's why he says the fast you choose when he told Isaiah. You can read that in Isaiah 58. Matter of fact, we're here. Let's go there. Look at Isaiah 58. Since we're here, Yahweh be praised. Look at this. Look at Isaiah 58. Look what he says. Verse 1. Come on. Y'all okay with reading this? Are y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Look at what he says in Isaiah 58. Let's just read verses 1 through so y'all can understand the significance of how we fast and how Yahweh wants fasting done. Look, watch. Cry loud, spare not, lift up your voice like a trumpet. This is proof that this is during the feast season of Sukkah. This is Yom Teruah. Blow the trumpet, right? Show my people their transgressions. That's the day of Yom Kippur. And show the house of Jacob their sins. That's the day of Yom Kippur. So this is talking about the day and the season Yahweh has called for a fast. Verse 2, yet you seek me daily, and you delight to know my ways, as if you were a nation that did righteous and forsook not the ordinances of your Elohim. Then they ask of me for new ordinances of justice, Yahweh says, and then they take delight in approaching me like, really? Verse 3, wherefore, they say, have we fasted, Elohim, and you have not seen us? So the indictment to the question is that you're not unified in the fast because you're doing the fast for your separate itineraries. I need 2 people to scream. Thank you. Look at what it reads. Verse 2 again. He says, and thank y'all for that. He says, and they ask me of ordinances. They always coming to me talking about, well, God, what you going to do now? Give me a new way to do this. Give me a new thing to do. And they delight in approaching me and going to ask me, wherefore have we fasted and you've not seen our fast? Wherefore have we afflicted our soul and you have not taken knowledge? The indictment is scary. Because when Jehoshaphat fasted, he had the whole nation fast. These cats here, Isaiah is talking about, they all fasted in their own ways, at their own times, with their own purposes. And look what Yahweh does. He breaks it down. Verse 3. Again, I will reread it. Wherefore have we fasted, and you don't see our fast, God? Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and you not take knowledge of what we fasted for, God? And Elohim said, behold, pay attention. In the day of your fast, you fast to find pleasure. You fast to exact your labors. Behold, you fast for strife. Tell the truth. You fast because you lost a debate and you want me to give you new justices, new ordinances so you can go back and win the debate. This gonna hurt when I tell this to y'all, so y'all just go ahead and bite get a little towel, put it in between your teeth and bite it. It's gonna hurt. Get some leather. That's why you fast. Look at Yahweh in their face. You fast for strife. You only fast because you lost the debate. And then you fast so I can show you how to give them an uppercut and knock them out. You fast and you fast to smite with the fist of wickedness. Don't come to me with that. Today on Yom Kippur, you won't fast like that on this day. Coming here screaming and hollering and jumping around and acting all religious so your voice can be heard on high, like I couldn't hear you and your mumbling under your breath about me.
Oh, wow.
Is that such a fast that I've chosen? Talk to me. Is that what I've chosen? Is that how I taught you to fast? Did I tell you that a man should take a day to afflict his soul and to bow down his head as a bulrush and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him whenever you felt like it? You gonna call that a fast? You're gonna call that an acceptable day unto Yahweh? Really? That's what we doing? Miss me with that. Listen, is this not what I told y'all to do? Is this not the fast that I've chosen? Verse 6. The fast that I've chosen will loose the bands of unrighteousness. That's what wickedness is. The fast that I have chosen will undo heavy burdens. You're asking me in your fast to put burden on your brother because you lost the debate. You want to oppress your brother, but my fast says to not oppress him and let him go free. But your nastiness and your revengefulness and your unforgiveness, you want me to oppress them and put a yoke around them so you can be their ruler. No, no, no. My fast that I've chosen looses the bands of your wickedness, undoes the heavy burdens, and then oppressed, we let them go free and we break every yoke. Let me ask you another question. Is not my fast to deal your bread to those who are hungry and to bring those that are poor and have been cast out of their houses, maybe bring them into your house? It does not, when you fast and you come to know my righteousness, will it not show you how to literally, when you see the naked, cover them, not mock them, not talk about them, not point at them first, not look at their body parts and then laugh at them and call them BMWs, bodies made wrong, but rather keep them from that shame, from ignorant, immature people, and cover them with the garment you got on? Is not my fast the one I called for? It won't let you hide from your nastiness. See, that's the difference in the fast of Yahweh and the fast of man. And when you do that, when you do fast the way that I say do fast, like in this day of Yom Kippur, which chapter 58 is talking about, then shall your light break forth like the morning light. Oh, and then shall your health spring forth speedily. Oh, and you will now no longer be wicked, but you will be working and walking in righteousness, because my fast requires you to pull away from the world and read my word. Re-up on what is right. And when you do that, like David, my righteousness will go before you. And the glory of Yahweh shall be your rear reward. Once you go, then I will bless you. Verse 9, then when you do fasting my way, you will be able to call upon me, and I'll answer you. You're going to cry, and I'm going to say, here I am, my child. But I'll only do this if you take away from the midst of you, people who call yourself mine, the blaming of another brother, the pointing at another person's issues, if you take away from you the yoke of putting forth your finger, exposing people, running them down because you had egg on your face at one time by them, and the speaking of vanities. Yeah, I'll let you call on me and answer you. And while you're crying, I'll be right there for you. If you draw out your soul, verse 10, to the hungry. And if you'll satisfy those afflicted souls in your midst, and stop looking down on them with your nose, stepping over them when you see them on the floor, begging for alms. If you do that, then shall your light rise. Again, your light is his word. Then shall the word in you rise up in your obscurity and all of your darkness. Because of the light in you, you'll be able to see through the dark and every ambushment, every trap of the enemy as if it's noonday. Oh, and if you do the fast the way I say do them, then Yahweh himself will be your guide continually and satisfy your soul in a drought and make fat your bones. And you'll be like a watered garden, and you'll be like a spring of water whose waters fail not. And they that see you, when you start doing it the right way, and those that be of you, when you start doing it the right way, you're going to be the ones who are be about building up the old waste places. This is the Father's business. Listen, verse 12, pay attention. The second Adam came to build the old waste place the first Adam made. So if you're really going to be about kingdom, you're really going to be about Elohim, you're going to be worried about building up what the previous religion, the previous decisions broke down so that the next generation can cross over. Verse 12, and they that be of you, that's why I don't rock with anybody not trying to build the kingdom. You're trying to build yourself, miss me, kick rocks up the road, don't have time. They that be of thee will be known for building the old waste places. They will be known for helping to raise up the foundations of many generations. Those that be with you, those that rock with you, who you with, those that are with you will be known as the repairers of the breach that exists. They will be known as the restorer of proper paths of righteousness to dwell in. If you stop doing what you want to do on Sabbath, if you will not do your own pleasure on my Kodesh day, if you will call the Sabbath a delight, if you will call the Sabbath holy, Kodesh of Yahweh, if you will call the Sabbath honorable, and if you will honor him by not doing your own ways, not finding your own pleasures, not speaking your own words on my holy day. I don't want to hear nothing from your mouth but me. Learn me, understand me. Take my yoke on you and learn of me. I don't need to hear your words. I know what you're dealing with. I knew what was on your back when you came. I knew who was chasing you when you walked in. I knew what you had in your mind to do. I know your plans. They don't match up. I'll show you how. And the ones that do, I'll show you why. I know what you got. You ain't got to come telling me what you need. I don't need to know what you got need of. I already know it before you come. I need you coming to tell me you know me. And if you don't know me, you are focused on learning my words. I don't want to hear your words. I want to hear what I gave you to recite to me so that I can do them for you. Then I will see you as delighting yourself in Yahweh. And I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth. And I will feed you with the heritage of Jacob, your father. Oh, and by the way, I am Yahweh Sabbath. I am the Lord of the heavenly hosts. I control the angels, and the angels are ministering spirits to them that are heirs of salvation. So not only will I say this to you and have it done, Ruach HaKodesh won't do it. I'm going to leave it to my angels who have charge over you, lest you dash your foot against a stone. I got to breathe.
Yahweh be praised. Come on. Hallelujah. Thank you, Yahweh.
Are y'all understanding this?
Yes, sir. Amen. Yes, sir. So good. Okay.
So when we say be ye holy for I am holy, it don't mean be ye drinking communion and be ye down at the cross with my, it don't mean all that. It means be ye in Shabbat, because that's where I'll be. That's where I'm going to teach you what holiness is. That's where you're going to leave out doing what's holy. Granted, you can still choose to do whatever you want to do, but when you meet me in Shabbat, I'm seeing you delighting in me. Watch this. When you hear the phrase that says, delight in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. That's exactly what he means. Oh, no, not what you thought. He's not going to give you your Bentley. He's not going to give you your Birkin bag. He's not going to give you your Gucci shoes. He's not going to give you your house you want. That's not what delighting in him means. When you delight in him, this is what that means. This is that delight. If you read this and make this, you want to put something on your refrigerator, you want to put something on your vision board, put this on your vision board. Do this. Remind yourself to do fasting his way, do Sabbath his way. Remind yourself every day, labor in days 1 through 6 to enter into this day 7 by these instructions. And when you get to day 7, have in your mind to do these things for day 7 or whatever of the Moedim he gives us, and then watch him. Watch him work on your behalf. We just do too much. Our version of righteousness is so far from him. Isaiah told us, Ezekiel told us, my righteousness is as filthy rags compared to the righteousness of his word. Mind you, the righteousness that had them invited up into heaven was above the righteousness of man on the earth. And then when he gets to the Father, because his righteousness gave him access to the Father, he gets there and says, oh, snap. My righteousness doesn't compare to the righteousness of Elohim, yet it got me in here. This is why you always hear me saying, we do way too much. We think we know what Yahweh wants. And when you start digging into his word, you find out the mess we've been doing probably should have sent us straight to hell. It's tantamount to idolatry. I can only talk like this in Sabbath. I can't talk like this on a preceding word. Folk get mad at me. Y'all know I'm not mad at y'all, right? Why y'all? I know I'm speaking. I'm very passionate about this. Y'all okay? Y'all gonna talk to me? Y'all all right? Y'all.
Amen.
So when we look at what he tells us in this passage, you got to realize he's really letting us know there is something we do that ain't like him. That's why he said the fast you do. You call that fast? You call that okay? That's what you, yeah, okay, right. You come to me to fast because you want me to bomb your enemy. That's what you want me to do. You come to me in a fast because you want me to smite with the fist of wickedness because you got embarrassed, or you want me to expose this politician or this religious leader, or you want to fast because you didn't do what I told you to do, and now you want to fast for me to provide for you when I gave you seed, but you didn't sow the seed I gave you the way I told you to sow it. And now you want to fast for me to bring you up out of the mess you got yourself into. That's not the fast. That's not how we fast around here. That's not how that works. You can't just you don't have God on demand. This ain't Netflix.
Wait, crickets.
This ain't Netflix. This ain't movies on demand. Because if you're in my will, you won't have to need a miracle. If you're in my way, you're in my word, you don't need a miracle.
So true.
The miracle is for the unsaved. That's what makes them know I'm real.
Facts.
The miracle ain't for you, Christian, you saved person. My children don't need miracles. You walk in favor. And I love how Yahweh would tell them all the time. He told them, he said, oh, I felt that in my soul. Come on, I need about 15 of y'all. You know what? I need 25 of y'all to either type in or speak out loud, come off mic on the count of 3 and say, in him, I walk in favor.
In him,
I walk in favor.
And this is such a significant thing to understand, because we around here talking about, oh, we gonna walk in signs and wonders and miracles, signs and wonders. Well, when Messiah did a miracle, it was usually for a people who had been downtrodden and couldn't keep the faith. He didn't do any miracles for the Pharisees and Sadducees. He didn't do miracles for Peter, James, and John. They were in faith. They walked in favor. The angels ministered to them and moved chains off of doors. Well, that's a miracle. No, that's favor. Because they had faith in them. And that obstacle was not supposed to stop them. They had faith the size of a mustard seed. I think they had a little bit more.
Right.
Those of us who walk in his faith, we walk in his favor. And it's a hard pill to swallow, because we've had this laid out to us so many ways about miracles and miracles and miracles and signs and wonders. Those signs and those wonders, we don't need to wonder at him, but they that don't know him, they need something to shock and give them an awe moment to say, okay, that was weird. What you on, bro?
Yeah. Good teacher.
I want to know what you on, bro. I want some of that. I want to know what you on, man of God. That right there, that stuff don't happen for me. What just happened? You what? And how did that happen? The miracle ain't for me. It's for you. It's for the unsaved, so that they could be shocked and given an awe moment to know that Elohim does exist. There is a better way out. I don't have to sell my body. I don't have to sell drugs. I don't have to commit genocide. I don't have to scheme. Yahweh will provide. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get caught up to his real ways, but I'm willing. I just saw something that should never happen. How can I be down? What must I do to be saved? Can you put me on? These phrases sound familiar because the world, the children of this world, are wiser than the children of light, because we so caught up in doing things unlike the light, though we are in the light. And the world has stole all of our phrases and put them in songs. And the enemy of our faith got those things populated and on such a rotation that when you hear them, you heard them in the world first, but it was Yahweh that invented it. You know, say my name, say my name. Let me finish. Can I get some more in? Watch. This is how we do it. Let me help you. You can get with this or you can get with that. Let me keep helping you. Stay right there. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. Then you got the one of put me on. Can you hook me up? I remember being a drug dealer and telling people while I'm pushing out a 50 piece or eighth, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna bless you. I'll put more on top. Let me bless you. The world got the phrases that come from the ripper because we heard them populated in the world first. When we hear them in this context, oh, you being carnal. No.
That's right.
So Zion, Yahweh's always had a plan. His plan is real simple. Who can find that for me? I need somebody to go find that passage for me and get ready to read it. I need somebody to help me, please. So shall he prosper. As his soul prospers, so shall he prosper. Somebody grab John, 3 John 1, 2. Any volunteers to grab 3 John 1, 2?
Veronica.
Thanks, Veronica. When you have it, let us know.
I'm there, sir.
You there? Everybody, let's go to 3 John 1, 2. Well, it's only one chapter. But look at this passage. This is Yochanan now. This is Yochanan. This is Yochanan. This is Yochanan. This is one who sat on the breast, sat on the chest, laid on the chest of Messiah to hear his heart. Yochanan, 3 Yochanan 1, read verse 2.
Beloved, I wish above all things that you may prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers.
So what you must understand is that in order for you to prosper and be in health, your soul must first prosper. How does one's soul first prosper?
Sitting with the Father.
Thank you. That's good, prophet. You got to sit with the Father. I don't mean like Father John of your Catholic Church. We are not supposed to call any man father. We have not many fathers. We got a lot of teachers, but we have not many fathers. And that means people who really watch over our soul. But when we're talking about sitting with the Father, we're talking about sitting with Yahweh. We're talking about sitting with Abba. We're talking about sitting with God the Father. When do you do that?
Sabbath.
Shabbat.
I want y'all to start connecting this to the phrase, be ye Kodesh, for I am Kodesh. I need another person, another reader. Go to 1 Peter. Who was that? Whose name was that I heard a second ago? Who?
Danielle.
Hey, Danielle. Danielle, go to 1 Peter chapter 1 and give me 15 through 17, please. I appreciate you reading.
You said 1 Peter?
1 Peter 1, verse 15 through 17. When you have it, let me know you're there. All right. So when you get there, let me know you're there, Danielle.
I'm there.
Okay. 1 Peter 1, 15 through 17.
Okay.
Matter of fact, yeah, read that first and then we're going to break it down. Go.
Okay. But as he which hath called you is holy.
What?
So be ye holy.
As who?
But as he which hath called you is holy.
Okay, pause. So everybody, who is he that called you?
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh Kadesh.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So as he who has called you is holy, is Kodesh. Read on, Lady Danielle.
So be ye holy, O Kodesh, in all manner of conversation.
Oh my.
Because
Be ye of a holy conversation in all manner of conversation. Read on 16. Go ahead.
because it is written.
Whoa!
Be
You mean that this was somewhere else in the Bible? Because Peter's quoting somewhere else in the Bible. This is for the people who think I'm no longer in Torah. Read. Verse 16 says.
because it is written, be ye Kodesh, for I am Kodesh. And if ye call on
Yahweh.
the Father or Yahweh, who without respect of persons judgeth according to every man's work, pass the time of your sojourning here in fear.
Whoa.
Or
That's it, 17. That's what we need. And
Okay.
if Yahweh, who has no respect of persons, judges only according to every man's work, pass the time of your sojourning here in reverence of him. Because you know, verse 18, you were not redeemed with a corruptible thing, such as silver and gold, or from your vain conversations received by the traditions of your fathers. But you and I, with the precious blood of Mashiach, who is the Lamb without blemish, without spot, without wickedness, without sin, without unrighteousness, who truthfully was foreordained by Torah before the foundation of the world, who was made manifest in these last times for you. I can't keep going. But we got to understand, when Elohim says, be ye holy, for I am holy, he said in verse 16, this was something said before. This was something said before. Most people quote this from Peter. Anybody know where?
Spencer.
Go, Spencer, talk to me.
Leviticus, 2 places.
Let's go. Let's start at Leviticus 19. Take us there.
Leviticus 19, verse 2.
Hold that thought, please. Everybody get there. I want y'all to see this. Peter didn't say this. Peter said this because it was in the Torah. When he said this in Leviticus 19, the church wasn't even established. It was being established. What that mean, Apostle? The holiness you and I think about is what Peter said. That's where most preach this from. And then we take it from Peter because Peter was supposedly the church, first pastor of the church, which is inaccurate. Definitely was wrong that he's the first pope of the church. That's a lie. So why would he say, be ye holy, for I am holy? Why did we take it and make it be in church because I'm in church? That ain't what he said. Not that way. Look at what he says. Leviticus 19, verse 1. This is while the Torah is being delivered, people. Read on.
And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, ye shall be Kodesh, for I, Yahweh, your Elohim, am Kodesh.
All right, so y'all see where he said it now, right? Stay there, Pastor, don't go nowhere. Y'all see how he said it now, right? Do y'all get that? Woohoo! I see where he said it. Right? No? I'm by myself?
Yes, no.
Yes, sir. We see it. Yes, sir.
It wasn't Peter, was it?
No, sir. No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
And we're still uncertain whether the church, the tabernacle, was built yet. But watch this. Would you read verse 3?
And ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am Yahweh, your Elohim.
I love when his word sets us straight. It's right there. Be in Sabbath. I'm going to teach you how to fear your mom. I'm going to teach you how you fear your dad. I'm going to teach you how to turn from idols. I'm going to teach you all the stuff that you learned in Egypt, what not to do of Egypt, the Chaldeans, and all the other stuff I delivered y'all from. You thought that that's just some little arbitrary statement he made? Be in Sabbath, because I'm in Sabbath. Well, what is Sabbath? Genesis chapter 2. Sabbath was sanctified. Sabbath was Kodeshed because it was Kodesh. Yahweh is in Shabbat. When he came and gave us the seventh day, he rested in it and said, y'all come to me now. Come sit with me. Just come sit with me. Ain't no church. Wherever you are, let me in your home. Did Adam and Esau have a church?
No, sir.
They didn't, did they? But when Adam messed up and Yahweh says, Adam, where are you? It's like, you ain't where you supposed to be. I'm here at your house. Where you at? Well, right. What had happened was this chick you gave me, you should have kept her inside of me. I could control her then. Oh, that's what we doing, Adam? Really? Okay. The best thing on the planet I made, and I gave you the better of the best I made, and now you telling me I should have kept it inside of you, like I don't know what I'm doing. Adam, let me ask you a question, bro. Who told you was naked? Did she tell you? No, well, she ain't tell me. But I ate that fruit, and she brought that fruit. Well, did she know she was naked when she ate the fruit? No. I mean, that's why I ate it, because I was looking at her, and she didn't look drunk. She didn't look like she was poisoned or nothing like that. She didn't look like she was in danger. And then, this other commentator was there talking and like, see, everything is cool. And then she gave it to me, and I looked at her, and she did the sobriety test okay, and I gave her a breathalyzer, and she was cognate and she was lucid. So I went ahead and ate it. But the point is, God, if you didn't give her to me, I would have never had eaten it. See, because it's your fault. And wait a minute, I'm itching. Why are you itching, Adam? Because I got these leaves on me. Is this poison oak? Was this poison ivy? No, boy, it's fig leaves. Now bring your butt over here. Come here. So y'all don't like the VW translation.
I love the VWJ.
Hilarious apostle.
Come over here. Let me talk to you. Who told you was naked? Well, where you at? Why are you not in place? Why are you not where you're supposed to be? I'm naked. Who told you was naked, man?
That is interesting for so many different reasons.
Wow.
And we don't do it. So there was no church when they kept Shabbat. Yahweh came to their home. They hiding under some bush and some shrub somewhere, knowing Yahweh knocking at the door. How many of y'all have run from the insurance man?
Right.
I've seen it done. That's in the old days, apostle.
Mm-hmm. So was Adam and Eve.
That's a good one, apostle.
So was Adam and Eve. I was one. Look, I got a mom I love her to death, but we had this little nasty insurance guy who would come by and sell all the black people certain kind of insurance. And then when he would come checking for that check, it's like, shh, be quiet. Nobody say nothing. Be quiet. It was like when the certain other religious groups come knocking at your door. Shh, be quiet. Go in the back. Be quiet. Shut the dog up. All right. Are we learning?
Yes, sir.
Pastor, would you read Leviticus 19, 1-3 again for us, please, so we can get it right? And then we're going to go to Leviticus 20 as well. Go ahead, read 19 again.
Leviticus 19:1. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel. And
Wait a minute. Speak unto all the children of Israel. Oh, he didn't say just speak to the Levites?
No, sir.
He didn't say speak to the Baptists?
No, sir.
How about the Methodists?
Nope. No, sir.
He said speak to the Issachar?
No, sir.
Oh, how about Asher?
No.
Oh, he said all of Israel. Okay, go ahead. Keep reading.
Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be Kodesh, for I, Yahweh, your Elohim, am Kodesh. Ye shall revere every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am Yahweh, your Elohim.
And see, here's the part where we got to realize that there are differentiations in Shabbats, because he says here very clearly, I need you to keep my Sabbaths, plural. So he didn't say keep my Sabbath. That would have meant seventh day. there are also other levels of Shabbat, i.e. the Moedim. Take us to Leviticus 20, Pastor.
I'm there. Do you want me to start at verse 1?
Hold on, let's find the verse real quick in Leviticus 20, where he tells him, I am verse number. Who said what?
Verse 7, see Marie.
Yeah. Actually it's two places, but let's take it from verse. Again, this is Levites. He's talking to them. Pastor Spencer, I hope you don't mind. Would you read verse 1 through 10? And listen, I'm going to stop you. Go.
Leviticus 20, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, Again, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, Whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Moloch, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones, and I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given his seed unto Moloch, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my Kodesh name.
Does anybody know what it meant that he gave his seed, not to give his seed to Moloch?
Thanks.
Say your name again. I couldn't hear
sir.
it. Hold on.
Wanda, no, sir.
All right. There was somebody else that just came on. Who was that person?
I'm sorry, that was Danielle again.
Hi, Danielle. All right. Since you were first, what's that look like? Do you know what that means?
I'm thinking two things. Either children that are already born, or the other one. I feel funny saying it, but maybe his sperm, I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. Or a third one, some have put out that he gave his seed that Yahweh gave him to sow to another. But this Moloch took sacrifices of babies. So they sacrificed children to Moloch, and particularly male seeds, Zerah. So, because many of y'all just be reading this and just keep reading and don't stop to understand what that means. Okay. And as you can see, as I pulled it up on the screen for you watching online, I'll enhance the Bible so you guys can see it better. But in this, you'll see the word Zerah. So verse 2, when it says, say unto the children of Israel, whosoever shall of strangers sojourn in Israel that gives his seed unto Moloch shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. So verse 3:2, the word seed here is the word Zerah. It is a Hebrew word H2233. It means seed. Figuratively, it means fruit, planting, sowing time, posterity. Carnally means child. And when you know the history of Moloch, which we don't really like to quote the names of demigods on Shabbat, but it is in the Torah for the purpose of learning. You know, this particular one was a deity in a different land, and one of the things that particular deity was given was sacrifices of children, i.e. Zerah, the seed. All right, Pastor, continue on verse 3.
And I will set my face against that man and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto Moloch, to defile my sanctuary and to profane my Kodesh name.
Okay, so why does Yahweh say he's profaned his sanctuary, and why does he say he's defiled his holy name? Anybody know? We're talking about that seed. Danielle, go.
Because he's sacrificing children, which is against Yahweh.
Okay, that would be an intellectual answer, Danielle, and it's not that you're wrong, but we're not even at that point where he's made that clear that it's a transgression. But we do see that come out in the Torah. He does emphasize this: don't do it. But why specifically does he say you profaned his name? I mean, if even if it's a law that you don't give your seed to do that and you don't kill, right? Because it falls, Danielle, under thou shalt not kill, right? We do have that in the beginning. But why does he say you've defamed my name and you've defamed my sanctuary?
Rogers.
All right, go, Rogers.
Because they were known by his name, the children of Yahweh, and then also he said, thou shalt have no other God before him. So it was wrong on many levels. Okay,
I'm gonna put you there with Danielle. That's biblical, yes, but why specifically? So having no other God before him, yes, you put a God in that place. You shouldn't be worshiping any gods anyway. So idolatry is a no, flat out wrong on many levels. But why was he specific when he said you've defiled my name and my sanctuary?
C. Marie was
C. Marie.
The place that he placed his name.
Okay, we need more. Anybody else? Come on, y'all.
Rogers.
Who is this? Who?
Rogers.
Go.
Okay, I presented two options. The other one was not the one you're looking for, but please help me understand. Were not they the children? Was not everybody else known by him, the children of Yahweh, or?
Okay, yeah, don't focus on that.
Don't with his name.
Don't focus on that. No, because you're gonna get lost. No. Yes, we're all known by his name. And the fact that you serve another God, you disrespect your dad. So that's like a child honoring another dad. Okay. Yes, you defile his name. But why was he specific about sanctifying or defiling his sanctuary and thereby defiling his name?
Andrea.
Go, Andrea.
Were they doing it on a holy day, a Sabbath?
No concern about that.
Okay.
Good. Thanks for participating. Come on, y'all. Y'all can talk to me. Let me give y'all a hint. We've been talking about it for months. Wanda, go.
Because they were given specific things to offer as sacrifices in his sanctuary.
Well, they're not dedicating this Zerah in his sanctuary. They're taking that up into the groves and dedicating that to a demigod somewhere. Good thought, though. Let's focus on seed. Let's focus on Zerah. Roundtree, go.
Was it because he had said during Pesach that all the first males are his and had to be sanctified to him?
Keep coming. You're in the vein. Come on. You might as well finish it.
So
that's funny when you don't expect to be right, but you say, "Oh, I was right."
Yeah.
That breath. It's that breath for me. He's like, that was it. Sorry, my bad.
Every firstborn needed to be sanctified to him, and you could redeem it as far as the male, but all the cattle, like the firstborn, had to be sacrificed to him.
That Zerah, he went into Egypt and took the birthright, the Zerah, man and beast, and gave it back to Israel, then had them go get money to build the sanctuary so that these seed givers would be able to produce sacrifices in his sanctuary where he put his name.
Learning today.
Yes, you are.
I see it.
Y'all understanding that?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you say it one more time, Apostle?
Yes.
Pesach. Let's focus on Pesach. Yahweh goes over into Pesach after they put the blood on the door and the lintels. He goes over to smite the firstborn of man and beast. That blessing is him taking back the birthright, bringing it back over to Israel as retribution, because their birthrights were squandered in Egypt by Pharaoh. Yahweh brings that blessing back over into Israel and drops it off with them, and then tells them to go and get a loan, ask them for money. That money, not the birthright, built the sanctuary in the wilderness. It built the tabernacle. When he asked them for money and gold, not money, when he asked them for gold and precious metals and silver and brass and garments, that came from that plunder of Egypt's economy. And Yahweh used that to make his tabernacle. Yahweh will use the very thing that had you bound to be a symbol of your freedom.
Yahweh be praised. Nice.
Are y'all getting that? So when he does this, he takes the spoil again. You can call them reparations, all right, of the money. When they come out into the wilderness, they use that money to build a tabernacle to Elohim. He puts his name on that tabernacle, and the actual seed he restored to them. They are to take from that seed, that firstborn, those zerah. That's why your Pesach, you have 7 lambs. That's why in Shavuot, you have 7 lambs of the firstborn. They are seed givers. So what Yahweh will do is when you give him the seed giver, he becomes responsible. This is how you get the Lord of the harvest. He becomes responsible. You gave him your seed givers. They are the ones that carry the bloodline. They are the ones that carry they are the studs of those particular herds, right? So he says, you give me the seed givers and I'm going to give you greater seed. So when you give the seed giver to a demigod, you made them your God. You defiled my name and you defiled my sanctuary, because I took the seed back so you'd have something to offer in the sanctuary. I gave you money to build. Y'all all right?
It's kind of hard to talk with you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's why I have a problem with this building fund concept. Yahweh didn't beg them for money. He gave them money and then said, bring me it. I give seed to the sower. And when you sow it where I tell you to sow it, it comes back to you. He didn't have us go begging sinners, having campaigns and running raffle tickets to build his tabernacle. There is no 80-year building fund with a thermometer sitting in the church and a crayon red marker pushing it up the scale until it gets to the place where the mercury busts in the top of the bubble. I'm being real dramatic, but you know what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Ouch.
When Yahweh brings you out and Yahweh puts you in position, Yahweh wants you to go start a kingdom, his hand will not be able, his finger will never point you where his hand can't support you. When he told Israel to get out of Egypt, he did not say get out of Egypt and go and beg Heth, go and beg Midian, go and beg the Girgasites or the Jergasites for some money to help you build the tabernacle to me. When he delivered Israel from Egypt, he said, go tell Egypt to give you money, give you your back pay. Now, once you're out in the wilderness, everybody bring a piece of the back pay you got and put this here so I can build my tabernacle. This is where you're going to bring what makes you prosperous. I also went and got the firstborn birthright and gave it back you as reparations. Now you continue. Give me your seed. When you have your firstborn seeds, bring them to me. Give them to me, and I will be the Lord of your harvest, and you'll always have in perpetuity greater than what you give me. Our problem is we can't stand giving our seed giver up because we know it's our seed giver. Whew. That's a thought. You don't kill your stud. You need your stud. You got to keep your stud. So when Yahweh went over into Egypt, took back the birthright of the firstborn of the both man and beast and gave that back to Israel, he did that so they would be able to sacrifice unto us. Remember what Yoel chapter number 2 talked about when it says that when you turn unto me and you come back to me, will he not leave a blessing behind him so that you can have that which he requires when you come to him? I paraphrase, but go read it. That's the context. So in this, Yahweh sends them into the wilderness. They have no offering, so he gives them an offering. They have no place to offer, so he gives them money to build a place to offer. And not one Jebusite, not one Girgasite, not one Amorite, not one Moabite helped him to do it. He took it from that which oppressed him and that which he defeated, so they could see they were free. I think I said too much.
No.
Roundtree, I have a question.
Okay, Spencer was first, I think. Go.
Yes, I had a question as well. I don't disagree with any of the thoughts that presented, because you kind of summed it all up just now. But my question is in verse 2 and 3, are you specifically saying that he's talking about the firstborn of the seed or any seed?
When he says in verse 2, whosoever he be that of the children of Israel, let's look at the passage so we can get it right. Good question. Look at the passage. Whosoever he be of the children of Israel or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel that gives any of his seed unto Moloch. He does say any of his seed, but the word seed here, we cannot move from it, is the word H223. That is the seed. Carnally, it speaks about the child. It talks about the first fruit or the fruitfulness and the seed at the time of sowing, the sowing time. As long as the earth remains, there'll always be seed time and harvest time. So when he says any of the seed, that does mean any of your children. Do not give any of your children. Any of your children incorporates Zerah as well. The firstborn, the first to crack the matrix. So don't give any of your seed to Molech. That person that does that will surely be put to death, because any of the seed would also incorporate any seed that is given by the power and the blessing of the birthright. Does that make sense, Pastor?
Could you repeat what the last part?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what last part is for you. What's
what
the last part?
Just said, any of the seed would
any of the seed incorporates any of the seed, the phrase, any of his seed, verse 2, part B. He that giveth any of his seed incorporates even the birthright. the firstborn, the seed of that. It also incorporates, that if the birthright having been sacrificed, that birthright should not be given to Moloch, and any other seed, any other zerah, seed giver, should not be sacrificed to any demigod. First off, you shall you shall serve no other gods. You shall have no other gods before me. You don't serve any other gods, right? So any seed does incorporate both the birthright. It doesn't relegate itself to the birthright, but he does say it because what happens is, I will cut that person off, verse 3, from among his people, because he has given of his seed, which is, I give you seed to sow. When I take your birthright, I'm giving you more seed than what I've asked you for, and you don't give what I gave you to another demigod. Otherwise, you defile my sanctuary and you profane my holy name. Does that help?
Yes, I just wanted to be clear that the other thoughts, when they talked about sacrificing the children, and I think you were looking for something more specific, and that's when Elder Roundtree talked about the firstborn, but it wasn't that the other answers were incorrect. And
no.
I just want to make a distinction of that. Okay. Yahweh be praised.
No, as I said, it wasn't that the other answers were wrong. They weren't the ones that we're looking for in this space. Every single one of those answers was right. They all fell in line with what the Torah says not to do. Don't have any of the gods before you. Don't put this, that, or the other before him. And those things are a part of Torah. They are direct. But why does he say specifically that you will defile my sanctuary and profane my holy name? Those things that everyone said was right. It's against the law to do that. It's against the Torah to do that. You don't have another God before him. You don't kill. Thou shalt not kill. You don't even kill. We don't sacrifice babies. Thou shalt not kill. So all of that is right. But my question was related to verse 3. Why does he say you defile my sanctuary and you profane my holy name? Me trying to help you all understand where that comes from is not a general phrase. He's very specific about the sanctuary, very prolific about the profaning of his holy name. So though we don't, and because we don't talk about this in Christendom, there are very select groups that talk to this end. So when we look at his sanctuary, what's the connection of that and the seed? The sanctuary was provided for by the gold Israel took out of Egypt. Before they got the gold, Yahweh went over and brought back the birthright. So once they got the birthright, Yahweh wanted his sacrifices. That's why when you and I give sacrifice on Pesach, on Shavuot, in Sukkah, he wants the firstborn. That comes to his tabernacle. That comes to his sanctuary. When you give that or any seed to Molech, you defile his sanctuary. You profane his name. So when he gave back Israel that birthright, got that back for them, as it were, in a very profound way, he then says, you need a place to make my sacrifices. So here's money. So when you get out there, you can put my tabernacle together. It'll be nomadic like you, but it will be a legitimate place of worship for me. David enhances it later on through the life of Solomon. But at end of day, this is what Yahweh does, because he did that and then gave you money to have a place to make the sacrifices. Does that make sense in the history?
That's good. Thank you so much.
All right. Again, like Pastor said, the answers were not wrong that elders gave. Danielle, I think it was C. Marie, I think it was Daphne, whoever else was on there, Elder Rogers. The answers were not wrong that, yes, that's a sin. You shall not kill. You don't kill babies. You don't offer to other gods. You don't put other gods before me. All of those answers are right. But why did he say it profaned his sanctuary? Because profaning his sanctuary isn't breaking his Torah. When you break his Torah, you put another God before him, you broke his Torah. You didn't profane the sanctuary. Am I talking too fast? Do y'all get that? So if you lie, you're not defiling his sanctuary. You're not profaning his holy name. If you murder, you're not defiling his sanctuary. You're not profaning his holy name. If you steal, you're not defiling his sanctuary. You're not profaning his holy name. This is why Shabbat is important. When you get into Shabbat, this is why you only study or talk about his word. When you discuss his word, you go into it, and all you're get understanding. Not one of you are going to tell me you've ever had that thought or question. Why did he say you're profaning or defiling his sanctuary in his name? You don't make that connection. This is why you need your moray. This is why you need the teachers. This is why you bring those things in, so that you now understand. And I assure you, as I know, that statement and that understanding is going to help you later with another revelation, probably in another Moedim or Shabbat or a lifetime issue. So my job is to get you to know all that information. And that's why we study together. So why does he say, in all you're getting, get understanding? Because we just read right by it. I did like you did for years, just read right by it. Oh, thou shalt know this. You give your seed to Moloch. Oh, well, we know that Moloch is a demigod and he takes sacrifices of children, i.e., for many of you who don't know this, in America anyway, and maybe in London or UK, I should say, you have this Yule log celebration, and other parts of the Nordic and some other places, you have this Yule log celebration, and that Yule log was connected to Moloch and or Tammuz. So if you don't know those things, you don't understand why Yahweh said specifically, this defames my sanctuary. It profanes my name. What I did for y'all when I brought y'all out is disrespectful. What I've given and provided for you to move forward in the kingdom I want you to represent, it's disrespectful. You'd have been taught that in Christendom because you don't know the culture. So that's why we bring these things up. So the seed, as dear Pastor Spencer brings up, it's not just the zerah. It's any seed. But it's because he got the zerah that gives them all their seed. When Yahweh asks for 7 lambs, when Yahweh asks for a lamb without blemish, the first to crack the matrix, he intends to give you a bushel of the very thing he asked you for. So any seed you get from Elohim given to another demigod is disrespectful.
Right?
He gives seed to the sower. He gives bread to the eater. So when we honor him and we take the seed he gives us and we give it to demagoguery, he is not pleased. You defile, you literally, as he says here in verse number 3 rather, you are literally disrespecting and defiling his sanctuary, because I gave you the sanctuary to bring me my seed so I could give you multiplied seed. When you sacrifice a lamb, you're not sacrificing a lamb, you're sacrificing seed. Why? First fruits. If he takes the first fruit, he takes it with all of its seed potential to give you much more fruit. So what I've prepared for my kingdom in the earth to have prosperity from, when you take the seed I'm giving you and you give it to a demigod, then get the heck out of here and go let that demigod help you. That's literally what Yahweh has told them.
Setting up them straight.
I gave you for this reason. How dare you take from what I'm giving you for me to keep blessing you, and you give it to another demigod? So we can't get caught up in the semantics. We must understand the intention of why he says you defile my sanctuary when you do that. and you profane my name. Oh, the God of Israel, as Elder Roger was saying, he's the God of Israel. That's the God of Israel. Don't you belong to Yahweh? Aren't you part of his kingdom? Yeah. So why are you over here with Moloch? You profane my name. So your God ain't enough. I mean, he bad because he put a foot in Pharaoh's, but we afraid of him. But you up here with Moloch too? You profane his name. You don't let him know. Look at the word profane so y'all can understand why this is so serious. Look at the word profane. It's the word kalal. And the word kalal means you're bored with Elohim, or you even wound him. Look at the verse. I'm gonna put it on the screen for y'all so y'all can see it. Watch this closely. The word here for profane is the word kalal. If you look at the right side of your screen on the viewers on YouTube and Facebook, you'll see that when he says kalal, it means you can compare it to 2470. I'll do that right now for you, which is again kalal means you've been rubbed or worn out, okay? Or you've made his name weak, you've made his name sick, you've made his name afflicted, or you're making his name sick, you're grieving his name as if to stroke out. You're doing it only in flattery, and flattery means you really have no respect for the person. It's different from a compliment. So what he's telling you is that when you're talking about this word profane, though we compared it to 2470, which means to make his name weak, you've worn it out. In this kalal from Hebrew word 2490, it goes on to indicate you are properly means you're bored with him. You are bored with his name. His name is your strong tower. The righteous run in there and they are safe, but you are bored with his name. He ain't got enough for you. He ain't doing enough for you. By implication, you're wounding his name. And by implication, you're dissolving his name. Figuratively speaking, a person, place, or thing, you're breaking your word to him. You're creating a wedge between him. You're breaking, you're defiling. You're prostituting. You're causing sorrow. You're staining. You're wounding him. His name. Pastor Spencer, that hit different, don't it?
Yeah, that hits real different.
Anybody else out there know that hit different?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it does.
I'm really not asking for yes people. I'm really trying to get to you for us to understand that, I didn't think about this. Why would he say that specifically? Because it would just seem like we had earlier Lady Danielle, Elder Rogers, and they were right. This is a sin. You don't kill babies. You don't kill. You don't put another guy before him. That's just a sin. You don't do it. But why did he specifically say, you do this to my sanctuary and you do this to my name? So that's what verses 3, and it goes deeper. Later on, we'll get down to verse 6 and 7 when Pastor Spencer reads this next part. Pastor Spencer, I'm going to need you to read in a second. I believe there was Roundtree.
Sir, I wanted to ask a question about the tabernacle.
All right.
Can I do that?
Go ahead.
Okay. So one of the things I was studying about the tabernacle, that there was no space in the tabernacle really for people.
Correct.
Right. And so when we talk about it brought it up when you mentioned the building fund, and we were having a study in a group and we were talking about church and how we misalign that we're building our church like the tabernacle, when really the tabernacle was not meant for a congregation, because there's no pews. No. There's nothing built in there.
You stood.
For people to come and sit down.
Right.
And so really the tabernacle is for God.
Correct. And
it's
the priests.
Not for us. And so our churches that we build and we try to say it's for him, he didn't ask for that. He wanted a place for him that only he could fit in, that honored him. Like we couldn't even see what was inside. And so I was just wondering if that was a correct understanding, that we have taken tabernacle and applied it to our churches, when that's not what the tabernacle was for. It's really only to rest his presence. And there was no room for us to be sitting in there.
Well, it does aid two parts. One, it's not an inaccurate depiction, but it goes deeper. There is more room in the sanctuary than just the Holy of Holies and the laver and the showbread table and the menorah, and then of course the Holy of Holies, because there is the congregation of the saints, and that is where people can come in. That's that little court, they call it, enter in his gates and enter into his courts. So you do have a very small amount of space compared to the quantitative value of Israel being 3.2 million people. You have an area where maybe 100 or so people could stand. There's no pews, like you said. There are no pews. We're not sitting in there chatting it up. Where you're not sitting there. If you sat on the ground. There are no chairs for comfort. You're not supposed to be in there that long. You get in, you come through, you get your head right in the court. You take your sacrifice to the holies, the holy place, and then there's the Holy of Holies. So when you get to the priest, when you come into the gate, you come to the gate of the tabernacle. You get through the congregation of the saint, where people may be standing. There, women are allowed to be there. Men are allowed to be there. The priest may come down and meet with you and consult with you out in that area. And then if you had sacrifices, and say it was just a regular weekday or something like that, you brought your sacrifice for your sin. You consult with the priest out in the congregation of the saints. You consult with them to let them know, what you did or what you didn't do. And then they would tell you what to get. You leave there, go back, get your sacrifice, come back past that area and go to the priest at the laver and give it at the altar. At the laver, and give that to them. They take it to the altar, and then you leave by the congregation of the saints. So when you understand the structure of the tabernacle, and then how Solomon, even when David's request was met by Solomon, and Yahweh permitted it, he still did not, he made more space for the congregation of the saints. That's where the children that's where the disciples of Yeshua were, on the second floor in the house of Elohim, waiting for Shavuot to happen. It was again called the congregation area of the saints. It was the area where saints could congregate, but it was not like you're talking about. It was not for us to go in there and sit and collect, do the stuff we do today with the church. No, it was there so that Yahweh could show his presence. The tabernacle was all he wanted. David was like, you're greater than any other God around here. Please let us show the world how bad you are and make a better shrine to you, because their shrines are sort of kind of dwarfing our carry on our shoulders, with the Levites tabernacle. You got us assembling everywhere we go. And then we got to carry the ark. We got to carry all the other instruments of the tabernacle. So he would say, I want to show a place stable for you. Now that Israel is stable, Jerusalem is the capital. I want to build you a place that everybody knows you are the God of Israel. So the tabernacle wasn't made again for humanity to come in and just sit there and do what they do. You can stand. There were no benches. There were no pews. There were no chancellery, as it were. But in the congregation of the saints, the way it was structured, the elevation from the floor up, and see, my apostle, and Elder Walker will tell you, Apostle Walker will tell you, we studied tabernacle, broke it down, redid it, put it back together like 80,000 times, because it's so important to understand what it's about. The tabernacle does not represent the church today, and the church does not represent the tabernacle. It does not. I don't care what you name it. You call your church the tabernacle, the temple, it don't represent the tabernacle that Yahweh made. And so you're right. It is not a place that they went to coagulate. That's why David would say, I was glad when they said unto me, let's go to the tabernacle. The tabernacle is a place Yahweh put his name on it. He told David, I don't dwell in tabernacles of man's hands. I dwell in you. I made you. I dwell in you. But what I'll do for the sake of what you're looking for, and since you've been faithful to me, I'll give you what you want to evangelize to the world, the kingdom. That's my whole goal. But the tabernacle wasn't designed for people to come in and gather. Think about it. There were 3.2 million people who came out of Egypt, mixed multitude. There was 635,000 Levites who now are responsible for this little bitty itty sanctuary. They couldn't even fit in the thing. So no, it was not designed for us to come and hang out like we do today in all our conferences and all that stuff. No, you had a moment, you had a convocating moment. Every feast that Yahweh called from Leviticus 23, you all come, right? You would come in, and if you pay attention to how the Levites operated, if you really watch this closely, for many who do not do this in Christendom, many of our theologians heard about it and don't really talk about it enough. When you read when Yochanan the Baptist was born, what his father and mother were doing, when you consider when Yeshua came to be offered for his opportunity to be circumcised, the prophetess Anna was there, the other priests were there. There is a system to that. So families went in on system to read in the congregation of the saints, whether it was the tabernacle or the temple in Yeshua's day. They went in to read. They were given a time. They read. Many of you might not realize it because of what took place in Isaiah 61 or what was prophesied or what Messiah did, like Isaiah 61, when he went into the tabernacle or he went into the temple to read. That was a part of what you do in a Moedim. Your family is scheduled to come and read when his time to read came, which was customary. He went in, he read his part, and then he said what Isaiah said in 61. And they lost their mind. They wanted to kill that guy right there on the spot. So if you don't understand that they had cycles, there was schedules that the priests were responsible for the community and themselves, who did what times. In the course of a day, you've seen constant changing of shift in the tabernacle. So I'm giving y'all more than what she's brought up. But once you get me talking about this stuff, I'm gonna throw it up. You know, I hope y'all can get it. So the tabernacle or the temple was not really built for people to congregate. Solomon did, in fact, because Israel grew beyond 3.2 million people by the time Solomon was king. So when the people came for the feasts, the temple, now elite, did have to have more standing room for the saints to come into the quote unquote congregation, never to overspill into the holy and the holiest of holies. These were areas that the people gathering and the nation being so much larger would come in, pass through, talk to a priest, get whatever they needed to have a conversation with. They didn't congregate like y'all do in church, talking to Sister Sally and such and so. No, you did that outside of the tabernacle. You did that outside of the temple. When you came into the congregation of the saints area, it was about the word. It was about the Torah. And therefore, when it came time for the trumpet, the shofars to blow, people would then pay attention. And then you went in, as was your cycle, to read, to give your offering, to render your tithe, to render your sin offerings at that time. These were the things that were done. There was a system to it. And what we do in church is nothing like what the tabernacle or the temple had been doing. So I hope that helps your question, Roundtree.
Yes, sir, it did. It brought up more questions. But
and it's supposed to. That's why we talk like this in Shabbat. There should be. Everybody should have more questions. All right. Thank you for asking that question. Danielle, what you got?
I had a question about, you kind of answered one of my questions as it relates to Yeshua going to the temple or going to the tabernacle to teach. I was reading Mark 2 and chapter 2, and I was wondering if that was a Sabbath or if it was a Moedim. But I think you kind of answered that. But my next question is, which Moedim was it? Was it Pesach or was it Sukkah?
That one was Pesach, beloved. That is one of our standards we talk about all the time. And this last couple of months, we sort of kind of stayed away from bringing Mark and Luke up, only because we were trying to focus on making sure everybody understood the requests for the Moedim. All right. But yes, Mark 2 is a part of our standard everyday how to Sabbath. That when they were plucking corn, his disciples were walking and the Pharisees stopped him and says, why do your disciples do that which is not considered holy? Right. And he was like, well, have you not read? Because you're supposed to know this as a leader of Israel, that David came in and got what he needed to get on the Sabbath. Because in the Sabbath, a day when you can walk and travel, whatever is on that plate, if you really got need, you can have that. David knew his rights. So I gave you more than what you were looking for, but I'm hoping that opened up more doors for questions for all of you. But yes, that day was Pesach. That day that they were there was Pesach. The reason we know that is because it goes on to say, and on another Sabbath after the Sabbath, they got with him. So if you read the story of Luke and you read the story of Mark, where you are, Luke, I think you're in Mark 2, so Luke 6 and Mark 2, you read those together to get full context of that story. That help, Danielle?
Yes, sir, it did. Thank you.
Perfect. Great question, too. I love the fact you picked that up. All right. Anybody else? Who was next? Daphne.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Apostle. Apostle, I think this is still related to the Sabbath, but I was studying and I ran across 2 Chronicles 8:13. And I'm asking, please, if you can help me to understand the moons, what's going on with the moons in that. Thank you.
Hold that question for us, because that's going to take us off of where we are with this reading right now that Pastor Spencer is in Leviticus chapter 20. We're talking about be ye holy for I am holy. However, the moons, understanding the moons, they have everything to do with your feasts. They've got everything to do with the times that Yahweh has placed us. And Genesis Bereshit chapter 1 tells us very clearly, he put the signs, he put the moons, the stars, the sun, the lights into the heavens for signs of times and seasons. So they are very significant. Those are honeymoons, full moons. I'll say this and leave it. People confuse honeymoons because of Christianity with the time after you get married. Whenever you get married.
Okay, I got it.
But the honeymoons are only during the high holy days. So what y'all need to realize, if you are not married or your children are not married, and they have just a grain of faith, I would admonish you, make sure your children get married around the honeymoons so they can actually have an actual honeymoon. Why is that significant? Because the honeymoon means that the moon is lowest to the earth. It is full. It is in full view, and it causes the water to rise. It also causes passion to rise. You and I are just like the earth. We're just scaled down versions of it. We are what we call microcosms of the earth. So therefore, the earth is 75% ballparkish water and 25% dirt. So is the human, right? And so when the water rises up to the moon, that's lowered in full view, full honey moon, you are going to have passions rise. So in a honeymoon, after a covenant of marriage, you're in a season for 7 days when the moon has passions at its highest, love, eroticism, sealing and bonding of a marriage are dynamic. You can't just have a honeymoon whenever you want. A honeymoon is a real thing. And so when you understand that, and real talk, your honeymoons are basically the moons of the seasons that Yahweh put in Leviticus 23. So I'm hoping that made someone else ask a question. Well, when are the honeymoons? Every feast season is a honeymoon.
Apostle, I clearly understand that, because now that you just said that, that's exactly what that is referencing. Now I get it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And so people should try to marry around the feasts. Sukkah is a good time to marry. The 15th of Nisan, the 15th of Tishri. After that. And what else? Pesach is a good time to marry. And anywhere inside of technically the counting of the Omers. You know, I like to see people marry right after Shavuot. If you get married right after Shavuot, that's why summer weddings, spring weddings are so popular. All right. And what happens with those summer weddings and those spring weddings are the moon is a certain way, and the rain is a certain way at that season. It's very important. Stuff is deep. It's real deep, real deep, real deep. Good question. But if I keep going, it'll take us off from where we are. Pastor, let's keep on with our tracking of be ye holy, for I am holy. So we're not even yet down to verse 7 where we need to be. So remember, we're talking about be ye holy, for I am holy, because Yahweh is like, when he says be ye Kodesh, he is saying be ye in Shabbat, because I'm going to be in Shabbat. And in Shabbat, you only learn about my righteousness. In Shabbat, seventh day, and definitely the Moedim, you are to read my word. So my word is holy, right? I am my word. I will be in Shabbat looking for you to be there, but I can't force you. So be ye Kodesh, because I'll be Kodesh. You really want to get to know me? You really want to rock with me? You really want to be down with me? You really want to be my child? Be where I'm going to be. Be ye Kodesh, because I am Kodesh. And the thing about it that gives us the premeditating element, or the pre-set element, is that Yahweh made it very clear, I sanctified, I Kodeshed the seventh day. Nothing else was deemed holy. Except Genesis 2, verses 3. He made that day holy. Nobody with a wow? Okay. Let's keep moving.
Amen.
Pastor Spencer, I need some reading.
Sure. Leviticus chapter 20, I'll start again at verse 2. Again, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Moloch, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones, and I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto Moloch, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my Kodesh set apart name.
Pause. So let me ask you guys, does anybody now have another way of reading what it means to profane Yahweh's name?
No, I understand clearly.
Does anybody else? Great, Pastor. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Give it to me. What you got? Who? I don't know who that was that said yes, sir, but whoever, say your name. How would you now read that? Okay.
It was Veronica.
Hey, Veronica. How would you read it, beloved?
It to me, it's like disrespecting and dishonoring his name.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to help us with this part again and put it back up on the screen so we can all see it. Great ad, Veronica. So I'm going to take this and put it back on the screen. What does it mean to profane his name? So when we read this now, as Pastor just did beautifully, he says, listen, when I set my face against that man, I'm going to cut him off from among his people because he gave his seed to Molech. He has defiled my sanctuary and profaned my name. He has profaned. The word is kala. He has been bored by my name. He has put wound to my name. He is dissolving my name. He is profaning my name. He is breaking his word and my covenant to his name. He is putting a wedge between my name and him. Do y'all realize that the name of Yahweh is your strong tower? The righteous run into it and they are saved. You are telling me that something else is stronger than me and greater than me.
That's what it's saying.
Y'all gonna talk to me. Did y'all ever read it that way? Anybody ever taught y'all to look at it that way and see it from what it says?
No,
sir.
Does that hit different?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It does.
Or in depth.
Pastor, I'm listening.
And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man when he giveth of his seed unto Molech, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him to commit whoredom with Molech from among their people.
So what he says is, if you turn your face while you know a man is sacrificing his seed to Molech, and you don't stop him and you don't kill him, then I'm going to set my face against not only that man, but against the family of the man who looked away.
Wow.
Not, listen, y'all, not just that man. Let me make this clear. I don't think we got this yet. This is why you got to walk this stuff slow. I'm going to look at the verse. Look at the verse. This is what Yahweh says. Look at the verse. He says, the man that commits this thing to Molech, I'm going to kill him. I ain't going to mess with his family. I'm going to kill him. Listen, y'all. Listen. I'm not going to kill the family. I'm going to kill him. Now, if I see another man watching this man I'm going to kill, and I don't see if this man that's committing this to Molech is seen by another man of Israel honoring me, and the man that sees him do it turns his face from it and doesn't kill the man for doing it, I'm going to kill not only the man that turned his face, but I'm going to kill his wife and all of his children.
That way he will be eliminating that spirit
altogether.
Accountability.
Now, y'all going to be judgmental right now. I want y'all not to be judgmental. I want y'all to think about this in practicality, how we would not have any problem with, we have a less problem with sin in the church and everywhere else if these types of things were still left in place. But I'm not advocating that. I'm just telling y'all that's what that means. I am not saying I'm for it. I'm saying that's what he said. And if y'all don't like it, you're going to have to lump it because that's what he did. Hit a little different, don't it?
Yes, sir.
It sure does.
Very different.
But we can't talk about that because our God is so loving. Jesus loved the little children, all the children of the world. Okay, let me stop. So this is what he did. He says, and if the people of that land do in any way hide their eyes from the man when he gives his seed unto Molech, and they don't kill him, then I, Yahweh, will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off and all who go a-whoring after him. Did I tell y'all? I think I was in error. So if the man that saw the man sacrifice to Moloch doesn't address the man, then Yahweh is going to set his face against that man and against that man's family and against his friends who went with him to go a-whoring after another god. Forget Moloch, any other god.
I got it. Thank you.
Y'all still want to have them friends and family days at church?
I'll pass. Me too.
Come on, we talk about friends and family day. No, we're not talking friends and family. Okay, all right, I'll leave it alone. Okay, cool. Does it hit different though?
It does.
This is why I love Sabbath. It's a slow cook. It's a slow cook. All right, Pastor Spencer, we have not gotten to verse 7 yet. Would you pick up from verse 5?
It's tight, but it's right.
That part.
Absolutely.
Verse 5. Then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off and all that go a-whoring after him to commit whoredom with Moloch from among their people. Verse 6. And the soul that turneth after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards to go a-whoring after them, I, Yahweh, will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people.
Pause. Hear me, y'all. You know how I oftentimes say some people need to be glad. Some people need to be glad I'm saved. Y'all need y'all need to be glad Yahweh is merciful, because here, half these prophets we have coming through our church leading people with witchcraft and wizardry.
Would be dead.
You hear me? Not the witchcraft and the wizardry person, but the people that listen to the foolishness.
Right.
Ooh, help us. Oh, yeah.
So when you got people preaching, I'm sorry, we preach too much about witches and wizards and warlocks and all that stuff. To me, the people that do it are the people who believe in it. I don't believe in witches and warlocks. They do exist, but when you give them credence and you preach about them, you give them power. Now you got a weak, immature, new babe in faith wondering if a warlock is going to come creeping in their door and what's accosting me when I'm sleeping and what's going on. Listen, you have to understand that the only way you can start getting issues with witches and warlocks in the life of a believer is if you're outside of his word.
Tricia. Amen, amen, amen.
I'm going to say it again. The only way you can have issues with witches and warlocks and goths and goblins and hierarchy, all this other stuff, shoot, I'm having issues with archbishops and chief apostles right now as a part of witchcraft and witchery inside of the church. I'm not joking about prophet.
That's
I'm
a
sorry.
good example.
It is. What the heck is an archbishop? A chief apostle?
That could be worse than witchcraft.
It is, if you understand where the bishopric comes from. It is. That's a whole nother system of multi-faith systems. That is demagoguery at its highest, and you are putting it in pulpits over the lambs of Elohim and telling them that I'm archbishop, I'm chief apostle. That is nowhere in your Bible. Find one of those titles near Messiah's name. Find it near Moshe's name. Peter, Paul, I'll wait.
I put chief sinner, but not chief. Those other things.
I'll wait. And we don't understand that all of that stuff it's witchery. It's literally Witchcraft.
Way too much.
We do. Way too much. And thinking we're doing the will of the Father. But here's the catch. Look at what he says. The soul that turns after familiar spirits.
Yep.
The souls that turn after wizards to go following them all over the nation. Ooh, I better slow down if I get in trouble on Sabbath. But you know what? Yahweh got me.
No, keep going.
You can't wait to get to this conference way over here and that conference way over there because they gonna be over here. And this is, y'all be careful. That stuff really is a lot of familiar spirit, man.
Tell the truth, Apostle.
And you blowing money and you blowing time from work. And some of y'all done lost your jobs following and tracking behind this anointing of God from somewhere over here and all this. That's all wonderful to give honor to them when they're in your city, but you traveling all over the world to be there and get there, dear heart, I promise you, you are producing and propagating and let me stop. You be careful. When he look, verse 6, the soul that turns after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards to go a whoring after them, I will set my face against that soul. The only time people left nations in Israel to go to a great movement of Elohim was the feasts. They didn't leave their nation, watch this, to come follow Yeshua. Listen to me. Ruach, I repent.
Ooh, that's a good one right there.
They did not leave their nations to come, except for the Magi, to come and follow Yeshua. Every time Yeshua went to a new city, his aura drew people to him. Nobody traveled from wherever to come see him. Though his name was noised abroad. What are we doing?
Way too much.
Way too much. Way too much.
No, we doing idolatry. That's what we doing.
Idolatry, this joke. Pastor Prophet, take his mic. Take that man mic. Take that man mic. Listen. It's an idolatry. What are we doing? I am not against conferences that aid and help the potter. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about all this. We got to understand, the body of Messiah knows who it is. Listen to what the instructions were. If you hear someone say Messiah is over here, don't go. Oh, y'all didn't put that together that way? Let me do it again. If you hear them say Messiah is over here, or Messiah is over here, or lo, he comes over there, don't go.
That's what he said.
Don't go a-whoring.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be an identifier of a familiar spirit?
Indeed.
A witch is all about illusion. No, these spirits is real. I don't know, because I was under the oppression of a spirit. Yes, you can be. You can be because you submitted yourself because somebody else caused you to fear it. In Messiah, there is no spirit that can touch you. I dare a witch to come up to me, want my hair. I will cut my hair fresh. I will grow hair just to cut it and give it to them. You can't cast no daggone spell on me.
Right there. Thank you.
I'm bald. I promise you I will. I will wait 4 months to grow hair, go to a barber, have them cut it, send it to whoever the witch was that wanted my hair, and let them have it. Y'all stop this mess with fearing these things. We are above every principality and power in this world when we're in Messiah. The only reason witches and warlocks and those spirits got power over you is because you're out of his word.
That's good. Say that again. Amen.
Y'all not the boss of me, but I'll do it because you asked nicely. Talk to me nice now. So
thank you. Say that again. Thank you. Thank you.
The only reason these spirits and these things, and people are preaching about, the more you preach about a demon, the more you preach about a spirit you may have had an encounter with, the more you give it power. And you spread its power over immature ears.
That part.
And now they're locking in. Oh, that's the spirit of Leviathan. Oh, that's the spirit of Jezebel. Oh, that's the spirit of Delilah. Oh, that's the spirit of the pumpernickel. Pumpernickel? That's a bread. And the only reason they have any kind of power over you is because you're outside of his word. The name of Yahweh is our strong tower. The righteous run into him and they are saved. There is no demon in there. By the way, y'all, there are no demons in hell.
Church people ain't gonna like you saying
I know they don't like me, prophet. I know.
Come on, Apostle, tell the truth.
The demons ain't in hell.
Right, what they doing down there?
Hell is where you go because you died unrighteously. There's weeping and gnashing of teeth. That's just the nature of what that is once you're there. You don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principality and powers and rules of darkness, world, spiritual wickedness, high places. So even if there was a demon in hell, the demon in hell is in hell. He ain't coming for you. You got enough spirits up here fighting for you. You don't wrestle against flesh and blood. What do you wrestle against? Stop and think about it. Don't just quote it. Principalities, plural. Powers, plural. Spiritual wickedness in high places, plural. You don't need demons from hell fighting with you. And the only reason any of these can bother you is when you're outside of his word. So why are you preaching about demons? Because I can make money, because there's enough ignorant people who don't know enough about spirits that if I tell them about spirits, they'll think that I can help them do a seance and get rid of spirits.
Right. I teach them evil, then they need me.
Best way to get, what's the most popular way? You find a problem and then you have a solution to the problem. Well, what we've learned from other areas in the world is that sometimes you create a problem so there is a problem so you can solve the problem, because you got an answer to a problem that doesn't even exist until you make it a problem, and then you sell the elixir.
Wow.
I'm sorry, you was laughing too hard. What'd you say?
I was clearing my throat.
I love it. So stop fearing familiar spirits. When you see them, you know a familiar spirit, and it usually comes in the office of prophecy. That's why I'm very funny about calling people prophets and prophetesses, and you don't even know the word. If you don't know the word, listen, if a prophet knows the word, they will not do different than the office of the prophet, its job description set by the word. A prophet does not intentionally and does not schedule a yearly schedule to go around the world prophesying.
It's not even how it works, actually.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound right.
When you think about it, it just don't make sense, especially when you know what the prophet's office is to do. They don't have time for that.
I don't think the school of prophets were like that.
Not one of them. The school won't like it because the school was made to get tuition. Hello.
Whew.
So they don't just prophesy all willy-nilly?
No, you don't. Who is Willie, by the way?
He related to Nilly.
He married Nilly. Oh.
He Nilly cousin.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know. I almost messed up. So Willie is the cousin of Nilly.
That's how that goes.
Oh, I thought it was husband and wife team. Okay, cool. All right. That makes sense. Yeah. Usually cousins get in trouble, don't they?
They do.
So when Willie and Nilly, I knew when I hung out with my cousins, we was very nefarious. So I don't know if I want to trust Willie and Nilly together.
I wouldn't.
Unless they get saved.
Didn't Nilly and one of his other cousins get brought down for impersonating?
Yeah, something about the rain, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Yahweh has the reign and his power and his control only. That's what I know. That's what I understood.
Wanda.
So when we understand that you cannot be caught up in this issue, he tells you in verse 6, we're right here in Leviticus 20, verse 6, and the soul that turns after such, having familiar spirits, after wizards, and you got to know what they are. We think that wizards are coming to us from Pharaoh's courts. Listen, did y'all remember when Moshe was with Pharaoh and the viziers and the counselors to Pharaoh and the spiritualists and the priests to Pharaoh were multifaceted from different faith systems. Each of them served a different god. And even if you go back to the time of Usef, when he interpreted the dream, none of the spiritualists in the camp of Pharaoh could interpret the dream. They started lying. Did y'all know that?
Yes, sir. They sure did, sir.
Listen, let's think about this. When I say this, I want y'all to think about it. Don't just jump out there. But the list of diviners and diviners in the Pharaoh's court could not interpret the dream, but took the risk of giving him a fabricated interpretation, and he saw right through it. So let me ask you, those titles already existed when the dream came. Those people were already in place when the dream came. And the true spirit was locked up in prison. So these spirits who were trying to do what he is designed to do would be familiar spirits, wouldn't they?
Yes, sir.
But they were already the voice of religious reasoning over the mass. So the organization and its construct is already in place. How many familiar spirits have you run into?
More than we know.
Way too many. Way too many.
I told y'all to think about this before you make comment, because you get in trouble. Don't get yourself affiliated with what we talk about here if you don't understand it. Because how many familiar spirits have we been dealing with it, thinking, and they themselves thinking, that they are not a familiar spirit operating inside of a congregation that is hoping to know Messiah. And then we're running off all over the world, following behind them because they got a speaking engagement over here. In this conference, God is going to move. In this conference, God is going to reveal. And this conference is going to be, oh my God, we're going to have all the great apostles come and join and converge, and all the generals will converge at one place. Yeah, Yahweh has that in his schedule every year, like 3 times. It's called the Feast of Yahweh, his Moedim. I don't have any recollection of any prophets living in the same days, convocating at one nation telling everybody to join them there because we're going to bring the fire of God down. Sorry, y'all. It's good busy stuff, but that ain't kingdom.
That is not kingdom.
And the only time that Yahweh tells all the prophets, all the apostles, all the sages, all the kadals, all the kohanim, the gadal kohanim, and the kings of the nations, the only time he tells them to gather is during the Moedim. Come from all over the nation. Get your flight. Get your donkeys. Get your horseshoes on your horses, and y'all gonna come down to Jerusalem and meet me where I say meet me. Everybody all over the globe in the same day, I say to meet. You don't have these separate moves of God because 80 people gathered together who have been deemed the viziers to Christendom and the diviners of Christendom. We all gather at a place because there's a chance to get a conference and we can have, a demonstration of how many Christians we have in the world. Trouble in my way. I got to cry sometime. Trouble in my way. I'm sorry. The only time Yahweh wants that, if you want to really have a move where Yahweh is going to be able to do what he needs to do, is in the times he's called for. Be there when he say be there. All that other stuff is familiar. So if I don't keep his day and I do it on another day, let me help y'all. Can I help y'all? If I don't keep his day and I do it on another day, would that be familiar?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Y'all know who did that and got into a world of trouble? One half of Israel. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember when Israel split? 10 tribes went up north, 3 tribes and the Levites stayed down south. We call that the southern kingdom and the upper northern kingdom. Right? So the northern kingdom decided to change the dates of the feasts and decided to change the place of the feasts. So they made a familiar to Yahweh's instruction, sacrifice, and time. And it cost them dearly. Thus we call them the lost tribes. Let that sink in. How you think they got lost? Because they're operating under a familiar spirit. It's familiar to the Torah, but it's not the Torah. Are y'all understanding this? It is familiar spirit. And don't think that it's just going to be some spirit that comes out and says, I'm a Satanist. So you're not going to have Satan come into your church trying to commandeer your church. Just like in the days of Pharaoh and Moshe, the diviners in Pharaoh's court did not run out to convince Israel. They're cool in their own little space. We're the one that goes gallivanting after them, hoping that they can give us some spiritual insight. And now we follow them all over the world and end up getting suckered and lured into a bunch of tomfoolery and debt and them lording over us. And we freely give them the lordship over us, which belongs to the Father. All you need to do is keep his word, follow his instructions, and let him lead and guide your lives. And he's left his instructions right here in the writ for us. We ain't got to go searching. It's right there. There is no conference of the greatest spiritual orator on the planet other than the conferences Yahweh called. Yeshua did not have people from all over the world coming to see him, except the one time he was born. After that, the 30 years he was alive, he didn't have people in the last 3 years of his life, okay? He didn't have people coming from all over the nations to see him. When he traveled around, he was sort of kind of magnetic. and his charisma and the aura of his presence attracted people. He answered questions and people came. They were there from that city, though. They didn't come from other cities. They didn't set trips and say, oh, he's going to be at the Apollo, or oh, he's going to be at the Mile High Stadium, or oh, he's going to be at the Crypto.com Stadium, or oh, he's going to be at the Barclay. Hey, we want to get over there. Hey, we want to get down to the AT&T Arena. No. Why are we following people around like that today? I'm not against nobody's grind. You can make money, do what you want to do, but that ain't kingdom. That's not the template he gave us. If you're going to gather and you want to really understand kingdom, you gather when Yahweh has said. He made it very clear. He put it in his writ. Just read Leviticus 23 and read through the Torah and then compare it to what the Brit Hadessa did. Every time you saw miracles that make you and I preach, they happened during usually a Moedim. They didn't gather at the tabernacle or the temple anytime. It's quiet on Facebook and it's quiet on YouTube. I think I might have lost y'all today. I hope I didn't lose y'all. I hope we're okay.
No, that's good, Apostle.
Verse 6, and the soul, Pastor Spencer, get ready to get verse 7. Verse 6 says, and the soul that turns after such as have familiar spirits and after wizards to go a-whoring after them, I want to set my face against that soul and cut him off from among his people.
Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be ye Kodesh, for I am Yahweh, your Elohim.
Keep going.
And ye shall keep my statutes and do them. I am Yahweh, which sanctify you.
Wait a minute. So in Genesis chapter 2, verse 3, he sanctified the Shabbat, right? Y'all remember that?
Yes, sir.
We read that earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
So if he sanctified the Shabbat and he then says, sanctify yourselves because of this, verse 8, keep my statutes, I am Yahweh which sanctifies you. So the word sanctify, guess what? It's the same word. It is the Hebrew word, H6942, Kadesh. So when he says, I've sanctified you, just like he sanctified that day, he is the one that sanctified the day and you, and he wants you in that day with him, for you. So be ye Kodesh, be where I've sanctified, because I am that which has sanctified it. Be there. I'll meet you there. That's what irritates my skin the most. My skin the most. I'm like, we really just ran with stuff that sounded good in a microphone. So when Yahweh says, verse 7, sanctify yourselves. How do you sanctify yourself? You need his word. Not oil on your forehead, not a baptism in water, not a robe that you put on. You sanctify yourself by complying with his word. And be ye Kodesh, for I, Yahweh, am your Elohim. Keep my statutes. It's me who sanctifies you. Thank you, Pastor Spencer, for helping to read that. I'm not certain if I have a cue. What do we got?
You do, sir. Tricia.
Tricia, hey. Tricia? Tricia? All right, I guess we lost her.
She's here, sir.
All right. Well. Okay. Who else do we have?
Me, Wanda.
Okay. She's a little bit rough on that one, cuz. All right, go ahead. What you got?
I'm sorry. It's Wanda. Just to confirm what you were saying about following the familiar spirit, or about the prophets and the familiar spirit, and then in regards to Shabbat, if we look at Leviticus 19, verses 30 and 31, they confirm what you were just saying.
All right, well, let's get there then. Leviticus 19, 30 and 31. These whole two chapters, 19 and 20, deals with that. That's what Yahweh wants us to see and realize. But let's look at it just to get it, since you brought it into play. Go ahead, take time to read it. So you're going to read that 3 up and 3 down. Let's go.
Okay, 3 up and 3 down.
Those of you on Facebook and YouTube, we got it up on screen for you. Go. Go, Wanda.
I'm sorry. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall you use enchantment.
Where you at? Start.
Observe times.
Oh, you're on 20. She's on 26, everybody. All right, read it again, please. 26.
Ye shall not eat anything with the blood. You said 3 up, huh?
Yes, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay. Ye shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am Yahweh. Ye shall not prostitute thy daughters to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. 30, the key verse. Ye shall keep my Shabbats and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahweh. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am Yahweh, your Elohim.
Now, see, a lot of people believe that, we get turned out by some person who came in unto us. No, we get turned out by a person we didn't vet in the word. And and you go running to, because you think it's what it is, and you haven't vetted anything that they've done, because the glamour and the glitz and the flashing of everything that has been presented, and they say good, cute, surly words. A familiar spirits know what's in the room. And if an orator or a commander of the room is just there for their own glory, then the familiar spirit has a way in to give it insight to the content and the mindsets in the room, and we'll touch on this and touch on that. That's familiar to a person, and that's how you pull it out. So when you have a pull on you in an audience, and I've done this myself many times, and I've had to check it by the word before I spoke it out my mouth. And it's like, okay, well, why would you give me that to say, Yahweh? And I need you to put that to me in the word. Sometimes this stuff happens live time. And so when I try what's being asked me to speak, even though I'm speaking from the word, there are things, if your mind is not focused on the charge at hand, leaders, orators, speakers, those who control the rooms, then you can be commandeered sometimes by a familiar spirit. Before you realize it, you're sucked up in a vortex. Now you prophesying to everybody in the building, and it just doesn't become what Yahweh ever wanted. However, familiar spirits know what's going on with everybody and their pasts. Let me just say this and get off this mic so I can let y'all see this before I get done with this. And what we don't think can happen is that a familiar spirit can become active while you're in church having what you deem to be a holy time.
Come on.
Wow.
They have just as much right to speak. You, as a speaker, got to choose who you listen to. I am talking to y'all from experience.
This is so good, Apostle.
Yes, it is.
And so if you don't vet what's coming into your head as a suggestion to herald forth by the word, you be best not to say that. Because once you open that gate, you've given a crack in the head, the serpent will bite. Now you've relegated that audience to a familiar spirit. And many of them come in looking for something. I can't stand it when I go to church and everybody's looking at the man or the woman of God preaching like, do you got a word for me? Do you got a word for me? Do you got a word for me? Yeah, here's the Bible right here. Just start reading. Relegating your mind that the word of Elohim is your prophecy and your prophecy fulfiller and your provisions provider. Until we do that, people will always operate in familiar spirits from behind pulpits. It is a fact. I've seen it. I've run too many. Hey, I've had to repent years ago for allowing it to take place. No intentions of it taking place, but once you let it run and the people get moving and the music get playing and everything get going, you don't realize until a day and a half later, like, oh my God, what was we doing? I've been there, I've done it.
Yeah, that's the part that stuck out to me, Apostle.
Yeah,
because we've allowed because we sought after them. We've allowed ourselves to be defiled by them.
And the thing is, I want you to remember, you're still not wrestling against flesh and blood. There are so many good people who are in our faith and able to commandeer a room and hold the attention of that room and have good intentions when they start it, but because we be lacking and we be slacking and we get caught up in the fact that the crowd is moving and we got their attention, the enemy is always looking to shoot darts to find out if he can get a way in any way to speak something out of your mouth. And it does not mean because you in a holy place. Listen, y'all, listen. I teach a message. It's called Images in Your Mind. I am telling you, I have been in a place where I have felt the presence of Elohim. My hands have been raised and a song has come to me in that time of worship. I'm singing with the devotion. I'm leading the devotion. I am in the middle of my sermon and the word of Elohim has happened, and then coming down off of it and an unholy thought has crossed my mind.
Wanda Clark.
Now, we're not going to go down this pathway. I just want to make sure y'all understand this stuff is real. And I know what I'm talking about. When you find that, what do you do then? Many people, as I've had this conference and these conversations with many people, they shut down like, oh my God, I'm not worthy. I just thought such a bad thing and I'm in such a holy place and I know his presence is here. And why would I think such a thing? Oh my God. And then they freak out. They shut down. And now the enemy got you. Can I help some of y'all with this?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
When that happens and you're in a holy place, the familiar spirit has the right to knock at your door, to distract you. You have to give that over to the Father. And the thing is, what the Spirit will bring out of you are things that are already owned by you. They are already in you. Watch this. So when he brings them up, sometimes it will be Yahweh that brings it up out of you and says, you're in a holy place, you're being sanctified, but I found this in you. And he pulls it up out of you. And then he looks at you and says, what do you want me to do with it? Now, many of us become embarrassed by it and we fold and we crumble like, I'm not worthy. I must not be in the spirit. But what Yahweh is wanting you to say is, I give that to you, Father. Take that from me. Take it from me. You raise it up out of me. Because when you understand what he does with the silversmith and the silver, he puts the silver in a vat. That's why we call him the silversmith. He puts the silver in the vat. He heats the vat up so that only the pure of the metal stays together and the dross and the tin rises to the top. And then he takes his skimmer and then pulls it out of the precious metal, which is you, and basically shows you this is what was in you. And you have to say, take that from me. I give it to you. Thanks for showing it to me. I don't want it no more. It's too fat for me. See how much weight it put on me? I'm feeling a whole lot slimmer now. Yahweh, take that from me. But if you're caught up in not understanding how this works, you will think you have failed. You will say, oh my God, I failed. And Yahweh's like, no, just tell me what you want me to do with it. I found it in you. Do you want me to remove it? Or do you want me to put it back in? Because Yahweh's not going to take it from you unless you say, take this from me. Watch. I surrender all. Get it? And sometimes he shows you what you need to surrender. But if you don't surrender it, just because he showed it to you, he's not going to remove it.
Huh.
Do y'all get that?
Yes, sir. So good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now you have this other option when this happens and this scenario takes place and you're sitting there in this holy place and you get this thought. And if you don't render that, you now have this ability to give this gap for a familiar spirit to come in. And now you start hearing this, you're like, oh my God. And you start feeling bad, like, oh God, I'm not worthy. Why am I thinking this kind of stuff? I'm telling y'all what I lived through. Why am I thinking like this, God? I know I'm in your presence. What in the world? And I gave myself the, oh, woe is me treatment. Next thing you know, I'm minutes from sin and just left a holy place.
So it's a consistent check.
It's a constant check. It don't go nowhere. Every time you get in the fire, anytime you put precious metal in the fire, you heat it up. It's going to bring out all the unnecessary additives that are in that precious metal. That's why the fire keeps getting hotter. And he sits like that over the vat, stirring it to show you the dross and show you the tin and be like, Father, take it from me.
Yes. Oh, okay.
So when you find yourself in that state and you're in a holy place and an unholy thought come, I promise you, say these words, Yahweh, take it from me.
Okay.
That's,
take it from me.
that's when he's removing it. I'm telling y'all what I know, not what I heard. And that's why I teach images in my mind, because you cannot ever get rid of the image. You have history of that image. Does that make sense, Zion?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Apostle. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? If you got people, moderators, make sure everybody's got a microphone. And if they got a microphone and they're here, and make sure everybody gets an invitation on Clubhouse for a microphone. Those of you who are here with us on YouTube and Facebook, our Bibles are going to be open. You can join us with what we're teaching and how we're showing it from the writ. Hope you guys are learning and being edified. But make sure moderators, all moderators, please, I'm asking y'all to charge yourselves to go down and send invitations. People down in our lower areas, all of those on Clubhouse. I can't see y'all, but I know that just some down there. If y'all down there, you want to come up and share, not share, but have a question or share a revelation. Just say your name. We don't antagonize. We don't argue. We don't fight here. We just talk about the writ. That's all we do, and real life. And so we do it based on Torah, which is the first 5 books of our Bible and the life of Messiah. And then we show the testimonials that come from the remaining books of what we call the Bible. Therefore, if you got a question or a thought and you're enjoying what you're hearing and you never heard it before, you got a question, please come up. You're welcome to do that. We have no problems. We just don't fight. We don't argue. We don't antagonize. We just share what the word says and we go from there. So the invitations that are coming to you to take a microphone are coming directly from me. I just have to have other people do it because I'm doing what I do here. All right. So if you have a question, say your name. Our moderators, but say your name so we can hear y'all, because some of y'all be halfway on mute and halfway off mute saying it. So wait for the mute button, then say your name, and our moderators will catch you and put you in queue. All right. And don't feel bad to say it while someone else is talking, so we know that, okay, there's a word we just heard, and we'll catch that word. And when they're done talking, give you that space to come on. So I hope I answered that question rightly. No, what I want to touch about was this. In this passage you brought in 19. Now, there is in Leviticus 19, I'm going to put them back on the screen for you guys watching. In Leviticus 19, I got somebody monitoring YouTube and the chats in Clubhouse. Somebody monitoring Facebook chats.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. So when I look here at Leviticus 19 again, and verse number 29, he says, we already know that Leviticus 19:28 talks about tattoos and whatnot, right? And the cutting of your flesh and putting prints and marks on you about people who are dead, right? Verse 29 says, do not prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a whore. Now, the word here for prostitute is the word that you guys have seen previously. And that was the word profane. But because of the way we are in our modern day, when we think about prostitute, we think about causing your daughter to become sexually promiscuous or sexually active. I'm going to share with y'all what prostitution looks like in the church. The word for prostitute is the same word you heard for the word profane, H2490, which is the word kalal. It means do not allow for your daughter to literally pollute, to profane, to stain, to play the flute, to break the word of Elohim. So you have a lot of organizations that look to get behind someone who is popular, who can be what we call DRAW, a draw, and bring them in to speak anything around God, as long as the people are filling the pews and filling the coffers, filling the coffers. That's called prostitution.
Yep.
That's it.
See, this is how you need to know there's a differentiation in this, because he says, do not prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a whore. Now, we think again sexually. Whore is the word zonal, which is H2181, which means to cause them to commit adultery. Which means to have someone rarely involuntarily ravished. To play the harlot. And harlot and whore have two different meanings. Because a harlot goes after money. That's the gold digger.
Oh.
A whore and a harlot have differentiations. And though they may play similar roles, we automatically assume the whore means just to be sexual. But you can commit, this word whore also connects itself to adultery and fornication. And if you understand those two dynamics, adultery and fornication are different. Unfortunately, within Christendom, we have relegated adultery and fornication the same. And thereby we say today, you can be divorced for adultery. And frankly, in Messiah's words, you can only be divorced for fornication, not adultery. Christendom today, and intellectualizing and theology and seminary, has called fornication and adultery sexual, immorality.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's what we've grouped it as. So we say that sexual immorality could connect to bestiality, could connect to same-sex genderism. It could relate to pornography. It could relate to adultery. It could relate to fornication. So we oftentimes group together phrases of Torah that are actually separate. So today in modern day Christendom, as a counselor within Christendom, we have this narrative that sexual immorality is both fornication and adultery, and you can be divorced for sexual immorality, which would incorporate adultery. But that's not what Messiah says. You cannot divorce for adultery. You can divorce for fornication. So when you understand that adultery is a relationship of a committed marriage member outside of the marriage, fornication is an unmarried entity having sexual relationship. So if you're unmarried, how can you divorce for fornication if you're unmarried? And that's why people have that confused, and you see married people getting divorced for adultery, and that's not what Messiah said. He said that when a couple marries, the only reason you should be divorcing your spouse is for fornication. Well, if fornication is a single person's sin, how can that be cause for marriage divorcement?
Right.
Here is why. Knowing the culture of marriage, when a man takes a woman to wife, he in fact gives a dowry. They give him in exchange a coin of chastity. Now, when they make the betrothal, you call it an engagement, both families get the history of the boy and the girl. If the boy has been voyeuristic and he's had sex before marriage, that comes out at the time of betrothal. If the girl has had, maybe she was raped, maybe she gave herself in the field to someone, all of that comes out at the betrothal process, so that they can both consider whether we still want to be married to this individual or not. Now, that's when you give the dowry. That's when they also exchange the coin of chastity. Then the betrothal begins. He goes away to make the marriage, to make the home that she will be coming to be married in. She is then taken off the market. Mom and dad have her covered. They are making her the wife, showing her how to be motherly, wifely, and still do the business of the family. But she is not in the marketplace as often as she used to be. This is culture. Most of y'all don't know about this. So now what happens is that when that betrothal contract has been made, the dowry's been given, the coin has been exchanged, he takes the coin, they keep the dowry. The dowry is why the mother and the father of the bride pay for the wedding. But the dowry came from the groom.
Oh.
Right. So the bride's father is not the one paying for the wedding, the groom is.
What? So true.
So now in that betrothal, they go away. The groom goes to his father and mother to be groomed to be a man, husband, father. And once the father says the house you're building is now capable of occupying a family, it is suitable, properly done. Dad oversees the son building his house to bring his wife, who is still with her mother and father. Then when the father says you're ready to receive your bride, because at the betrothal contract, listen, the groom says, I go away to prepare a place for you, that where I am, you will now come and be also. No man knows the day nor the hour, except the Father, when the Son of Man shall come back for his bride. Because the father of the groom has to say, son, your home is ready to receive your bride. At that moment, the bridegroom sends an heralder to the father of the bride to tell the bride, hey, he gave this dress because he hasn't seen her in a year, 18 months, maybe even more, because he's been building the home, the betrothal contract. She's not been out in the market, ain't been dating nobody. Mom and dad got her learning how to do stuff and what needs to be done for a wife. So now when the bridegroom sends the heralder back saying, the bridegroom is coming, the bridegroom is coming. Are y'all learning something? Stay close, be quiet, watch. So now the heralder comes back and goes to the father who has the dowry of the bride and tells the father, the groom sent this robe for her to wear so that the groom would recognize her when he got here. So the bride doesn't actually buy her own wedding dress. The groom does. So now that the groom has set all this in place, he also tells the father, go ahead and purchase the venue, go ahead and get the meal, you have the money to do it. So when the groom comes, he and the father of the bride being in covenant, he now knows the one in that dress I made, the one in the dress I had my tailors design, they may have had it detailed to her body, but I know it because I made that dress. It has my sentiments in it. That's why y'all got bridezillas, because it ain't your business to be buying your gown.
Amen. Wow. Wow. You taught that well.
So now what happens next is when the groom comes, he's looking for the person in that gown. Sound familiar? Who gave you your gown of righteousness, Christendom?
Yahweh.
Yeshua. I mean, yeah, that's right. The Messiah does. The Messiah gave you a gown of righteousness. When he comes back, that gown needs to be on you. That's how he knows you when he comes back. You didn't make your gown. He gave it you, and he went away to prepare a place for you, that where he is, you may be also. When he comes back, when the Father tells him, go get your bride. All of this is what Israel has been practicing all their life.
My.
And watch this. That time will be under a honeymoon.
Yes.
One of the appointed times that Yahweh has chosen. Y'all gonna learn today.
I'm gonna learn today.
We learned it.
Good. I'm learning.
So when that bride and that groom now come together, the parents of the bride, the parents of the groom, the bride, the groom come together, they mazel tov. The parents select the place for these two to have their consummation of the marriage. They have to consummate the marriage by a blood covenant. So when the two of them come together, there is an inspection of their results from their conjugation. They need to see the blood of the hymen, and they need to see the spermatozoa, which is the blood of the male. And they have to have a certain texture. If there's no blood of the hymen, that means that she lied. She wasn't a virgin. If the blood of the semen looks a certain hue, that means that he's had his first go already. So there, in a marriage, is fornication.
That was good. Oh, okay.
At that moment, the families sit down and say, somebody lied. And you can pretty much tell which one it was. We have 10 days. This is why y'all got 10 days for an annulment. Y'all didn't know that, but you're going to learn today. So now you have 10 days for the families to decide whether we want to annul or go forward. That's just a little bit for y'all to chew on. And that's a lot. I didn't mean to open up that whole door. But you now understand some things. And this is why in Christendom, we got to stop setting up our brides for failure and our husbands for lack of providing. Because he is responsible. He asked for her hand in marriage. He must dress her. He must show her his provision. He must prepare a house so she can come and make a home.
Yes.
And they consummate everything under a honeymoon, where passions naturally from the body, based on the atmospheric temperature and climate, are at their most erotic. They are at what the Greek called the eros. So these are the types of things you need to be aware of culturally about our faith, and all you're get understanding. Now, let me move off of that, because we got there talking about this piece in chapter 19 of Leviticus, verse number 29. Do not prostitute your daughters to cause her to be a whore. We automatically assume prostitution was sexual. Every time somebody gets in your pulpit, this is why I'm so very careful of who I have speaking on behalf of our organization. You have to be conscious that they are not giving, sharing, producing information that is basically a wound to what Yahweh would have, a wound to his name, or something that would open a wedge to let the serpent in and bite, something that would just be playing the flute of commonality within the genre that is not Elohim, but about Elohim in a roundabout way that leaves too many doors for too many access points for familiar spirits to come in. You end up breaking and defiling and causing people to eat and gather strange grapes and pollute by just being the player of an instrument. So when a organization and a leadership of an organization understands its stance on the Torah, understands its stance on the kingdom, those things have to be done. And you do not lend yourself out or the people in your group to just go speaking because somebody likes them out there. And you're like, okay, well, go. If you go out there, they want you to come. Okay, well, go out there. Go get that money and bring it back. That's a prostitute. Don't mean she spread her legs. She spread her lips.
Oh, my.
Was that too literal? Y'all okay? Y'all?
That was good to me. It was good. I was real.
Anybody there? So when you start talking and understanding this, this is why you have to be very careful who calls you daughter, who calls you son, and all this, because they will prostitute you.
You teach it right, though.
So we got there talking about the marriage because people oftentimes connect prostitution simply to sexual immorality. Everybody plays the fool, and some people get played as fools by a fool because they don't know who they are. And they don't know the value of the things they say. So that's why for me, people around me, I'm careful. You don't speak on my behalf. We believe what the word says this way. And if we're speaking that differently, we can't lend out that way. We have to be conscious that before any that go out from us go out like us. if that's what it is. So he's telling you, all of you in my faith, know my word. This is what the whole chapter is 19 and 20 is about. He's telling you, listen, he's giving you the commandments. In the 4th year, this is what you do with the fruit. In the 5th year, this is what you do with the fruit. And verse 26 says, don't eat anything with blood in it. That means you don't be having steaks that's raw or rare, you know. Don't cut the corners of your beards. Don't put markings in your flesh, i.e., unfortunately, tattoos. You've done it. Don't worry about it. But the point is, these are the things that we didn't know. You don't print the name of the dead in your skin. How many of us messed that up, right? Yahweh forgives. We repent. We like, I didn't know. Now you do know. Do not prostitute your daughters to cause her to be a whore, lest the whole land falls to whoredom. What? So if one girl is sexually promiscuous, how does the whole land fall to whoredom? Oh, because it's not about sex. It's about doctrine.
Wow. Never would have seen that.
So don't just people want to talk and have you. When I was in ministry under Apostle Malone, people would ask me to come out because I apparently had some form of charisma. I didn't know I would be doing any of what I'm doing today. She did. Matter of fact, I'm so grateful she covered me, because there were many who were trying to get me to come and speak. And she would let them know, no, because she understood the spirit. Both my naivety, because I was already a manager, I knew how to speak. That wasn't a problem. I knew how to organize a conversation and orate, but I didn't know the spirit behind why they wanted it, because they wanted it because it was a young man who could talk and was not the typical, was a dope boy, but wasn't caught up in the dope boy. He looked like a professional minister now, right? And they wanted a new face. They wanted a new commodity that they could gather young people with. And if she would have let me go, because I was willing to go, because I'm thinking, oh, this is all about God. Yeah, all right, sure. But check with my apostle. If she say I can go, I can go. If I can't, I can't. And she came to me, she says, no, because they just want a new commodity to draw new people in. This is not what's in you. That would be her prostituting me out.
Right. Mm-hmm. People just don't see it like that.
They don't, because they think that you're hindering them and you're stopping them from being great. And the truth is, I know your spirit. You're not ready for that, because what comes with that pimp is going to be a lot of punches to your face. And they're going to first get you to think that you don't belong where you are and that they are hindering you. And then you got this Saul and David spirit going on, and you're going to feel like they just don't want me to be what needs to be. And now all of a sudden you're like, well, you know, they let me speak and they let me talk and they hear me and they're giving me this and they're giving that. And the next thing you know, it's like, well, I can't stop you. You are grown. I'm just trying to cover you as I was instructed to do when you came to the ministry. So, but you feel that you need to go there now, then I can't stop you, but it will not be under our garb. Because that would mean that if I have no more say in where you go and what you do, and my only goal is to make sure you are 3 times greater than me, this stop right here is not for you. Because I can tell you what you don't know. They just want you because you're a new, fresh thing. You a PYT.
Right.
You fresh meat. And by the time you realize you've been pummeled and you've been utilized and used up, you'll have so much church hurt, and then you'll hate me because you'll find out that I lent you out to get a piece of the pie. And what that means is, don't mean you brought me back. It don't mean you brought me back money. It means that because you can say, oh, I'm with them, and this new group needing a new image uses your name and the knowledge you have from this house now makes you great. And they will say, well, let's get their covering in here. And now that adds again to the pot that they have. Of course, I get an honorarium, or that person, that covering gets an honorarium. And that is the prostitution game. And before you realize it, you're sucked in that vortex. I'm telling y'all, I've seen this. I've done this. I've been a part of this. I understand this too well. But it never, ever comes off well to the people you're covering if they've never lived it. And when you're trying to stop them and keep them from having to find that out the hard way, they end up leaving you anyway and still disobeying and still running and doing what they feel they've grown enough and big enough to do. And it's not until they fall flat on their face that you can help them. That's too much, Cooper? She said, this is a lot. Cooper, this is Sabbath. This is where we get everything Yahweh got for us. Cooper said, this is a lot. You okay, Coop? Talk to me. Are y'all understand what I'm saying? Do y'all think that was too deep and too much? So when you care for the flock, you make sure that people don't come and use a razor to get the wool off of them. Because you use clippers to get the wool off of a living, useful sheep. But if they come in with a razor, they just want a one-time hit. And once you skin that lamb is no good for nothing but meat if it didn't get infected in the skinning process. So in order to get it, because they don't know enough about how to make sure that that lamb can keep producing, you got to kill the lamb. Because once you skin it, now all you got is leather and one batch of wool. Maybe enough for a pair of undergarments. I know y'all think he goes too deep with this stuff. Well.
No, sir. No, sir.
We need it. We need this word.
It's like parenting a rebellious teen. They think they know everything.
That's exactly what it is. It's the prodigal son. And we don't realize oftentimes that we can be and are that prodigal.
That's why it's only 72 and not 720 people in here. I'll shut up.
It's only 72 people. I didn't know that. Okay. It's less than that, child. I don't know who that was, but I think it's less than that. Yeah, it's less than that. I got 68.
I refreshed.
Oh, she said I refreshed. All right. So when he says, be ye holy, for I am holy, Leviticus chapter 19. He wants you to understand that we have to reverence his sanctuary. And all of that has to do with Shabbat, y'all. Every ounce of that has to do with Shabbat. That's why during the times of the feast, even to the point of Moloch and the seed, if Yahweh wants you to give him a seed, he is going to give you back a harvest of that seed. But we sometimes can look at that one seed like it's our last meal and not realize that if Yahweh says, give it me, well, he's going to push back down that income pipeline of yours. It'll be subtle, but it will have a current to it. Because right now, most people, when it comes to even like, you know, the giving of the first fruits, we're expecting Yahweh to turn around next month and I gave $1,000 and God gonna give me $6,000, $7,000 back. Yes, where is that? It ain't gonna come like that. It's gonna come in provisions and you'll never be without. You won't even notice you've been provided for. You won't even notice your savings is increasing because it will be in increments. It'll be as income. It'll be current. That's why it's called currency. So your current is prefaced by a seed. Current seed. I need somebody to make me a meme. Current seed equals currency. All right, let me put it in the board. I don't think y'all got that. I don't say that like y'all don't get it. I'm just saying, let me put it in the content, right? The prosperity plan of Yahweh is current seed equals currency, which is what you barter with. So your seed creates a current. It creates a current. And that's why we call our money currency. Currency don't stop at one place. It flows. And Yahweh is going to be responsible, i.e. Lord of Harvest, to make sure that that current always hits your pipes, always hits your income stream, always settles in your delta. All 5 of your businesses, Yahweh is going to cause them to prosper when you give him what he wants. Now you do it your way, well, you get paid from a whole different account. And to be quite frank, I'd be a little leery in my older years of me making an investment and then getting a one-time payout all at once. That means that something was sort of kind of weird in that transaction. I've learned the value and the process of investment today. That usually when it happens that way, it's just a big drop on the door. Here it is right here. Take it. You good. No, we good. Somebody is going to be running after this bag. And I need to be careful who's going to be coming. When it's a currency, you see it's a work in progress. It's a work in process. It's a process at work. Yeah. So when Yahweh asks you for a current seed, that's how he creates your currency.
Wow.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
Makes sense.
All right. Moderators, do I need to be answering questions in this chat or have they been dealt with? I see one.
Yeah, we tried to give a mic, extend the mic, sir.
I'd love to hear them. If you're here, back channel them, let them know. They can share that. One of them said, I disagree with that discussion. Fornication is generally consensual sex intercourse between 2 people not married to each other. That's exactly what we said. When one or more of the partners having consensual intercourse is married to another person, it's called adultery. That's exactly what we said. So where was the disagreement? Oh, come on, you can chat. You're good. I'd love for you to come on. I think you might have misunderstood what we were saying. Actually, your disagreement statement is exactly what we were saying. That's for synergy. Love to hear from you. You're more than welcome. And that's not arguing with us at all. I just don't think you heard me saying that is what fornication is. Fornication is fornication is not rape. Fornication is consensual sex between two singled, or one single person could have consensual sex with a married person. The single person's committing fornication, the married person's committing adultery. So we were, you're correct on that. That wasn't a thing. But we have our blocks and we have our judgments up before we hear the whole thing, because it can hit us weird. And I think we all go through that. But that's exactly right. So you were correct in that, Synergy. But that's not what we weren't saying that's not what sex is. But great point. You're more than welcome. You're also very much welcome to ask any questions you got. We have no qualms or problems with it at all. All right, great news. Hey, Dr. Earl, good to see you, man. Dr. Watkins, pleasure to have you with us, sir. Blessings on your life. You got anything you want to share? Please feel free to come on up, man. We'll gladly give you opportunity to speak and share. We honor you and the gift that Yahweh has made you to the body. But I want to make sure we all understand this. So if anybody's got questions or thoughts, Sharon Cooper says, yeah, I've never heard it this way before. Thank you, Apostle. You're more than welcome. Cooper, more than welcome. And moderators, we got no more questions on YouTube, Facebook, anywhere like that we need to be addressing, or thoughts or questions that people might have had.
No, you have a cue here.
I got a cue. I didn't hear no cue. Give me the cue. What we got?
Okay, Wanda Clark, and then after Wanda Clark, I heard two ladies say their names, but they didn't say them clear enough.
Okay, ladies, she heard two ladies say their names. We got Wanda Clark. If you're out there, say your name again, please. Okay, I hear you. I hear you, Doc. Thanks, man. Okay, great news. Love you to life eternal, man. Hope we get a chance to do something collaborative together. Be my joy to do it. Oh, Synergy, we're so glad to have you. You're more than welcome here anytime you so desire. You're more than welcome here. We're so glad to hear that. And I hope that you'll fellowship with us again. And I hope you don't leave. If you want to come back, we're here. We ain't gonna go until Yahweh sends us home. This is Sabbath. All we do on Sabbath is talk about the Torah, His writ, and bring understanding to things that we thought we knew, because we were overstanding on them. Sorry about that bang, guys. All right, so what's our cue, and who are the two ladies that were speaking? Say your name again while the others are speaking, and we'll get your name on cue. Wanda Clark, you said?
Yes, sir. Shabbat Shalom, Apostle, and everybody in the room. How you doing?
But for and by His grace, there go I. Shabbat Shalom to you.
Yes. So I'm going to go back to when you spoke about surrendering your thoughts to familiar spirits or not doing it. Let me just say this, my experience, right? Surrendering thoughts, and I always used to struggle with this, right? And I always used to say to the Father, I'm not willing to do that with those familiar spirits. And it has been a process, like an ongoing process. And what Yah has been telling me in the last couple of years is that it's an ongoing process, and I'm going to just keep it on me because that's all I can do for the duration of being in this earthen realm. But what I found in my prayer time is that I forgot the scripture. Oh God, what's the scripture? Oh Lord, have mercy, help me, Father. We cast down the imagination.
Hey, here we go. Let me help you. Let me help you. While you were saying that, I pulled up 2 Corinthians 10:5. I'm gonna put it on the screen for everybody to read it.
Okay, there it is. There it is. It's in my spirit. You saw that?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the scripture that helps me, right? And go ahead. You was gonna say something?
No, I'm reading. Go ahead.
Oh. You want me to read it?
No, I was breathing. I breathed.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I breathed out loud. My teeth sucked or something. Go ahead.
Okay, that's the scripture that helps me tremendously, and I have been able to deal with it immediately. I don't let that happen because it used to overwhelm me, and I used to say, "Woe's me, Father! I keep trying so hard,
right?"
And I do it. And what I've learned, and He has helped me tremendously. I always get overwhelmed, but that's what you do when you have the relationship with the Father truly. I can see the growth. I know I'm never going to conquer that because we can't, you know. But I always, when I'm laying prostrate under my talit, I can see myself getting better because I repent. And sometimes I'll catch it before it comes. And the thought will come, but I'll snatch it up with the word.
And Wanda, let me enhance that with you. Not correct it, just enhance it. That's exactly what happens. And people don't understand the power of that talit.
Yes, sir.
I wish to Elohim more people would understand the power of Numbers 15 and that talit. I promise you I do. And I can only tell it over time. And when moments like this come up, can we make them teachable moments? When you are in that talit, it's like being in that vat of the silversmith. I read, when I'm done with y'all, I'll go back to reading. I'm in my talit. I'm reading the Torah in my talit. I'm prayerful minded in my talit. And what happens is, it's like heating up the vat. You're the precious metal. He has given you he's put you in that vat, and he's heating you up. And there is more, dross and tin in us than we think. You want to call yourself gold or tin or silver, whatever. But the precious metal, the silversmith that you hear him talking about, when that silver gets heated up to a certain point, it raises a certain amount of dross, a certain amount of tin, which is a filler to make the metal stretch more. Still metal, precious metal, but it's less expensive. But the more that heats up, the metal can't burn, but the dross and the tin have to come out of it because it's coagulating. The precious metal is coagulating at the bottom, pushing the airy and unnecessary things up out. When you are in that state, the best thing to do is simply repent, because the enemy will play on your mind to say, see, look what you thinking about. You can't be saved. You fronting. This ain't real. This ain't that. And you go into that, oh, me, oh, woe is me mode. And God, I've been trying and I keep trying. God, why can't I kick it? Hey, Paul did the same thing. Same guy gave us 2 Corinthians. He did the same thing. He's like, Yahweh, I asked Yahweh 3 times to remove this from me. 3 different times since I've been off the road to Damascus and carrying his gospel to Asia Minor as the apostle of the Gentiles. I have had to ask Yahweh in my times of holy surrender to remove this thing from me. It keeps popping up. And he's like, my grace is sufficient, because there's people right now in this movement that need to see you deal with this, and you're managing it well enough that you're filtering it through the word. I know you prefer not to have to deal with it at all, but I'm helping others through you as by how you are managing those proclivities and propensities through the word. So this way you never become what he talked about before, a castaway. You know this is perpetual. Then James tips in and says, Yahweh doesn't tempt any man, but a man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own proclivities, his own types of lusts. And here's the catch, y'all. They never go away. They leave for a season, but they come back and they knock and they hang out waiting for you to open the door, open the window, break the back door, open the cellar door, come in with the mail. They just look for ways back in. And when they show up, you have to be in a position. I have learned that people make you think that once you save, you ain't never got to worry about them problems again. That's a flat out lie. And only people in hell told that. Because the issues that you were born with, they are yours. What you have is the addition from the first Adam, who gave you your issues, you now have the right to choose the second Adam, who will manage the issues the first Adam gave you without your permission. Sounds complicated, but it's not. So when we realize what Paul said, I'll put it on the screen so y'all can see it. 2 Corinthians chapter number 10, verse 5. He says, and I'll start with verse 3. He says, for though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but they are mighty through Elohim, to the point that they pull down the strongholds that you and I contend with. Verse 5, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of Elohim. So that means that when I'm in the presence of Elohim, there's a possibility that something will come and say, hey, consider this option. And that will be issues coming up out of me that I have liked, loved, appreciated, got down with, rocked with, did, and flirted with, all of that. They're going to come back up while you are giving your all to Elohim and say, you sure you want to do that? You sure that's where you want to be? That's why when I teach the message, should I teach y'all the message, images in my mind? Have any of y'all ever?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because it's like, anybody ever seen a Pez machine? Anybody ever had Pez candy back in the day? I might be dating myself.
Yeah.
Y'all had them Pez candies? And you know how you pop the head and new candy come out every time?
Yes.
So when you load that Pez up and you pop its head back, you get a new candy each time. Same candy. It's another candy. Every time you open your mouth. You and I, because of Adam, are like that Pez candy machine. That's why his mercies are new every morning. Because every time you pop your head back and you wake back up, your old proclivities and propensities knock at the door, hoping you'll choose them over Yahweh this day. That's why his mercies are new every morning.
Amen.
I thought I'd get a bigger response on that one, but okay, we'll just keep moving. So Wanda, enhancing that thought, it is your issues are forever yours. Where you talked about that maturing piece is when you learn to know your triggers and give them immediately to Messiah, who is supposed to be in your heart, filtering those triggers through the word, which is supposed to be in your heart so you don't sin against him. You don't stop getting solicited by previous proclivities and propensities. And that's why so many people get saved, fail, and the church makes you think you a hypocrite. You ain't real. Can I keep it 100 with y'all? Can I just keep it a bean?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Me too.
Yes.
I hope that was helpful, Wanda.
Let's say one last thing. I think I did say that. I know when I say maturing, me being able to handle it to the extent where the enemy of my faith and knowing that that's his strategic tactic, I know when it's coming up and I know what to do. So that's what I'm grateful for. I know it's never going to go away because y'all told me that. He said, but he's proud. He said, daughter, I'm proud of you of how you're dealing with it.
That part.
And that's what I wanted to say. He said, I'm very proud of you of how you're dealing with it. And so, you know, I was just crying like crazy under my sleep. But
it's a good thing though, because it's not that you're crying, you know, woe is me. You're crying, oh, I'm getting it now. Because I share those same tears. I will not lie. I promise y'all, there are times in my tallit, I'll just sit and rock and cry. So I'm like, how in the world do you use me? I'm gonna need some of y'all to get real with me today on Shabbat. Is that okay? We ain't bringing nobody into condemnation. We're bringing everybody into freedom and liberation. But I want y'all to really be real with it. How many times have y'all ever been in a situation, if you really stop to think about it, you tried everything you know, you tried everything and everything has failed. And at the end of the day, you're like, I'm trying. Why does it keep coming back? Why? And you're sitting there rocking, and you're just trying to figure out. And if you tell me you don't, I'm gonna question your salvation. I'm gonna be honest.
Definitely.
I'm gonna question it. I'm gonna call Cap every time. It may not be what has Wanda in a tizzy. Your thing may not be what has me in a tizzy. My thing may not be what had Paul in a tizzy, or Peter in a tizzy, or who else? Rogers in a tizzy, or Spencer in a tizzy. It's your own personal thing. It may be whatever, but it's like, Father, why? And you get victory over it like a few times, and then you think you forever got it, and it comes back, and you find yourself, how in the world did I end up back here?
Yes.
Anybody? Can I get anybody but me and Wanda to talk about this?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Because that's a huge problem with what we've been doing in Christendom. We thinking that, I'm saved and I ain't got to never worry about sin again. You are in trouble.
Amen.
The word of Elohim is the only thing that helps you to identify, magnify, and put lights on the things that have rights to come back at you. Those generational issues you've been dealing with and struggling with, they have do y'all know that familiar spirits have a right to knock on your door? Let me say it again. Do you know that familiar spirits have a right to knock on your door?
But we have the key.
That's okay. I'll let that go for it. Right. That was a cute one. That was cute. We have the key. Here's the catch. They have the right to knock on your door.
Yes, they do.
They don't have to leave. You, when suggested and unctioned by them, must manage it by giving them and their suggestion over to Messiah, who Paul says, I'm crucified in Messiah. Nevertheless, I live. Yet not I, but it's Messiah that lives in me. So when these things come to my door, I have to, 2 Corinthians 10:5, take every imagination and pull it down and give it to the word. I got to pull it down to the obedience of the word. Word, is this okay for me to do, word? Your door is just like it is right now. Anybody can pull up to it and knock on it. Now, I live in a gated community, so don't try me. But you knock. It has a right to knock on your door, flood your inbox, flood your texts. People you may not prefer to be in your space still have access to you because you live in a free world. Those familiar spirits that you played with, enjoyed, whatever degree they brought you to, the ones you reminisce about. We got people around here in church talking about, I don't never think evil. You just lied. So that's thinking evil. How about that? And so you have to know, like Wanda says, she's happy that Yahweh's letting her know, like, hey, I'm liking how you're managing it. Well, how is she managing it? By giving it over to the Father and not going into depression about it. Okay, these spirits have the right to knock on my door. Messiah told you, hey, when an evil spirit is evicted from you, you owned it. You are its residency. You're asking it to leave and no longer have control. Messiah comes in and evicts it, but it does have the right, once Messiah has cleaned you up. The word has helped you to turn you around. The word has picked you up out of the muck and the mire that leading that the leading of that sin put you in, and now has placed your feet on a rock to stay. Your house looks better. You look better dressed. You look healthier. Your hair is growing. Your cheeks ain't all sucked in like you've been sucking crack. You got your body form back. Your clothes ain't no more wrinkled. You don't smell. We don't see dust all over your knees and all that stuff. And you look great. People like, hey, I can talk to you now. And once you've done that, that evil spirit and everyone that ever been connected to you has the right to come knocking at your door and ask you with your fine self, brother, fine self, sister, yo, don't you want to come back out with us? You looking good, man. You looking good, sis. Come on back out. I know you miss us. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, it was fun, but that ain't what my God want. I can't do that no more. Yeah, no, that fun cost me too much. Can't do it. Messiah, where we going? Okay, bye. If you don't think that that's a reality of how you practically have to live in this faith, you're fooling yourself. Did that help? Was that too deep?
Spot on, Apostle. That was good.
You got to tell. See, what we don't realize is you have to be the one to tell that evil to go. Messiah's not going to do it. Jesus built a fence all around me every day. He built the fence, but when evil jumps the fence and ends up at your door anyway, you got to be the one to say, hey, Yeshua, my old proclivity's back here. What you say?
Yes.
You got to filter that through the word. What you say? Messiah, where we going? Are we out? Bye. Can't be with you. Because it's not leaving. It's not changing. It's just waiting for you to come back to it. Sitting there talking about, till you come back to me, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, yes, y'all don't like it.
That's good.
That's what's going to happen. You have to be the one to say, you hear again, Messiah, lover of my soul. What we doing? Time for dinner? Okay, sorry, can't come out. Dinner time. And you have to shut the door. You keep acting like he's just going to swoop down and knock the devil out, or knock the because that ain't the devil, knock out the proclivity you got. He's not going to do it. You have to let him know. Watch this. David try to tell y'all. This is where y'all messed up Psalms 23. Yahweh, you are my shepherd. Yeah, I shall not want none of this at my door. You lead me beside still waters. Everywhere I go with them gets rough and I got to fight. You provide for, y'all want to talk to me. You got to decide. I'm trying to help, but ain't nobody laughing. I don't get it. Nobody's enjoying this. It's just what it is.
Keep going.
And these are the things that we got to understand and do. You have to tell the enemy of faith, I ain't with this. Messiah, where you at? I'm here. All right. Call upon me while I am near. That's what he says. Seek me while you can find me. Now, if you go at that door with what knocked on that door, watch this. Messiah is not leaving. But if you go out that door, you're technically putting him out. And he will sit outside your property on the stoop, waiting for you to come back home. Now, here's the problem. Sometimes he sits on that stoop waiting to hear you cry because you so far down the road and got trapped in some mess that this garbage he put out of your life got you back into. And now you cry, Jesus, Yahweh, help, help, I knew I should have come, help. And he's just waiting to hear. Now, if he hears that cry, he'll come get you. Shekinah glory. But you left the house. He didn't leave you. You left him to go with it. Everybody just bow your head right now and say, Father, I repent, I repent, I repent, I repent, I I repent.
Father, I repent.
Yeah, that part. So you have to tell Yahweh who you're going to serve. When it knocks on your door and you answer that door, you're saying, this is an option. I'm here with Messiah, but this is an option. You got to say, I'm not interested in that option. Shut the door. I'm with you, Messiah. Messiah, what should we do? The suggestions are not going to stop. Stop acting as if you're going to become immune to sin, immune to the things you once loved doing. You will become less attracted to them. They will knock less and less, but they're not going to stop. They're always going to be looking for an opportunity to come in. And the stronger you grow and the stronger you get in faith, you're going to be in a situation where you're like, okay, less and less does that thought cross my mind. Less and less does that thought cross my mind, but the thought still crosses your mind. And the fact that it becomes less and less means you're not guarding yourself against it as much. Now, if you stay in his word, you'll be able to identify it coming. You can smell it because you know its smell, you know its touch, you know its aura, you know when things get weird, you're like, okay, where they at? They got to be around here. You ever been around a person? You ever had a person in your life and you can be in a building and the whole atmosphere of the building changes and you're like, okay, somebody just walked. Who just came in? I just feel like such and so is around. Anybody got that kind of person in your life?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Is it unfortunate? Or is it a great exercise in discernment?
Discernment.
I guess it's the latter.
And so when we start utilizing, this is what the Bible says when he says all things work together for good to them that love Yahweh or Elohim, to them who are called according to his purpose. All things work together. Once we're at a place where we are letting his word guide us, letting his word keep us from transgression. Anytime our proclivities knock on the door, anytime our issues of our past knock on our door, we know, okay, I'm living with Yahweh, I'm living with Yeshua, I'm living with rather Messiah. So hey, Messiah, they want to come in. What you think? That's literally what this looks like practically. Because your spirit is willing, but what?
Flesh is weak.
Your flesh is weak. And your flesh is like, ooh, they back. Ooh, ooh. Your flesh is like, ooh, the thought. Ooh, maybe. Ooh, I might be, you know what? It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I've been good. It's been a minute. Your flesh is like, please, let's go back, right? You got to be the one to choose and say from your spirit, what does the word say about this suggestion? Yeah.
We see it.
The flesh, the spirit is willing to obey, and the spirit is willing to shut it down, but the flesh is like, you know, it's been a long time. I wonder. And that's when you have to, watch this, try the spirit approaching you by the spirit of the word and see if that spirit approaching you is of Elohim or not. And once you incorporate him into the process, guess what? You have to still choose. He's going to say, yeah, this is not of Elohim. You still have the right to say, yeah, I know it's not, but I'll be back. Y'all not going to leave me hanging out here like I'm the only one that be going through some struggles in my mind.
No.
What you not going to do is leave me out chimp in the cold. You be like, okay, I know it say no, but ain't nobody. I'll be back. And you run off. I need 27 people to say it's true.
It is true. You got to come here.
That was only 18. I need 27. Come on, bring the rest of them. Say it's true.
It's true.
It's true.
It's true.
So where we have to be, and that's why Sabbath is so important. When you sit inside of it, you get these types of nuggets that sort of kind of help draw out of the instructions of the writ what the testimonies of the Bible were really all about. What was Paul really saying? I hear you, Elder Faison. I see you, Dana Jenkins. I see you also. Hey, Pastor Holland. Dr. Holland, tell Pastor Holland I said, hey, I miss you guys. Listen. We have to realize that Yahweh gave us Shabbat to keep us in his word. Keep us in his way. I see you, Foster. I see you, Evangelist Peacock. You got to remember, because you will put on your Polly, you know, Polly and Esther make y'all lie too much. Because I don't like the reason I don't like Christians is because Polly and Esther is popular in Christianity. Polly and Esther will make y'all hide and make y'all think y'all so righteous. You got your little Polly and Esther suit on, and you looking all good, you're glistening, got your heels on. Polyester and patent leather. I don't like neither one of them. We get dressed up in it. We think we holy. And we impervious to thought. Father, deliver us from polyester and patent leather in the name. I'm having fun, y'all. Sorry.
I love my patent leather.
Probably too much fun. I ain't gonna lie. I like certain style of it too.
I got some cute patent leather.
See, there you go. Stuck in your sin. Look, stuck in your sin. Right. Justifying. Right. She justifying her patent leather. It's cute. I got cute patent leather. Okay. My polyester is purdy. You know, we justify the very things sometimes that we've not. Well, it's been a minute. I ain't been out there. It's been a minute. Yeah, you know, I just thought about that. Man, we used to have some fun. But when Yahweh removed it from your life and you surrendered it, you don't want to go back to it.
Amen. Montgomery.
I just need about 1, 2, 3. Oh, here it is. I need 9 people to say, Yahweh, I surrender all.
Yahweh, I surrender all. Yahweh, I surrender all.
Yeah, that part. All right, moderators, what's my cue?
Santana in the queue. I'm sorry. I keep making sure my name in the queue.
All right, so y'all got her. Who's next in queue, mods?
Oh, Pastor Montgomery. I'm sorry, Prophetess Lesson.
All right.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, beloved.
I was sitting here contemplating whether I was going to say anything or not, but I remember when I first got saved. And
wait a minute, did you get saved for real?
I did.
Okay, all right, cool. Because if it wasn't for real got saved, I don't want to hear about it. But if it's when you got saved for real, we can talk.
For real. Gotta say it.
All right.
But Yahweh had taken away the drugs, the alcohol, the cussing, but he didn't take away the sexual part. I mean, the
lust.
Desire.
Right, lusting, yeah.
Right. And I would cry and pray. And one day, and I said, can you take it away? And one day he says, I'm not taking that away. That sensuality is me. And you have to learn how to maintain it. I'm not going to remove it, because if I remove that, I remove a part of me. So I was just thinking about that when you said that.
And let's enhance that. Do you mind if we enhance that? Not correct it, but enhance it. I guess that's a no. Okay, I'll be quiet. Great ad, Prophetess Leslie.
I said yes.
Oh, you said yes? Okay. Especially when it comes to that part. And I do a lot of counseling with people that are like, well, I came into, sex before I got married. So, and many people, our culture is just so sensual. I mean, I grew up in a time when home box office came out. HBO, you basically got adult shows in your home for your children if you could afford it, and I had some aunts and stuff. I would stay the night over their house just because they had just got HBO. Do y'all remember when that stuff first came out? HBO?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I do remember.
And boy, we'd sit up and watch all kind of stuff and like, ooh, right? So, when you get introduced to something inappropriately or not the way Yahweh would prefer, it is not a perfected introduction. It's a perverted introduction. And then we continue to engage that, right? That sensuality is not something Yahweh wants us to have removed, because you came into it wrong. We came into it wrong. Because if we ask him to remove it from us when we need it in a proper relationship, it won't be there. Now you got a bigger problem.
Right.
Is that a decent enhancement, Prophetess?
It is, because he that's what he said.
Yeah.
He began to explain that it was all part of his image as well. And like you said, because we are not taught, we don't understand.
Yeah.
We feel like it's sin, but it's a part of him that we should be. When we come, yeah, okay. I'm gonna
finish it with you. Where you at? Finish your thought.
No, I'm good.
Did you finish it?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So, because when we think about it, banter with me here, Prophetess, because I don't know why you stopped talking, but I want you to. I hope you're not ashamed or embarrassed. I know you're not.
I'm not.
You've been in ministry a long time, but I want to work with this process because it's extremely important. People don't realize that the imagery of who Elohim is to us and what we are to him, everything, like you just said, he gave us that. People don't understand that sex is not a sin. Sex out of marriage is. So when we talk about having been introduced to it prematurely, pretty much like Adam and Ishai got introduced to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil prior to when Yahweh wanted them to get the introduction, right? See how we're all in that same model? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right? So now watch this. Yahweh did not want the tree of knowledge and evil removed because he planned on using it. Yahweh didn't put the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden to tempt humanity. He just told humanity don't use it yet. So when you and I come into this world and our dispensation of time is sex sells everything, it's ridiculous. Now sex is in the kindergarten schools. They're teaching them stuff in our books that are supposed to be educating pieces, and we're calling it sex education. It's pornography. It's every other alternative sexual concept at age 5 and 6, and children's minds shouldn't be dealing with that. But sex is what it is. The point is, when we were introduced to it wrongly, then we understood what to do with it rightly, and now we might not be in the perfect situation for it. We find ourselves still lusting for what we introduced to wrongly. And now we got feelings. We done caught feelings about it. Literally. You catch feelings. Can I talk to some real Christians out here, real people trying to be saved? Can I talk to y'all?
Talk to us.
Yeah, you better
Talk to me.
So now you don't caught feelings about it. And then you have all the other, that's why I have a problem with a lot of singles ministry. Put it out there. And so we catch feelings for the proclivities and the propensities that we think, God, take it out of me. And like Paul, Yahweh's like, no, that ain't something I intend to take from you, but let my word manage you.
Yes, and I have something else to add.
I know you do. Let my word manage you. That's your responsibility, human. Now, if you want me to take it away and make you a eunuch, when you find a mate, you won't be able to use it. So here's the point I was coming in.
We're listening.
I think they scared. Y'all scared to say amen. Y'all scared to say amen. I'm not gonna cut.
Who's banging us on every word?
Listen. So, Yahweh, what people made a mistake of thinking about sex is that sex is evil. Sex is bad. People think that sex is love. And it is not. When Yahweh gave humanity partnership, two separate bodies, he gave the marriage gift that Yahweh gave to marriage was a gift called intimacy.
Yes, go ahead.
Inside of intimacy is a reward we call sex. See, intimacy, for those who may have come through marriage counseling with me, and some of you have heard me teach marriage by Elohim design, intimacy, and some have used it, is into me you see as an acronym, if I can play with that word. Into me you see. When you allow your partner for life building righteously to see all the dynamics and the issues and the proclivities and the concepts of you, the good, the bad, the ugly, the new, the old, the fantasies of you, and then not judge each other, but be like, oh, that's really you. That's the real you. Once you have into me, I let you see, now you have a build of trust. And when you build up trust from intimacy, you can trust your partner. Now you give yourself to your partner in understanding that if I duplicate you in the earth, I know what I've duplicated. Because before we came together in a conjugal visit, we had an intimate experience, multiple intimate experience, multiple into-me moments. You know my favorite color, you know my favorite ice cream, you know my favorite type of shirt, you know my favorite type of fabric, you know what triggers me, what ticks me off, you know my weirdest fantasies. You didn't laugh at me, you didn't judge me, and I feel comfortable giving you me.
Apostle, we missed quite a bit of what you were saying.
What?
It went out.
Yeah.
It went out. I thought it was me.
Not on YouTube, but on Clubhouse, you went out.
Did I really?
Yes, and it was the end part right there too. It would sound like it was good.
We're going to try it again. Ready?
One more time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yahweh gave you intimacy for marriage his way. In the construct of intimacy, there is a center reward, which ends up becoming physically conjugating, physically interacting with each other, because you have spiritually and mentally been able to have the freedom and trust to peruse the thoughts, the imagery, the fantasies, the flavors, the angers, the concepts that is your spouse. Into me, I let you see. And if I can see you've heard me, you see me, you haven't judged me, you converse with me about what I've let you see, but not to make fun of me and share it with other people. Intimacy is not sex, but intimacy develops trust. Now I see you can trust me with what your thoughts were. That's your fantasy. Let me try to help you bring that fantasy to fruition. That's your game plan and your goal, your mode of operating, your mode to operate, and you want to see that happen. How can I help you build that? And once you build something together, once you've built a trust together, once you've built a life together, you want to come here. Let me give you a hug, because of the into me. You see, you trust me with me, and I trust you with me, and you can trust you with me. And I ain't never turning my back on you, never throwing you under a bus, never going to let your secrets out. You're comfortable giving yourself to that person. And if it's done rightly, intimacy, building that comes out of it, the very center of that intimacy will say, you know what? If you're a man, hey babe, if we ever have children, I want to duplicate me in you. I want to have a child with you. And then the woman is saying, babe, if I'm gonna have a child for anybody, because of how well I know you and understand you, I'll duplicate you in the earth. Now you got sex.
There you go. Yeah. That's right. Yes, sir.
Prophetess, what'd you have?
So yes, and because he is a sensual God, read his word, a lot of it, you'll see it. But those same qualifications is for him when we enter into secret places. But the other thing I wanted to say was that a lot of times he was showing me that children feel that sensuality, but they don't know what it is. And because we feel like they're being fast, and we tell them, go sit your fast behind down, or not really understanding what's taking place, we sabotage what's inside of them as far as having the intimacy with God. Not so much that they are, let me see how I can put this. Maybe sabotage is not the right word, but we don't understand what's taking place in them. And a lot of times they feel those sensual places and don't know what to do with it. And because we're not aware of it, we don't handle it correctly.
No, it's because we Christians. Christianity is stupid sometimes. Our job is to train up a child in the way that the child should go. So when a child doesn't feel like they can share with their parent what they're feeling, and the parent go, oh, cut that off, and you just take a knife and chop off their head or chop off that thought, and they like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know it was a bad thing, but I am feeling it. We have done so much because of leaders who haven't dealt with their own issues.
And can I say this, that it's not a bad, shameful.
It shouldn't be.
When it rises, a lot of times we want to cover up because we feel shameful. No, that is the time we need to go into ourselves and go into the presence of Yahweh and allow him to do, I don't know what the word is, but it's not a shameful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Right. Let me help you, because you're mixing the children with the adult now. You just shifted gears. I want to make sure. Yeah. Let me fix that. So our children are being ridiculed and shut down and made to feel perverted when they come to us openly about what they may be feeling, or we catch them in what we know leads to something else, and we instead stop that. That is not, don't you sit, you get your fast butt over there and sit down. Take this nickel, put it on your knee. Don't you move your knee for 18 hours. It's like stupid stuff. Instead of saying, hey, what are you dealing with? Because we ourselves don't know how to deal with the sensuality of our bodies, because it's been demonized throughout the church realm, and we think that it's not of God. Elohim gave you a secret place. Psalms 91. That secret place is into me you see. Watch. He who dwells in the secret place of the El Elyon shall abide under the shadow of El Shaddai. The secret place is an intimate place that can bring about, watch this, impregnation. But here's the catch. It's about into his word, you see him. So the sensuality that I have coming into Sabbath, yes, I get very excited. Because once I get into that word, my body responds. Can I give y'all a secret many of y'all don't know?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Y'all not really ready for this.
Yes, sir.
Y'all not ready.
Yes, we are.
Y'all not ready. Y'all playing games. Sade, they playing games. Sade, they not ready. Y'all not ready.
You can have a climax.
Let me drop this on you right now. For some of y'all who think this is inappropriate conversation. The reason you have the napkin ministry is because of the intimacy with Elohim.
Oh.
Come on with it.
When you are under his presence, your body can't handle his power in you. It will come out of your areola. It'll come out of you will sweat. You have to be covered. Y'all don't want to talk to me. The excitement of his presence in your body does not have the capacity to handle his presence, and your body responds from the excitement of his presence by way of reading his word. That's why you have the napkin ministry. Y'all didn't know that, did y'all? Yeah.
Not like
What's
napkin ministry?
Oh, dear God. Oh, Father. Did they ask that out loud? They said, what's the napkin ministry? Who asked?
What kind of decency?
Who said who said, what is the napkin ministry? Okay. Data. That's when people are supposedly and realistically slain, as we say, in the spirit, and they're on the ground. Y'all gonna stop listening to me if I share this with y'all, because y'all know I could get ostracized from the whole world if y'all don't.
We asked for it.
Y'all, did y'all ask for it? If y'all ask me, I'll tell y'all.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
So the napkin ministry is when you take these blankets or these pillowcases or these cloths that we make with lace on them and whatever else, and we lay them over a person who has been physically laid out on the floor, in a pew, or wherever. If the presence of Elohim is truly in you, we can't take the chance that your body's response will be a normal one, like you just sitting there jerking, shaking or whatever, right? Your body may literally respond in an we call intimate way.
Okay.
Phallus can grow. Women can get frothy. Parts of the body can become very, let's just say it, erect. These are the things. So that whole napkin ministry is to cover that person if they're out in spirit, and their body, while they're in that element of Elohim, is having a reaction. Y'all didn't know that?
No, sir.
At the altar call. I just thought it was to cover their nakedness, should their dress come up.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what we were
Exactly.
taught.
Me
It
too.
was to keep them
Me
from
too.
being
That's
there.
Oh, they got a low covering shirt.
Y'all got a lot to learn.
Earning the day.
That's the origin of where that came from. That didn't come from prostitutes coming in and falling out because their dress was too short. And have anybody call me to check me on that.
It makes sense, though.
When the presence of Elohim is in you, listen, let me tell y'all something. Marriages. Y'all know that 3-strand cord is impossible to break peace when two people get married? In that element of what we call, what we say is intimacy, when a husband and a wife are on one accord, who do you think is going to be in the presence?
Oh, boy.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Exactly. So now you have Ruach HaKodesh as that third band. So you speaking in tongues as a legitimate, yeah.
Okay. Thanks for helping.
And it's a beautiful thing.
But we're gonna push off from that. So yes, all of that is about intimacy. It is about intimacy, but it's not about the part that we all weirded out. Oh, Apostle talked about that. Listen. Yo, darn it. I gotta say it. Shoot. Okay.
Come on with it.
No, because y'all gonna be talking about me weird later on.
We're listening.
Yeah, I know y'all listening. Y'all always listening.
You out there?
I ain't out there. I can pull back real quick, but here's the catch.
All the way out.
When,
You might as well go ahead.
do you understand that when you are going through the heights of that conjugal experience, you like waking up the whole night, all that stuff, it's quite common that true love relationships have experienced, I'm a counselor, have experienced literally speaking in tongues. Because there's such unity.
That's beautiful.
It is, because we don't know how to talk about this rightly. We botch it up because there is a thing called let's have sex. And then there is a thing while we're intimate, sex develops. That's different.
Well, that is different.
So for marriages who think you keeping your life and your marriage spicy because every Thursday and every Sunday we agree to come together so we don't let ourselves get in no kind of trouble, right? Yeah, we're gonna come together on Thursday and Sunday. So I know every week, just 2 days. Yeah, right. That's not normal. But that's what sometimes people think that they need. When you are in intimacy because you love one another, it will develop out of conversations. Listening to her mind, filling her mind with real plans for a real future with real backing is intoxicating to her. Him seeing you excited about the plans, getting on board with the plans. He's visual. She's audio. That's intoxicating to the two, and things simply develop. And not just because, oh, it's our honeymoon. Oh, it's our anniversary. Oh, it's this. No, when those types of intimate moments happen and you begin to serve each other out of the intimacy. Glory. And you're like, Mom, Dad, what's going on? Everybody okay? Praise the Lord. Amen. Yes, babe, we good, y'all. Y'all mind your business. I'm done. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. Okay. All right. I just lost all my viewership. Everybody gone. Nobody's here. Everybody left. Why y'all left the room, left me hanging out here? Let's get back. Who's next in queue?
Sam Tanner.
Hey there. Who is it? Santana. What you got, Sam?
Okay.
She like, I don't want to talk after all of that. I mean, can we get an air conditioner in here or something? No. I hope you guys understand in all appropriateness what we're talking about. That being in an intimate place with Elohim. It is about intimacy. Sabbath is about intimacy. Think about it. If you're in Sabbath and you put on your tallit, you're under the cover with him. I'm gonna move on.
Amen.
Santana.
Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Well, my question was one. I got two, I think, but the first one I keep beating you over the head, and I know it ain't a good time. So my question is, again, I believe God led me here, and I apologize to everybody. I was a street kind of like party person, so if I party for the streets, I'm gonna do it even harder and louder for God. So forgive me, y'all. I'm sorry.
You good.
Y'all don't know me. Anyway, so I keep having this issue with the savages because I'm learning, and I want to make sure I address it just to make sure I'm understanding, so I am able to follow and obey based on what you're teaching. Mm-hmm. And I know God kind of told this to me a while ago by me just reading it, but because I'm still learning, other people make me feel like I'm wrong. So because of that, Colossians 2:16, you see me keep asking this question.
Okay. You good.
I just want to make sure, because I know what you taught, and I read before you even taught me this, that it kept saying for generations. And as I'm reading by myself, I'm like, well, why is it saying that? But it's not done. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I'm led to this church or gathering of great people and a great teacher. And I'm like, okay, God, you led me somewhere. But one of my friends was like, well, no, because of this. And I said, I don't have an answer for that. Mm-hmm. Let me take it back to make sure I'm understanding just for myself, regardless of her. But she did bring up a point, so I just want to address it. Okay. So Colossians 2:16, let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of an holy day or of the new moon or of the Sabbath days, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body of Christ.
The body is of Messiah. Right. Go ahead.
So in a sense, I may be reading the wrong one, because it's basically said like when he came, he did away with all this. No, and I could the wrong one.
And I think even if you are, it doesn't really matter, because what we're going to do is going to take you into this. And there's an issue that we learned in KYC, which is coming up soon, that you have to read this 3 up and 3 down. And many people stop right here and they say, hey, verse 16, don't let no man judge you in respect the holy day and Sabbath and all the new moon stuff. That stuff don't matter, because Messiah, he came and the body is of Christ. That stuff was a shadow of things to come. No, you got to read all the way up. Paul broke this down. So if you read Colossians 2, I could start at verse 14 and just shut that whole argument down forever for anyone and everybody. But it's best for you to see it yourself. And that's anybody. So when he says this, look at this verse number 8. Paul is talking to a Colossian church, not a Hebrew speaking ministry, not a Torah observant church. He is speaking to Gentiles converted to the faith, where merchants from Jerusalem come through frequently and, like you said, make you feel like you don't know what you're talking about. because they believe they the chosen people. Paul, if you read Colossians, is helping the Colossians understand, don't let the people of Judaism judge you because you've now been converted from whatever faith you had in Colossae. You've come into this faith of Yeshua, which is Torah based. People who've been doing Torah wrong killed the Messiah. Don't let them people come in here and tell you you're not doing Sabbath day right, you're not doing moon days right, you're not doing the feast right. Just do what I'm telling you to do and follow the Torah this way, and you'll be fine. Now, I really generalized and gave you that understanding from a general viewpoint, paraphrased. But that's what he is saying here. He is helping those who have been ridiculed since their conversion into a faith of a people who think they're the chosen people for salvation in general. Making sense, Santana?
Yes, sir.
Now watch, because now what happens next is, watch this. Verse 1, Colossians 2. I'll put it on the screen for everybody to read it. For I would that you knew great conflict I have for you and for them at Laodicea, and for as many as have not yet seen my face in the flesh, that their hearts might be comforted, being knit together in love, and unto all the riches of full assurance of understanding and the acknowledgement of the mystery of Elohim and of Yahweh and of Messiah. Verse 3, in whom are all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. Verse 4, and this I say, lest any man should beguile you with enticing words. For though I be absent in flesh, yet I am with you in spirit, joying and beholding your order and your steadfastness of your faith in Messiah. Verse 6, as you therefore have received Yeshua HaMashiach, who is the Messiah, I need you to walk in him. Verse 7, rooted. And I need you to be built up in him and established in the faith. What is faith? Faith comes by hearing. Hearing comes by the word of Elohim. The word of Elohim is the Torah. His instruction is be established in the Torah as you've been taught, and abounding therein with thanksgiving. We read this stuff too fast sometimes. Look, verse 8, beware lest any man come and spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of who?
Men.
After the rudiments of what?
Men of the world.
And not after Messiah. Now here's the point. What did Messiah teach? He only taught Torah. This is why you got to read this before you get to verses 14 through 16, which Christendom has botched up forever. And I used to teach what I'm teaching against now. Verse 9 says, for in Yeshua HaMashiach, in the Messiah, dwells all the fullness of Elohim bodily. Meaning you have in Mashiach the articulator of the word. By that, it's the word of Yahweh. When you articulate the word, Ruach HaKodesh is now engaged. So you have Yahweh, Adonai, and Ruach HaKodesh. That is the Godhead embodied. Verse 10 says, you are complete in Messiah. So is Messiah the living Torah or no? Come on, class. Come on, class. Talk to me.
Yes.
Messiah is a living Torah, correct?
Yes.
Verse 10 again, you are complete in him, which is the head of all principality and power. Does he not sit above every principality and power?
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Verse 11 says, in whom also you are circumcised. So this is all about what's in Messiah, right? What's in Messiah? The Torah is in Messiah. It is the reason you get circumcised. Now that you Gentiles are coming into this knowledge, in the knowledge of Messiah, until I can get to y'all face to face like I really love it, you are circumcised in him with the circumcision made without hands. Now, the Jews, they do the circumcision by hand because that wasn't your culture. You guys didn't get the circumcision by hands. But because you now have the knowledge of Messiah, you have the circumcision not made with hands. In the putting off of the body, you're putting off the sins of your flesh by the circumcision of the word. That's why Paul said in Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12, the word is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing, dividing asunder soul from spirit. This is that circumcision. That spirit of sin is now removed from the soul of them who accept Messiah. Look at verse 12. You are then thereby buried with him in baptism, wherein you are also now risen with him through what?
The faith.
What is faith? Faith comes by hearing. Hearing comes by the word of Elohim. Paul ain't tripping. So he says, you are thereby now baptized with him through the faith of the operation of Elohim. Let me ask y'all a question. What dictates the operation of Elohim? The word, the Torah. Watch this. Verse 12 again. Buried with him in baptism, wherein you are also risen with him through the faith of the baptism of the faith of the operation of Elohim, who has raised Yeshua from the dead. And you, being now dead in your sins, and in the uncircumcision of your flesh. The people he's talking about are the people who got circumcised and are judging these guys because they didn't get the flesh circumcision. But what these people, Colossae, did was they put off the sin that the Torah said is sin. And Paul is helping them not to fall prey to these who are religious in their ceremonialism and proud about their cutting off of the foreflesh, not realizing that that is just a symbol. So verse 13, you, Colossae, being dead in your sins because you're circumcised in the heart, and also still uncircumcised in your flesh, he's quickened you together with him because he's forgiven all your trespasses and you still got your foreskin.
Montgomery.
Blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us, which was contrary to us. And Messiah took it out of the way by nailing it to his cross. Verse 4. Watch. Verse 14. Blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us, which was contrary to us. So let me ask you a question. I want everybody to answer this. Was the Torah ever against us?
No, sir. No, not at all.
Was it ever contrary to us?
No, not at all.
Wait a minute. Here's the big thing that Christianity makes me sick about forgetting. Was the Torah handwritten ordinances or Yahweh written ordinances?
Yahweh.
This is where my theologians get very upset with me. And this is where we have to realize what this looks like when we don't pay attention to what we're reading. Now watch this next piece because it gets deep. He says in verse 14, He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances. What the average Christian, and unfortunately many seminarians and theologians don't understand, is that when you read the Brit Hadessa, when you read the New Testament, you are reading the word law in several different definitions. So the word law in the New Testament also means the halakha. So when the Pharisees approach Messiah and saying, why do your people do what the halakha says shouldn't be done? They didn't say what the Torah says shouldn't be done. They says what the laws we've written. Can y'all say handwriting of ordinances?
Handwriting of ordinances.
So what Messiah came to set in order was the fact that Israel, by the time he was alive, had been living, talking about the Torah, but living an abridged version, living an augmented version of the Torah. They were living, and this is a fact to this day, wherever you go in Judaism, you're going to know these three sentences, these three items: the halakha, the Mishnah, the Talmud. They are splinters off of the Torah. They are conveniences off of the Torah. The halakha is close to 4,000 ordinances handwritten by the Pharisees and the Sadducees of the day. The Torah is 613. So what they did whenever somebody had an issue that the 613 seemed to be difficult to accomplish, the priest would go behind the veil, or rather I should say go behind their little meeting room and come out with a legal way of making it convenient for that region, that people, that person, that issue, that subject, that matter. And then they would put it down and write it. That's why you had scribes and lawyers that would approach Messiah.
Yes.
Are y'all understanding this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is why you have scribes and lawyers. They're very specific to tell you the scribes approached him, the lawyers approached him, the Pharisees approached him. Oh, and then sometimes they say the priest approached him. Because all of them combined hand wrote and augmented the concentrated Torah. That's why when they met Messiah, being the living Torah, they couldn't recognize it because they've been living the halakha, living the Mishnah, living the Talmud. Whatever the rabbis say, we do. And the rabbis did not always use Torah in its concentrated form. They wrote conveniencing issues.
Wow.
So the people that were accusing the Colossians and the Philippians and sometimes the Ephesians, they couldn't mess with them because Timothy was there with his mom and his grandma. They were fighting with the Corinthians about this stuff. Paul was like, they're going to accuse you that you don't do Sabbath the way they do it. So verse 13 again, you being dead in your sins and you still being uncircumcised in your flesh, but because you're dead to your sins, he's quickened you together with him because he's forgiven you your trespasses. We'll work the circumcision piece out later. You'll probably incorporate that with your children after you. But he also blotted out the handwriting of man's ordinances that were against us, which was contrary to us. And Messiah in his death took those handwritings of the halakha, the Mishnah, the Talmud, and nailed them to the cross. Why? Because the living Torah, when he was lifted up, it would draw all men unto him. And he nailing it to the cross spoiled that principality and its power, and he made a show of those laws openly, triumphing over them.
Gotcha.
So, verse 16, Let no man come in to judge you and antagonize you about their traditions of ceremonialisms through the handwritten ordinances that he already got victory over. Don't let them jokers judge you about the meat you eat. You didn't grow up under the Levitical ordinance. That don't mean that the Torah is not for you for righteousness' sake. So if they catch you eating some swine and they're going to tell you, you can't possibly be keeping Torah. You're eating swine. You can't possibly be keeping the Torah. You're drinking too strong a drink, or you don't even understand the holidays, and you don't understand the new moons, and we do the Sabbaths this way and that way. He said, don't let them judge you in respect of that. Just remember what the Torah taught you. So you can't read verse 16 without going back up to verse 2.
Absolutely. I see it.
And this is why I despise a lot of what we do in Christendom. We don't confer in the word. We just read it, think we know it. See, we don't do Sabbath. No, that's not what he said here. Read 14 first. He says he nailed those handwriting of ordinances. Yahweh didn't handwrite the ordinances. The handwriting of ordinances is what gave it away. That meant whatever the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the scribes and the lawyers started to go in and augment. They added to the Torah. He made a show of that openly. That ain't what we're supposed to do. And the fact that you hung him on a cross means you never even really knew the Torah. You were so caught up in your version of it. Yeah, I get very heated about that. Let no man in light of that judge you in meat or in drink. And you never were brought up that way. These people Paul is talking to in Colossae are 30, 40, 50 years old, and they've converted to the faith, but they weren't taught to circumcise. They weren't taught not to eat shellfish. They weren't taught not to be certain kind of drink. They weren't taught the feast days. They were like, well, what are you doing on the feast day? Well, we do a day of preparation. And if you really pay attention to the Brit Hadessa, they done messed up the days and say, oh, there's 2 days for Pesach. There's 2 days for Shavuot. There's 2 days for Yom Teruah. No, there's not. Y'all added that. You put in a day of preparation. Oh, and in the days of preparation of the Jews. That don't mean that the days of preparation were something Yahweh wrote into the Torah. I don't see it nowhere. There is no day of preparation. There is no 2 days of Pesach. There is no 2 days of Shavuot. There is no 2 days of Yom Teruah. So that's what we got to understand and realize. There is no such thing. So when he said, don't let any man judge you because you may not be as knowledgeable of the Torah. You just came into the faith. Don't let them judge you by what you drink or eat, or let them judge you in respect to the fact that maybe you missed a holy day, or you don't understand what we're supposed to do during the new moon, or of the Sabbath days. He wasn't telling them not to do it. He was telling them don't feel condemned and convicted when people who say they got it come at you and act like you don't know.
Amen. Amen.
Does that help?
It did, because it sounded like she tried to say that's legalism that I'll be living under, but that's what she doing.
It's the legalism is what he nailed to the cross, the halakha.
That's exactly what you just said. Exactly. Thank you.
Hope that helped everybody. Okay. Who's next in queue?
Keela.
Who's all right? Who's queue? Who's next in queue?
Keela.
Is that a moderator talking? Who's that? Mods, talk to me, mods.
It's
Keela, can you hear me, sir?
No, I can't hear you. Who's talking? Is that Wanda talking? Please say your name. Y'all, I can't tell you how that frustrates me. Say your name so I know who's talking. Too many voices.
Shabbat Shalom.
So
this is Keela.
Keela's next. Go, Keela. Good to see you, beloved.
Just briefly. And I wasn't trying to frustrate you. I literally just ran back upstairs.
No. You don't frustrate me at all.
Okay. So what I was going to say is I remember long ago when I was still a minor, my father in his wisdom explained to me why I, as his child, need to guard my loins. He said I would tell a son the same thing. Mm-hmm. He said, if you get out here in the world and let the world give you instructions, it's going to cut you off in communication with the Creator. Right. And you'll be in the same boat as Adam and Eva. Correct. And he mentioned to me, and I'm glad he told me, he said, when you see confusion in a person, in a people, in a community, and in the world, at the end of the day, it always, always, always comes down to, did they expose themselves to a person who's whole and accountable to the Creator first, or did they let the world instruct them? And so when he explained to me the difference between incubus and succubus, it made things very, 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 very clear. And that's why those instructions exist. It's those instructions as to guide sexual behavior. They exist to protect us. They don't exist to limit us. Mm-hmm. They exist to protect us because there's no worse confusion in the body. If people think cancer is bad, if you've ever met someone who is trying to recover from 3 and 4 decades of a sexual assault of any kind, mm-hmm. which occurs in the military a lot, right? You recognize what a great imposition and a great violence it is, right? To either have been molested, mm-hmm. been raped, or unknowingly fornicated and opened yourself up to things that will be very hard to shed. So I was fortunate that my father explained it to me, because what it does when your parents are the ones that explain sex to you on a spiritual level, you gain the confidence that your parents understand what lust is, and you don't go to your friends if you struggle with it. Right, because you got a solid place of getting information from. Your parents. Right. And that's why it's important that even if parents have children who have been active sexually before marriage, right. or have had babies out of wedlock before marriage, mm-hmm. do not close your door on your children, because the thing is, what they struggle with, 9 times out of 10, your grandparents or your great aunt or your great grandparent right. did. And that's why that thing came after your child. And it will come after your grandchild. So you have to arm them up early with all of this armament, because it is in the removal of the armor, the intimacy, that the wealth of who you are in your physical body can be imparted to your mate who you entrust with that wealth, which is your seed. Mm-hmm. And that is no small thing, because a seed is literally past and future manifesting in the present to bring about a purpose.
We concur. And that's a good point. And so what people don't realize, that when you are actually in the constructs or in the conversations with your children, I too had those conversations with my children. I'm proud that the voice of that father speaking into the life of his children, with the backing and support of his spouse, creates a level of confidence for that child that they are able to, and I have this testimony of truth here, they are able to outweigh the pressures of their peers and the social standards in a very promiscuous age and stage in life. That gift of your body to a person, we have this thing where people call them soul ties and what have you. There's a real connection that happens in that space. You and I are obligated to teach our children, not let school teach them. Sex education in your school is not what the Torah teaches. And so when you get going with it, you have to sit down, and in spite of all of your embarrassments, because many of us have them, whether you've had children inside or outside of wedlock, whether you've been abused, raped, molested, all that stuff, all those issues create PTSDs. Your best protection is to inform your child instead of trying to put a chastity belt on them, because they will find a way to cut through the chastity belt because there is something you're telling them they can't do. And the reason you're telling them they can't do it, they don't understand. So until you explain, here is what it is, here is how it works, here is it to its best condition, here is it in its ideal condition, here is it in its worst condition, here is it in its worst render to you. And when you can break down even items and elements that explain, as it were, all the different diseases that come with it. I had to sit mine down and show them, here is what it is. I went as far as I could. I may have gone overboard, but I'm glad and honored and proud to know that my children didn't have children before marriage. They waited to get married to even have sex. And I have proof of that. And I mean, almost 30. So, and once married, so all of that is a very real thing. When you give your child information, the greatest thing you can do to your child is talk to them when they are children, not impacted by their peers. You set foundation, you give spiritual understanding, you share with them the truth of the issues and circumstances. And when they get it from you, you'll ever be their confidant. But when you tell them don't do it because I said so, they're going to go and find out, because they might not even look to find out about it. Somebody's going to share it with them. Somebody's going to bring it to them. Somebody's going to drop it in their head, drop it in their hearing, drop it in their space, just on sheer GP of hanging out with certain types of peers, different types of events. So yes, be wise, be an adult, be a parent, teach your children what you are afraid to talk to them about. Oh, I don't know how to have the bird and bees conversation. You better figure it the heck out. If you don't know, call me. I'll help you.
And one thing, I got to credit my mom. My mom is a retired nurse.
Okay.
She was so real with me. Like, she showed me the picture. She was like,
I did the same thing.
Look like a possession to you. She showed me what syphilis looked like. She showed me what gonorrhea looked like. I mean, like, when people think those things just attack your reproductive organs. No, they attack your connection to the Creator. Every organ in your body is a room in your Father's house. So gonorrhea never stays in your reproductive organs. It goes to your liver. Syphilis never stays in your reproductive organs. It goes to your entire electrical system, which is every brain in your body, from your skin to your heart to your gut, and ultimately to your brain. A lot of older people are mad, and people think that they are mad, meaning, I'm saying it in a Caribbean way, they think they're crazy because of Alzheimer's. No, a lot of times it's syphilis, which is a worm that eats the brain. Anything that's devouring your Father's house is not of your Father.
Right. And so with that being said, it is a very important thing to understand as parents. You do your job. And many of us, unfortunately, leave that job to other people who don't even know your situation. And so those are the things that we do learn from Torah, that you are responsible. And if that father has the voice of his child, he needs to be the one speaking, with mom backing him. And if mom is speaking, dad needs to be right there backing them, talking about this. And comfortably talking about it, giving them the one-on-one. If you're going to teach them that fire can burn your hand, teach them that the fire of, in the transgressions of that. So great point, Keita. Thank you for adding value again. It's always a pleasure. All right. Did y'all learn something right there?
Yes, indeed.
Wonderful. So parents, grandparents, make it your business to tell them, because if you don't tell them, they're going to explore. And by the time they explore, now they get medications or blood transfusions. Now, which do you want? That part.
Is it an age range you would say?
To talk to your children while they're young, yes.
When they
Let me help, because I do this every day for a living. I sit with a lot of children and their parents in video conferences and telephony conferences to explain to them all the dynamics. And yes, I draw pictures where we get pictures offline. We show them what these diseases look like. And we ask them, do you want that? It's not scaring them, it's informing them. That moment of ooh can give you this moment of ouch, ouch, ouch forever. Yes, I get that dramatic with them, because they need to understand what this is going to do and how this works. And our job is to share that with them, just like you're going to share with them how to protect yourself and say stranger danger, whatever you want to do with that, that's fine and wonderful too. But you have a responsibility as a parent to train up your child in the way that they should go. Do not leave it to the school education system who has a party agenda.
Amen.
Educate your child. If you don't know how to, contact me. I'll teach you. Dear heart, it depends on accountability. It depends on the child's cognitive behavior. Every child is not raised in parents, and every child is not raised in every home the same way. For instance, I raised my children off rip. There was no goo goo gaga talk in our families. So from the time of the children being born, we were speaking full sentences, articulating our words, putting before them matching cards. We put, what was that program we used to have?
Hooked on phonics.
Hooked on phonics. That was a mandate in our house every night, every day. So our children were learning matching and patching and all that stuff. And I recommend you guys get that. So when you do that, and then you're doing other things, I had my children reading the Bible for how to make their English reading better. The Bible's written at a 12th grade reading level in English. But the books that they're getting in first grade and kindergarten and seventh grade were, that below, fifth and below. So in order for them to always be ahead in their reading, I kept them reading the Bible. They would primarily read the books of Proverbs, chapters 1 through 3. So the age of when they're able to comprehend is based on the information that parents are pushing into that sponge. Your children is a sponge. Your children can talk and walk quicker than what is called the average, based on the way they're being trained on purpose coming out the womb. So age, no disrespect, can't be thoroughly determined unless you want me to use the norm of society. But every household trains differently. You want to be a household that is intentional about the way your child is developing. And that means you can't be like, I got a baby, so I can't go out, so I got to get a babysitter. Everybody can't be babysitting your child. Mom, grandmom, auntie, cousin, none of them. I'm not joking. That's your responsibility, not theirs. And you and mom and grandmom need to be on it. Granddad need to be on the same page. And then they can't overstep what you said you want done in the training of that child. And you need to have a plan that is based on not just the academics and the education system of, your county or your state. You need to understand, what am I to train my child? What does Torah explain? There are things we can take you through and show you. This is key. So what age? While your child is listen, the age is when your child is asking a question. They look like they want to ask a question. Ask them, what you want to ask me? See, we don't pay attention to our children. We say, go sit over there while I do what I got to do. But here's the catch. Let me give you a very important factor. Once you have a child, your aspirations go on the back burner. Don't mean you can't start lifting up your aspirations that you have not yet accomplished, but your aspirations do not prioritize above raising your child. Well, I'm the man of God. I'm the woman of God. I'm the pastor. I got a ministry here. I got this business running. They do not supersede making sure you train up your child. And that, unfortunately, in Christendom, and I must say for me personally, this is personal, this is not racial, but within the melanated community, particularly the African-American community, we're not doing it. And we started off doing it so well many decades ago. And we've just let TV, we've let internet, we've let iPad, we've let books, we've let teachers teach our children and tell us, you know, oh, we'll train them. You just go to work and afford your mortgage, send them to school. And we thought that the education system was doing us a favor. The only thing that the education system should be doing is teaching your children text of history and technique and science. It's your job to educate them. Education means you draw out of them information inside of them to show them how to use the information. You use the school to get the information in them because you're working. But then when you come home, you are to get out of them what they just got put in them and show them how it works based on the way you live.
That was good. Yes.
So if you're not, the school is not the educator. You are, parent. And you have to monitor what's being put in them. Some of y'all don't even check the children's homework.
Sad but true.
We just don't. So now you have to take it. So at what age do you teach your child? That depends on what you see your child. Train up a child in the way that he should go. That doesn't mean you tell a child, okay, well, I'm going to train them up the way they should go. Well, I did dancing and I did ballet, so I'm going to train them up in ballet because I know ballet. Or I did accounting, so I'm going to train them up in accounting, and this way they're going to be good and they're going to have a good career. No, you don't train them up that way. That's not what that means. It means you watch intensely what your child gravitates to. When you see they have an earnest interest in it, you get ahead of them, get down the road, get yourself educated in them so that when they start asking questions about it, you got solid, safe answers that you can begin their journey with. So you watch what they gravitate to. You don't make them what you were unable to accomplish. I just had a conversation with my son just recently, and basketball was my thing. And I know basketball, track, and football. That's my thing. But football was too hard for me. I broke my collarbone too many times. I broke my wrists and my ankles too many times. Too many injuries, broke ribs. So didn't work for a little skinny, slender boy, right? But basketball was my thizzle. And when I got into it, I was really good, very good. And so when I got older, I realized that my son has athletic abilities, but I didn't force him to play basketball. I watched what he gravitated to. He did stuff that I did for fun on the block, like skating, rollerblade skating. So he wanted rollerblade skating, wanted to be competitive. I got in front of it. I coached myself and found out all the information. Then I bought him all the materials, bought him the high quality stuff. Whatever he said he wanted to get into, I got behind him, became his coach in that. My daughter as well, become their funder in it, got them in the teams that would elevate them to that thing that they say they wanted to do it until they said they didn't want to do it no more. I watched where they wanted to go. Now, when it came to education, there was a format for the home. You're going to get your doctorate degree, all of you. You're going to get your education. You're going to be at a certain GPA at time of year because you're not going to forego the education system that is common in our system. So that part you must do in order for you to play these things you want to do. I didn't force them to do basketball. I didn't force them to do football, but whatever they gravitated to, they did, and I backed them. That gave them confidence to know that if they change their mind, dad and mom are not going to have a fit and ball out on them. So at the end of the day, we have to be responsible as parents to raise them up in the way that they want to go. Now, what you do is you know the way that is right. You teach them how not to be scamming. You teach them how not to cheat. You teach them how to keep technique so that they can be as good as what they say they want to be. And then if they should switch out, you can't say, well, you're going to do this because you said that's what you want to do. No, they've lost interest in it. Find out what they're really interested in the next move and then get behind it, give them the momentum, and then jump ahead of them. Prepare for their questions. So that's the same thing. Watch this. So in doing that, that means you're watching your child. You're paying attention to your child. You ain't just pushing them in the room and saying, go play Xbox, go get on your PS4, PS5. Nah, we got work to do. We got a house to clean. We got food to eat. We got a homework to get done. You got essays to write. You got to start setting yourself up for college. And even in that, you're watching what they gravitate to. So at the end of the day, what we're discussing and talking about is where we need to be with these ways of doing things. You have to watch what your child is doing. Once you see the way they're going, get behind them and then get ahead of them. Getting behind them lets them know Pop and Mom got me. Then Pop and Mom get ahead of them by going to research this stuff out. Because I didn't know that my son wanted to do all this skating and competitive skating. I could ride a skateboard and ride rollerblades, but I didn't know how to judge. I didn't know how to exercise for it. I had to learn all of that. So he had a safe place to come to, and I didn't have to leave my son to some stranger in a field I was unfamiliar with. And then trust his or her word, not knowing if they're messing my child up or treating them unfairly. So you got to get ahead of it and learn all those things. This is what we do. This is how it's done. That's what training is. So when do you share all that information? That's depending on how you watch your children grow. You know when they're able to have a conversation. And if you're watching your child grow, not overprotective, just watching them grow, paying attention to nuances, seeing when they're getting down, you're able to tell when they're feeling low. And you can okay, what's going on? You good? What's happening? Not pestering them, but giving them space to talk to you freely. And then they'll tell you, well, I was, and you will pretty much know where they're going if you're a real parent and you're really concerned and you're really worried about them and not worried about your career while they're trying to live life. And you start to ask, hey, well, what's this about? Oh, I saw you do that. Ooh, so you like somebody, huh? You don't fear having to talk about the birds and the bees. You fear not having it. And by the way, it ain't about no bird. It's about them and somebody else they think that they may like and what that could lead to. And now you start figuring out a way to formulate conversations, prod them into a conversation where they will cheerfully and gleefully talk about it and then fill them with information while they're a sponge to absorb it before their friend comes and tries to tell them, this is what you should do. This is what that is. Here, watch this video. Come over here to this YouTube channel. They need to know that you are that resource for them. You must be that bag of wisdom. You must be the educator to pull the data that they have in them out and show them how to use it wisely. I hope that helps. I guess not. All right. I think I talked too much. Sorry.
Dr. Rosenberg, I think there's someone.
Amen. Montgomery.
All right. Let's get this ready. Let's get this done. We're going on 6 hours. All right. What we got? Who's next?
Prophet Montgomery.
Prophet, go.
Yes. Sharon Cooper had a question.
Okay.
She said, Apostle, is that only, wait a minute, is that only with saved intimacy, with saved intimacy between husband and wife. I read it over. Is that only with saved intimacy between husband and wife?
I think she must be talking about the speaking in tongues.
She might be, but you know what, Apostle? And I just want to say this real quick. You know, some people might be trying to figure out what it feels, not what it feels like, but when they come in the connection with Yahweh, that the hair will rise on you. You, like you said, you'll be excited.
Yeah, your body responds.
There'll be a connection between your spirit and his spirit, and they'll unite. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, plug it in for me. I'm trying to figure out where you were putting that in at, though. Are you're putting that into her question?
Just going back to when we were talking about the climax and going high and things like that. And some people might be like, well, what does that look like? So I was just trying to put it in and trying to say it where they could understand that it could be the rising of the hair on them, just
the goose pimples, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, you know it when it's happening. You do. You will know it when it's happening. You won't be confused when that moment happens. And so whenever two people are put together rightly, they're together by the bond of the Spirit and the righteousness of his word, a husband and a wife properly coming together, you'll know it. You also have these other experiences that are familiar to that covenant type of experience. And that's where you have the perversion. So the perfection is through the marriage. The perversion is outside of it. And it will be a familiar spirit duplicating that vibe that makes us addicted, right? Get those endorphins going, it gets that adrenaline pumping and you salivating and all that. So it's a familiar thing. There is a perfected and a perverted thing of that. And we usually get caught up in the perverted side before we ever experience the perfected side. So that by the time we come to the perfected side, we're so caught up in the bane of the perverted, the perfected never takes root to us. That's why it's best to make sure we teach our children to do it in the proper order, or what we believe the word says is the proper order. Because people will tell you, well, I don't believe that's necessary. You can try the cow and drink the milk before you buy the cow, or you can pussy boot, all that you do, whatever. We believe that, okay, and this is the perfected way that Yahweh would prefer it. Try it there first before you try it out here all loosey-goosey and willy-nilly. And it's a perverted, familiar spirit type of experience. So that's what I would have to say to that. So Cooper, yes, it is with those saved, because here's why, do y'all think that all these speaking in tongues y'all hear in church is the Holy Spirit?
No, I didn't think so.
They not. So if they not in church, then it ain't gonna. You can fake. You get tongue tied in intimacy too. You know what I mean, and just blurt out stuff, right? But there are moments when there is such. You'll get it. I'm gonna leave that alone. We're off that subject. All right, who's next on cue?
Dr. Rosenberg.
Go, Dr. Rosenberg.
Apostle.
Hey there. Shabbat Shalom to you.
Shabbat Shalom. My question was way back, but I'll still ask it. My question is, will you give the definition of infidelity and adultery?
You mean adultery and fornication?
Nope. Infidelity and adultery.
Well, infidelity is it depends on how you're looking at it from an English word.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what do you have for it?
Sir, I have infidelity and adultery meaning the same. I have a case that I'm doing, so I can.
Well, here's why I'm saying that, Doc, because when we look at infidelity, it does depend on usually its origin, right? So infidelity has, to me, in my understanding, several synonyms, right? Infidelity could mean adultery. Infidelity could mean duplicity. That's why I'm asking that question. So I know we talked about adultery and fornication, but infidelity is a whole different bag that adultery is included in. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So infidelity could mean faithlessness. Infidelity could mean, and I know for one that blew me away back when I was doing this work, was treacherous. So if we want to talk about what infidelity is sexually in the context we were talking about earlier, it would have to be adultery. But infidelity goes beyond adultery. Infidelity is a bag that includes adultery, being treacherous, falseness. These are the types of synonyms that go along with that thesaurically. So that's where I asked that question, because it can go too many different ways. Y'all know I for some reason got this unwarranted amount of knowledge in my head that I don't even know sometimes where it comes from, but it's just there. So are we talking about infidelity and fornication, or you're really just talking about infidelity and adultery, or adultery and fornication, or infidelity and adultery? If that's the case, you can, for the sake of a marriage, it could mean faithlessness. Infidelity also means betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
Adultery also means betrayal.
Right.
But adultery does not necessarily mean treacherousness. Infidelity, has a define of it that is treacherous. And people would think, well, we're in a covenant. That's treacherous. You broke the covenant. You can say that. But that's where infidelity and adultery would lie for me. Just giving you a quick answer, no research, just giving it off the top of my head, off the top of the dome. Hope that helps.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for asking. Anybody else, Maz? What we got?
That's all I have, sir.
Good. All right. Well, did we finish Be ye holy for I am holy? Be ye Kodesh for I am Kodesh? I think we got the point. Yahweh's trying to tell us where we need to be and how we need to be. Remember, Zion, when Yahweh wants from you something, he wants it because he intends to give you harvest of it. Many people during this time in this season are always like, well, he don't, I can't, we don't. And he's always giving seed. Make sure that he gives seed to sower. And when we started with this, with another demigod, with the people of Israel, were being told by Yahweh in the Torah, do not sacrifice your seed unto demigods. It is a disrespect to me, a disrespect to my way, and a disrespect to my name. You profane my name. And those things are so important. They are so important to know that Yahweh sees it a certain way, and we need to make sure we do it his way. Well, my name is Apostle V.W. Jones, and it's been a joy sitting with you guys. If there's no more questions or thoughts from the people who were there, did y'all learn today?
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So I'm hoping again that we get opportunity to share and chat yet again in a time to come. Remember, listen, Zion, Shavuot is upon us. And as we will read in Leviticus chapter number 23, I want you guys to get your hearts and your heads ready. How many are ready for Shavuot? Come on off mic.
I proclaim Shavuot.
We just make sure we're all ready for it, because we got a lot to do within it. Yahweh wants what he wants from us. And he tells us very clearly and simply that in Leviticus chapter number 23, verses 15, and you shall count unto you the morrow after Shabbat, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave of the first offering, you're going to count 7 Sabbaths that shall be complete. Even until the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall you number 50 days. You shall offer new meat offering unto Yahweh your Elohim. You shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. They shall be of fine flour. They'll be baked with leaven. They are first fruits unto Yahweh. So those 2 loaves are monetized at $7.50 per loaf. Okay, so 2 times 750 is 15, right? Verse 18 says, you shall offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, 1 young bullock, 2 rams. They shall be a burnt offering unto Yahweh with their meat offering and their drink offerings, even the offerings made by fire, sweet savor unto Yahweh. Then you also have verse 19. Then they would sacrifice back then in that day, before Messiah died, they would sacrifice 1 kid offering for a sin offering, right? But the 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice, they would also give of a peace offering. Now, y'all know we don't do the sin offering no more, right? Verse 20 says, and the priest shall wave them, the 2 lambs, with the bread of the first fruits, the 2 loaves, waving that for a wave offering before Yahweh with the 2 lambs. They shall be Kodesh, dedicated, consecrated, set aside unto Yahweh for the priests. And you shall proclaim on that selfsame day, Shavuot, that it may be an holy convocation unto you. You shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. That day is approaching us. That day is right up on us. We are now looking at, and for those of you online, you can see this. You're now looking at the 25th of May at sundown is the feast celebration of the celebrating of the giving of the Torah, called Shavuot, which many have called Pentecost. A terrible mistake to call it Pentecost. And on the 5th of May, the 25th of May, until the 26th of May, we are in a full-blown Moedim. We'll be here both virtually online as well in our Sabbath on that day. So the 25th is, in fact, Thursday at sundown, guys. This is going to be deep. It's going to be Thursday at sundown. That's the 25th, Thursday at sundown till Friday, the 26th at sundown. And then we go into Friday until Saturday at sundown. Those are 2 Sabbaths that we're dealing with back to back. It's going to be a dynamic time, and we are going to be rendering our offerings and presenting our bodies, living in holy sacrifices unto Yahweh, reading his word in and out of his Torah, giving him what he wants. And then we'll be waving, and I'll be in full garb, waving the offering of the lamb and the bread that you render. Remember, all of this is a monetized issue. These were monetization issues back in the day when they were given, because these were items that they bartered with. You take a lamb and barter for silk. You take bread and barter for milk. So all of that was monetizing. So the monetization of a lamb, your lamb is $3.30. Each lamb is $3.30. And you also know that each of your loaves is $7.50, right? So that 2 loaves is 15. So your $3.30 times 2, because you got 2 lambs plus your 2 loaves. Add those together, 330 times 2 and 50, do the math. 750 times 2 is 15. So 660 plus 15 is 675. So that's per your income streams, because you're giving to Yahweh per your income streams. What he tells us here in Leviticus 23 is very clearly and very cleanly that once you come into the land and you begin to bring forth your harvests, you will bring per harvest this offering. So these are things that you need to pay attention to and understand. and embrace, because this is what he wants. That day is upon us. And if you're proclaiming Shavuot, you should be off of work. Your children, don't make them go to school. Have no work being done in your home from the 25th at sundown to the 26th at sundown. That's Thursday evening till Friday evening. And then you go into the natural 7th-day Sabbath, which is Friday evening until Saturday evening. And these are the dynamic time we're going to have this year. And then Sunday, of course, we always have our morrow after Shabbat, where we just come together and share again as our flagship service for DKM and BWJ Ministries. All right. So preparing for that. Again, those of you who, again, your counseling sessions at this time are having to be paused because of the preparation for this feast season and time. Because it's just too much for me to concentrate and focus on this to make sure you all are coming in right and we're going out right and doing what his word says. So after the feasts are over, we'll be picking up scheduling sessions again, unless Elder Page is giving you one, already to come in because she deems it urgent, and we go from there. But I'm hoping that you guys are ready. I am so excited and prepared, and each income stream, I'm ready. Yahweh, he keeps my stuff just flowing. And sometimes I don't know how, but he makes a way to get it done and get it accomplished. And that's based on his promise to us. Remember, give Yahweh what he wants. Can't force you, can't make you, but I hope you would hear him and honor him. All right, everybody. Was there another question? Shalona, what you got?
So, verse 18, Leviticus 23:18. Mm-hmm. Is that per income stream as well?
Negative.
Okay.
That part is the one for the person, and then the 2 lambs and the 2 loaves are the wave offering per income, right?
Oh, I need to get this figure straight because I'm trying to figure it out and I can't, and I think my number is wrong.
Okay. So 18, yeah. 18, he's telling you about the bread, right? But on that day, you're going to offer, right? You have the 7 lambs, you have the bullock, you have the rams.
Right.
But verse 19 takes those 2 loaves from 18 and puts them with the 2 lambs. That we waive. But
so I have 11. So I have 11 lambs, like with the 2 rams. So I have 9 lambs.
Yeah, you're about right. Rams. That's about right? That's about right. Correct. Mm-hmm. Okay. I got mine too, child, and my bulls.
I'm trying.
And my bullock. Hey. Listen, let me tell y'all, people are with you until they're not. They oh, it's deep. Oh, that's awesome. And then they like, well, I just don't show up, right? Like Yahweh don't see that. Y'all listen.
So let me make sure I have this right, Apostle. For my income, so I have 2 income streams. So I'll be giving 2.
So your income streams would be $675 each.
Okay.
That's 19. 19 is for your income streams, right? 18 is your one offering, right?
And then 18,
right?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, beloved. So, yeah, I'm excited. And for those of you who have those questions, please make sure y'all ask. Proclaim Shavuot. Watch what Yahweh do for your companies. Watch what he'll do for the businesses that you're a part of, your businesses you're trying to grow. When you trust him with the seed-giving lambs, ox, goat or bull, whatever he's asking you for, he, I promise you, will do exceedingly above all that you could even ask or think. All he requires you to do is comply with his word and his will and his way. I promise you, it will bless and blow your mind. All right. Everybody proclaiming. How many of y'all proclaiming Shavuot?
I proclaim Shavuot. I proclaim Shavuot.
All right. So we'll see you guys tomorrow we'll be teaching more about Shavuot and its liberation on tomorrow on our Maranatha Sabbath service. And I'm hoping to see you all here. Again, start making sure you guys are budgeted for your time and your resource for the 25th, this Thursday coming up. So Wednesday, we'll be talking about all that we do with our preceding word, and as well as Wednesday night, our Bible study. But Thursday night will basically be a Bible book club on steroids. Hallelujah. No, let me say that wrong. Let me say that right. I said that wrong. It will be, the Bible book club will be substituted, but what we do in Bible book club will be done in the feast of Shavuot. Okay? Because that's the requirement, to read his word in that day. And Bible book club is what we do. We read his word, right? So it's a wonderful thing. And is anybody excited about Shavuot? Y'all don't sound excited. I'm boiling over to see it. I can't wait. All right. Well, let's take opportunity to pray out. Yahweh, we love you, adore you, thank you, magnify and exalt you. We pray that your word will and plan for our lives as you have already been given. We know that you handle and you grace and you give all things pertinent to your kingdom to those who obey your instructions for your kingdom. Bless your people tonight. Those who are still in their Shabbat, help them to remain solid in your faith until the time that sundown hits. Those who are come out, help them to have a residue and a smoke on them, that is a scent rather on them coming out of Shabbat, that they don't want to leave that presence with you and stay cuddled up and bundled up in you and their talits or in their word, just as long as you keep them in that grasp. Let them see you and understand you and the greatness of who you are. In the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach, this is earnestly our prayer. We ask now. Amen. May Yahweh bless you all and keep you. May Yahweh make his face shine on you and be gracious unto you. May Yahweh lift his countenance upon you and grant you all 13 attributes of his shalom. This we pray in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. See you guys tomorrow. I pray your day is filled with his favor. All right, everybody. We'll talk soon. Yes.
If you need truth, this is the place for you. Don't need to complicate it. It's best to keep it basic. Open the book, the word itself approved. He's Alpha and Omega, the answer since the early ages. What you should do is learn about the greatest. Just so you know, our door is always open. Let's study together instead of debating. Share our differences. Let love heal all that's broken.